Yo.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, shout out Army West Point for the LAN. You know, we having a good time, having a lot of fun. I'm with my boy Alex, my DPS, my main DPS. Scan.
Right, bro.
My
What is my tank saying?
bro, chill. I'm the guy that's playing, you know, Doomfist and Queen on Team Brooklyn, you know. Me and Alex, my DPS, he's my go-to. He's actually pretty good at the game, so you know,
Yeah, he's
shout out
pretty
him.
good. I mean,
Mods, banner real quick. So we're playing against. Well, the game is Post University versus
Molloy.
That's the one. That's my caster right there. You know, loses round 2, best of 3. You're not gonna be playing 4 maps. It's not first of 3 maps. It's actually gonna be first. Right? First of two. Yeah, first of 2 maps. It's not gonna be like we play where it's best of 5 where you get the 3 maps. So we're hoping we're gonna have a good map, a lot of fun, no flaming. Yeah, let's just win, bro. Like, let's see who wins. You know,
True.
first time casting, so you know I'm gonna make it a memorable one. You know what I'm saying? As you can see,
Yo, represent.
yeah.
This is my jersey, but you know I would have one. I don't know.
I don't know, man. Your jersey was long gone like 3 years ago. I'm gonna be honest, but God forbid.
Hey.
Playing Lijiang Tower. Round 2. I don't know what to expect from anybody. Already, I can see in Spawn that someone's playing Ball. Ball is low-key pretty meta right now, but I think he's meta with like perks, to be honest. Kind of fun. But, no. I don't know what to expect. Pharah is the correct pick here. Pharah is definitely the best pick here because you're playing Lijiang. Literally every single point on Lijiang, you literally just play. That's my go. So, alright, we're starting off on. Okay, we're most likely we're gonna TP a point. That's probably exactly what I expected. It doesn't look like anything happens at the moment. Marist is mostly going for poke damage. Poke damage. However, Hazard is getting a lot of value. Only getting everyone a 1 HP. Sim is full beam as it goes down, but Echo clears up. Easy 2 kills, swift kills. Sim is still full beam. Sim's already dead, and so is the rest. And
Only
Echo
far left. Easy clean up for the Echo.
Like, literally, bro. That's just too easy for them. So, I don't think that it's going to be easy for Pharah, though, because they have Echo. And Echo is just like, let's be honest, just Echo just pokes Pharah. But, I think, honestly, if Ramacha plays his slows right, he could probably stop the Echo. But the issue is that I don't think you can get a lot of value with Nemesis. Like, if Ramacha's balling.
Also, the matchup does not really have risk.
Yeah, so it's gonna be. Oh, Fire already goes down. You know, they have to stabilize because someone's already full speed and they don't even have a lamp. So most likely they have to back and try to hold like, oh.
Great shot by the Soda. It's critical. It's really critical.
It's literally just non-Timothy on Soldier. Like, I get it, bro. Watching my VODs, you know, he's just too good. Good at Soldier. Oh my goodness.
Really fast copy and beat at 80.
Okay, it doesn't look too good for post at the moment. I think they need to do more 3 ones together, but they need to not take too much chip damage because already someone is low HP. Multiple people are low HP for the fight. Sim is already 1 HP. Fab is already low HP. Already used Bap Shift and they still have Lamp. Before they even walk up, they're already critical and the stake is getting so much damage value. The copy of Pharah.
Can't she build the barrage before he dies? She's going low. 15 HP.
Already 1 kill. That's very, very nice. No shift. Bap no shift. Might have Lamp. I'm not. Pharah goes down. Does Juno go down? Juno goes down right after. He pops Lamp right too late. But then look at that. Bap goes down. Ramacha goes down. And it's just an easy cleanup 1 by 1.
BD rode from post off the far to the Junkrat, but then the Venture, maybe that Junkrat was
that would be crazy and quick play though.
Little misclick.
Simple, calm down. Already early rambled over 92%. Already forced land. That's already so much space they made because now their whole team is split off, and the only one on point is Sim. Sim and Venture, but they have no cooldown. They don't have any sort of way to win this unless they really use their ultimate totally. They still have beat. Map still has no cooldown. Everyone is low HP, but I think surely they might be able to win this. Most likely. Now doesn't matter. I think that the Sim TV would be nice off there, but they have to try to win because they have beat and Kiri cleanup. The only thing they can do to stop it is Sim wall and
gotta build that
maybe Juno. Not looking too good. Mantra takes the first. Oh, Juno. Venture goes down. What? Sim TP's alone and doesn't. Oh, really good wall. They have to just sit on the sword. Counter me. They might just walk right through. Sim is low HP. Sim is now full, but Lamp goes down and eventually it's all trigger one by one. Juno goes down.
They're very low. No Suzer.
Sim nothing. Sim having Ram low. Ram drops. Sim 1 HP. All together. They go down one by one. And last one left is Venture spawn. That is not spawn.
Will be last play. Venture has to touch. And stall for a bit here.
It doesn't look like it's for the
Probably gonna need to die.
And
Can anyone get the touch? Maybe.
It's another take, but at this point you're just playing cat and mouse. It's just one by one. Not looking to.
Good hazard wall to block the Sim TP. I saw that.
Did?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hazard wall in the window to block the Sim TP.
Hazard is literally top 200. Like he's actually watching my VODs. You know what I mean? Like he's too good.
Great first round.
Yeah,
Molloy
honestly,
University.
I think not much coordinated with their eyes. They hop on the Torb. This is the famous Torb player I've seen on their Twitch. Torb Zarya. I think this comp might be centered around Venture, maybe Torb, but because mostly they're gonna have bubbles to make sure Venture can get value on every dive. Issue is that they now have the Mei. The Mei might make it really, really hard for Zarya since the Ramatra can pummel Zarya down with every single down. We're not too sure yet. We'll see on this one.
Capture the objective.
Oh, Simple. But he died. Very interesting. We're playing on the left offense. Torture is already down. Zarya popped one bubble, 30 charge. Zarya's gonna get walking. Zarya insanely. Zarya drops it. Baps gets the half HP. Baps is quarter HP. Oh man, no hit. Might live. Tap job. Tap dies. Juno dies. Or might be able to get out. You don't want to stagger here. Unlucky. Yeah. Either comp is kind of like a hybrid of sort of like hop on Junkrat. This is
So that wasn't a misclick last.
he was
last
considering
one.
it. I get it, bro. I get it, bro. I'm a little concerned about how Ramatra picked the burst fire like perk. He actually did. God forbid. Doesn't look like anyone is. Now it's just mainly if I charge. That's a nice 50 charge.
I think Coast University wants to start for like the Junkrat.
Yeah. A lot of demand.
A lot of damage.
Oh, yeah,
Taking
goes
a ton
down.
of damage.
Oh my goodness. Very poison land. Full charge Zar. You just need to keep Zar up and keep walking. It's 100% winnable. Watch is already less than half HP. 7 HP. Barely live. They get a huge wall out though. They can't really get out the choke. It's a nice wall. They actually cannot get out.
Fully tiger.
I think mainly just like trying to push the window, but they can't really push the window if the Mei is sitting in the choke and the Soul just being that little like black group. You can't do much about it. I think the Torb a decent pick, but I'm not too sure about the Junkrat. The Junkrat could try to play more off angles and maybe try to like play around their mega side while everyone else is on black. Now they pop window on their side. Big shot there. They pop the flat speed, but just like Junk drops, that's a great bubble. But Luca gets the score right after. An amazing slow, no RAM, and they all drop one by one. Ramatra is too good at this game. Time him to Team Liquid already, bro. Damn.
This is the last fight. They will have to touch. They do not have a character that can touch at the moment, though. Someone will have to swap. I don't think they can. They don't have a roll. Everything coming out from Molloy.
One by one, everyone drops.
Oh, they did.
Wait,
touch.
someone gets the OC. Most likely, the Junk hero, and he drops nobody. But that's no keeping out Junk. It's 95 to tie. I feel like he probably has to get it, but you know, it's still.
Molloy University will be taking map 1. Pretty convincing map, I would say. Not really much trouble there.
It was. I think they were just way more complicated. I think the pick they were playing, like the heroes are playing a bunch of like hard meta oriented. You know what I mean? And it's just like the Soldier gets a
Great shots.
3-piece. Oh my 4. Oh my goodness. That reminds me of a certain player. I'm not gonna say who though, but you know.
There might be Edison on the Sode.
I don't know.
Fine
It might be somebody that starts with an A. I ain't gonna say anything though. I don't know. But I guess they already just dropped the first map. It's best of 3, so they really Post has to really pull this back unless Now the Molloy just gets a free win.
This is a best of 3, so if the Molloy win one more map, they will be
He'll be
advancing.
taking whole advancement and maybe playing. No, in winners. So I'm gonna say nothing. But the next map should be hybrid, right? So, everyone's been playing Kings Row, but I really
True.
hope it's
What's the map
something.
pool? Ariso, Nabani,
Yeah,
King Row,
Kings Row
and what's the
and
last one?
Midtown.
Midtown.
I've noticed nobody's picked Midtown, but I feel like with the way Molloy's playing, Midtown could work really heavily in their favor because they're kind of like taking their time. But the issue is that on Lee Song, it's really brawl oriented. You can't really poke.
That's-
But then Ramacha just like runs you down. The Mei could just ball off your Zarya, and then you fall apart one by one. We'll see what they're playing, but I'm really hoping for Midtown. I think that will benefit them.
Really need to slow the pace down in Molloy if they
Yeah,
want to win.
we'll see. But boy, it's just like good. They're good. That Ramacha slow is like when they're in Black Room in the choke, the slow gets so
really-
much free
Really
damage.
great timing.
Like literally, and somehow, even if anyone manages to get through, Mei manages Mei manages to get a wall off, and then Zarya just suddenly is back in spawn. Like, oh my god. It's like prime Overwatch 2 release where tanks just explode immediately. I get it, bro. Oh my goodness. But now we'll see. I'm just waiting, bro. We're just waiting.
Not sure what the ETA on the next match is.
No idea, but
Should be very
honestly, no. I got none. Gotta wait. You just gotta wait. It's almost that, bro. This casting thing is pretty hard, but you know what? Make it funny.
making it work. We're making it work out here.
I'm looking at myself on the camera right now. Bro, if you think about it, if we look back, the camera should like go. It should look like towards the camera reception, bro. It could.
This guy's tweaking.
No, we're just waiting for the next map though. As simple as that, though. Like honestly, I think. Okay, here's what I expect. If they're gonna play Midtown, I feel like they might whip out the Zarya, maybe Orisa, and Sigma. But I think the Ramatra could be stronger on like last point because I kind of want a consistent shield if you're gonna play first point defense, which is kind of why you want the Sigma. But Orisa could also work because once you, it's my support player, bro. He's too good at the game. Too good. How do I mute? If we're gonna
Yo,
get
can we get security? Get this guy out of here.
mods, get him out. But you know, I okay. So here's what I expect. If they're gonna play Midtown, I feel like Post needs to be playing either Sigma, right, for the constant shield if they're gonna be on defense, but also Orisa could work because that second major perk with the shield, along with having Fortify, you literally
oppressive.
you just
Like,
become a wall.
Exactly.
And that's not getting that. You also have the spear when you take the shield perk. It's just too good. Oh, too good. Oh yeah, I'm talking about. Yeah, but for other maps, I don't know. If they're playing Numbani, I'm not really sure.
Ooh,
Kings
Kings
Row.
Row again. I think
God forbid.
most, if not all, of
Ready for battle.
second map might be Kings Row today. I don't know.
Maybe. No,
All the ones that we've been watching, we've been playing, have all been Kings Row, I believe.
I think Kings Row obviously is a oriented map because in Overwatch 1 it was.
It's a
grind
classic.
hard.
It's a classic.
It's a classic.
Point.
Certified classic,
You
right?
can't go wrong.
You
Go wrong.
literally can't go wrong. You can already see Ramatra, Sigma, and Mei. They're already playing the exact same conference board. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I mean? But they hopped on the Vine and the Bastion. I don't really. I don't see a Lucio, which might be very hard to gap on Vine. But you know, Post. Honestly, if you just play like a death ball and just play together and just blow up whoever's in front of you, I genuinely think it's winnable. But you know.
Got the juke and the sim team.
Let's see.
Are they gonna really? They will go into the high ground.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Now you already see that honors on the right side. I think right now you already forced Suzu. Lucio goes down with a turret. I think honestly you could start walking now, but you really gotta be careful about that honor. He's still sitting top of the pipe. Nobody can really go for it, which means eventually he's gonna get a really good nade. You see on the back like lining up something. So it's gonna take a bit of time. Demonte coming out, Ryan gets
great answer.
See? Exactly what I said. Ana was sat on height, and then nobody was able to kill her. She got a free nade off, and Julian gets 3 kills with the Mei left click. Too good at this game. Oh my goodness. They get the stagger on Fury. They do! That is a very hard stagger. That's like at least
Another
like
10
10 seconds.
seconds.
Literally, bro. Unlucky. I think their honest positioning is actually really good because they're playing a brawl comp. So she's going to be sitting really far back and they have to. You can see their monsters every couple seconds looking towards Ana to make hey. But Bastion already used Torn. Not really the best idea. You haven't really caught them. Which means they are going to be down a heavy time.
Huge on him.
Big nade, big wall, and then he drops Ana, but they're down Sin. It's even. It's not looking in Molloy's favor because they're down their mains. They're flexible. That means they're going to be using a lot of tough healing. But Banjo gets a nice going series. Finishes out even more. Ryan drops down, which needs to start helping the monster. Ryan, low-key on Ryan. But Bastion drops, and Juno is the last one alive. Do they get the stagger kill?
Traded onto the mate. Oh my.
Does the monster know Juno's box? Juno is literally 007 agent sneaking around. I thought the Sombra in this perk was gone, but I guess it's back on Juno somehow. He's gone. They're right back in the fight, but looks like with 90 to their ult have Coach ult. It's not gonna look too good. I think in this corner, if you mail, this is huge. They literally cannot get out.
They're finding another pin.
Ryan is frozen. Ryan drops. Next one should be Bastion. Next one should be Juno. Juno have it. Juno 1. Nice.
3 shots by Banjo. It really like Soj getting the first pick. Time and time again.
It's really like that simple. They're playing like really far close together, which is excellent on a brawl comp. But the issue is that when you have a Mei, if Mei gets one person alone, their whole comp falls apart. So they really need to play together at all times. Start with the Juno speedrun. Ryan is 85 shatter. You know what? I'm starting to maybe Super's in this hobby because he might get a 6-man shatter in a 5v5. I don't know how. He might manage. Ana has nano, which means Ryan gets anti. Ramatra gets nano, and Ryan just blows up piece by piece. Next one should be Sin. Sin is full charge on point. You know what? Ramatra does not care. Kills 2, kills 3, make it 4. Too good at this game. And you know what he did? Didn't even use Ramatra, which means he can really hold that space for 20 seconds in Ramatra for as long as he can. However, they have Shatter and Bastional and Ball. Don't forget Juno, which they can really just stack ults and win the fight. Beat, it could work, but it could cut through it can't. Everything they have is touch rate. So it's not looking too good on Molloy's favor. It depends. Maybe tight.
Bastion
Not
coming
bad.
out. Not
So just
narrowly
too good at
missing
this
the
game.
Soj.
Oh my goodness. Bastion's a lot of overhead. They start
They
walking
really
with
do have to push his on all high ground because
Ryan's
gonna get
walking. Big 2-man shatter. Oh my goodness. Lucio and Ramatra goes down easy. Bastion is half HP.
Ana steals on the high ground.
Ana has not left. You know, Ana's starting to set up her 401k up there. You know, she's starting to retire on that height. I get it, bro. She's not leaving. But, you know, Ana still managed to get out less than a quarter HP. You know what? Ana is just at this game somehow managed to get it with no Lucio. But unfortunately, they lose the first point. You know what? Both starts taking it and they start playing slow.
I might want to rant.
Already Suzu's might be able to walk with Rambo because they have nothing to actually stop you. Macho takes the second first of the first left click. It's a good choice if you want to chunk down the shield, but I would personally prefer the shield increase. My Ramatra is low. He low me. I don't know what's going on, but they start walking. Ramatra's going to crazy help. But that means he just starts walking, no Suzu.
Another great
annihilation. Ramatra goes down. Oh, that's not wrong. That's Bastion. Oh, Ryan is quarter HP. Ryan goes down, and then Fury goes down. And you know what? Just take Juno with you while you're at it. That's just a kill. They only use one ult, and they have Mei ult. It's going to be very hard for Post to walk out the chunk because if one comes out to choke, they can wall and then instantly go with a Mei ult right after, and whoever is out there dies. They have Kitsune though, so they can try to just force their way in. So it's not going to be looking in so far.
It might be looking on a flank.
That's very right. They're actually going around the world. They have Kitsune. I think it's tough that Kitsune doesn't know I was right.
King died early.
He was struggling to get up, but you know what? Watch
Mayo
it.
comes
Having
out.
Kitsune, Karamat's crazy. Blowing up. Oh my goodness.
Another great
Big
anti.
nade. 3-man nade. He drops Juno. He jumps. Does faster than Curie. Also
Ana
died.
really is a huge problem for Post University. They really don't have an answer for the
Out, then the answer comes out and they just hop on Genji. That's perfect. They adapted really fast. But you know what? Ana's playing with the fidget spinner because she knows she's so chill right now. Getting on height. You know, it looks like they might have to actually just get to Ana at this point. Ana really... Oh.
Who's out?
Already drops already. They have Shatter. They have to respect the space. But now the issue that Ana and Genji are sitting on height. They have a lot of pressure for them to look on height. Ana for one fire thing. Ana still has Nano and Mind Shatter is still online. Bastion pops ult. Who does he go for? He drops the Lucio with B.
He has B.
Oh my goodness. And then Lucio, they still have a lot of momentum now. Big Shatter, he kills it through the shield. You know, that wouldn't happen on land, but psych, it happened on land, so it still happened. Oh my goodness.
That's Super, is that you?
Super, is that you? Jesus Christ. You know, I would say this wouldn't happen on land, but it happened on land, which fine is
Can't use that excuse
good.
anymore.
It doesn't
We are
work.
on land.
And Genji staggered. There you go. Now, they hop on Genji Venture. I'm not too sure about the Venture pick here, nor the Genji, because I would actually hope Post University has an answer to the Ana, but it looks like the momentum is getting so strong and the DPS is starting to crack. But you know what? Diamonds crack under pressure. You know what I mean? This might be very, very winnable. There's still Nano online. They might get another amount of good
coming out, aggressive B coming out.
They need a full amp on there. He still doesn't need amp. Maybe he's not really looking to engage too hard. They're walking crazy. Ana has no Kyries. One HP Kyries drop. Bastion's dropped. Ryan's dead, and Juno drops him with them. Now, they're 87 to wall, though. I think if they really do like a sort of like horizontal wall onto point, they could just straight up walk for free. If you get a good wall, that stops Ana's LOS. And that means Post can walk up like crazy. But they still have both ults, the Mantra and Nano. It's not looking too much of a favor. Mantra's already less than a quarter of his speed.
Might be looking for a Nano plate. Genji 95% on the plate.
Him dies.
Another
no
kill.
Zuzu. Bastion is pull on, and they have to tie because he's already lost his spin. But you know what? Mantra is not giving up his space. Top ult. They use Nano Blade with it. You know, it was a nice ult chunk, but I think the best ult used there was just for Mantra because they were already down 6. There was really no point of using it. Which means
That had to touch. You have 10 seconds time to touch. I wonder.
and when it's trying to get it, Ryan gets a crazy play. He gets the Venture, but they C9, unfortunately. Ryan was 95 to Shatter. They had Kidsplay and they had Bastion. They had ults almost ready, but still didn't get it. No, I see what the Juno is for. Like, it's for the speed, but like, I feel like Yo is much better because uptime is way higher.
Way higher than.
Yeah, because you can see that Molloy always has a Lucio with the Mantra, so he's always just walking, right? But the Ryan has to just wait for either a TP or a Juno speed ring. Not as much uptime as a Lucio speed. So it's not looking too good in their favor. Honestly, if I was Molloy right now, I'd probably be playing Orisa or stay on the Mantra, just pulling the Ryan. Because the Ryan...
I wonder if they will make... I don't know. It's working pretty well for them.
Yeah, it's
working
a lot.
But the Ana, I think the Ana is like clutch.
Yeah,
They
the
have
nades
no-
on Ana
absolutely no
is
answer.
too good because the nades are so good to the where like they first that post force Suzu somehow they have to force Suzu to live someone, and Ana not even a second later gets a nade, and at most it's 2 purples, maybe even 3 every single fight, which means
Seems
they
like
have
every
to back.
fight she gets a
Like,
with a nade. It's
I'm
great.
always seeing purple on my screen. I'm not too sure what's going on. This Ana has the Counter-Strike lineups on nades. I don't understand. But, you know, you see, Rookham College, what we did is that we started on Widow. You know, so you get an easy pick on first game. You know, they're not looking too confident in Widow, but they have the Rhine sitting in the corner with Symmetra. So it's not looking like they start with the Widow. I was wrong. You didn't get a pick. Doesn't look like it though.
I think they're looking for a Maywall. The Maywall's close left, waiting for the ball.
Nice bait on the wall, which means now they could really start walking. That's a big slow, and that's a big punch. Taking out the first for Simmons. 1 HP. Nice. Oh, it's a big pin. Macho might drop 3 carries. Crazy. It is half HP. Good deflect.
He took those Rams.
Now Macho should have no. Here we. Oh my goodness. No, then my Ryan is too good at this.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
Is this LH Cloudy? Is this Cloudy? My goodness. No, I think Kiri maybe should have just played like or like not the high because she can wall climb and maybe just get on top, but I don't think playing low. The Mantra is still getting a lot of pressure. I feel like eventually Ram that's a good poop on Lucio, making sure the Ram doesn't get pinned. They already have no form, no Suzu. That means Ryan can really start walking. Ryan drops, but then they lose their Echo. They are up a tank, which means they get a lot of space. So it's half HP. Sim is now dropping
Great
slowly
flow
but
on
surely.
the
TP's 2 points, trying to get over a bait. Curie, no TP. Curie, no
Tons of
Juju.
damage.
That's a lot of punch value. Oh my goodness. He's already almost on ramp ult. Everyone almost has ults here. So, it already looks like Post has lost his fight, unfortunately. So, what I'm looking towards is that Post plays on like a corner and just waits for them to push because they have shatter. So,
Fury diff?
I don't know. Like, we got August. Here we go. Like, Auger on Lucio. Big shatter! Drop on the Lucio, which means now they get a lot of space. They have to start walking on the Demontra now because they really want to make sure he doesn't get out. Venture manages
Wait,
to
they
die.
hadn't even put point. Wait, I didn't even notice they didn't
Oh my
flip
goodness.
point.
Wait, how? I swear they had more than at least 1 point. Maybe.
That was a great shatter of re-engage. I don't think any of them were expecting that.
Most definitely.
Look for another Maywall. Can they bait it?
I'm just trying to keep playing the corner, try to bait it.
Maywall coming out.
He comes out. Camacha should die on this, right? Up ramble. Now he can really walk. Because now he kills the Sim. He gets beat. We have Kitsune and he just pummels Ryan down. Stops with no armor after he gets dropped. See, they used all of their ults
Yeah,
to
that
fight,
was a really
which is-
expensive
which-
fight.
It was a lot of, but I feel like
Guarantees that first point. That first point.
yeah,
One of the hardest. You can
would-
get full health.
you could really get full of health if you don't use timing correctly. They just had to boot everything. You know, I think Venture is an interesting choice because you can kind of dive on your kind of Raleigh. You know,
Just falls like
I don't know how to dive through a vortex. Matra picks the really good perk of the burst left click, which means he can actually do a lot of damage to the line shield. And Echo gets the top, pins in. Let's see if he gets a line gap. Ryan gets down, but you know what? Echo is still swinging. Might be looking shatter. Echo is still up. Not even shatter. Phoenix, oh, he gets the pin. Oh my goodness. No. This Ryan, oh, that's unlucky. You know, the Ryan, you know, he lived with honor and died with glory. He pinned that Echo ult. And you know what? Echo is still alive. Taco Belly is just pummeling everything down yet again. You know, I think this fight, they could have really used Sim ult by now.
I'm with you.
Try to make sure the
they've
Ryan
been
was-
holding it for like 2 fights now.
Yeah, I can see why they're scared of it though, because obviously the Ramattra can punch these shields in the game, right? But it's only just Ramattra that can do it. Ryan is already no shield. Full speed. He has Shatter though, which is a big
Shatter.
5-man Shatter! No, he's too good at this game. Too good at this game. Oh my god.
Nah, who's going?
No. Is this super? Pops the mana ult, but wait, he kills 3! He kills 3!
That's cheating.
No. This is him. Oh, he has the New York Excelsior skin on? I thought Overwatch League was over. He's still playing Overwatch League. What's going on? I honestly thought, I'm gonna be honest, I thought that, whoa, Pops the Sim ball? Not really too sure on this Overwatch, but I really think that this Ramattra is just making it too hard to find.
They're glazing the Ryan, but I mean the Ram.
The Ram is just doing a lot. They have Kitsune. I
That was
think
a great
this
disengage. Great disengage by the for the Juno.
excellent. Sim already sims something tight. They have A ults. Sim goes down, which means that Ryan loses a lot of
Have to
frontline
use Kitsune. They
pressure.
have to.
They just have to pop ults. Here he goes down with Kitsune. They pop May ult. Oh, they Suzu that. He gets frozen. Need to hit the headshots. Need to hit that. Oh, it's just unlucky. They get frozen. Maybe does not go for the right headshots. Not looking at another Ryan pick. Let's see if he gets the Ryan gap. Good Suzu, but Ryan has to touch it. And eventually, he goes to 3 meters. They have Kitsune on the line. Fury is locking in, playing it like it's cinematic. Kiriko trying to kill everyone, but it doesn't. Oh, it's a nice shatter. You know, it was a shatter on nobody, but hey, it was a victory shatter. And you know what? Molloy wins 2-0, not even down a single map.
Pretty convincing out of Molloy. I mean, well,
You know,
Play of the game.
what do you think was Post's biggest?
the Ana.
Yeah, that Ana was way too. I feel like they needed to make adjustments much faster because they Post stayed in their exact same top the whole game, but Molloy, even when they lost a single point, they were like, all right, let's go on Genji, and then already they swapped someone else for Doge and they went for Venture. They already adapted, so they played like sort of like an anti-Ryan comp, but I don't think you should hang on Ryan at this point. You're gonna get brawled down. Ryan's gonna punch you. May's just gonna wall you. Joe can close the gap on you and make sure that you really can't get out. It's just not looking good for Ryan. It's just really hard.
Despite all his heroics on Ryan, he tried his best.
He tried his best. He even pinned the Echo Shatter to save his team. And you know what? Who helps him? We don't know. But it was a good attempt, you know. I think the Rhine was obviously the right pick on bro, but I think backline need to make more adjustments or maybe have a loose make sure that he can that Ramatra not looking. It's just no. Molloy gets a much deserved win. They must have been scrimming a lot because Jesus Christ, Ramatra is broken. I ain't gonna say too much though, but um
All right. You have our next. You gotta go, guys. You got our next match.
you know, I know we too good at this casting stuff, bro.
Yeah.
We too fun, we too funny. But you know, we gotta go back to our seats, play our next game against who? I don't even know, but we gonna win. Maybe.
That's true.
I don't know. But we playing in winners finals, not grand finals. Winners finals against
One, bro.
God knows who. I don't really know. Yeah, we out.
Peace out, guys.
Yep, we too chill, too nonchalant. Let me
Hello!
Spinning. Dylan? Is
I'm Vince from Anna Maria.
casting Marist University versus college.
Yeah, Marist are definitely like, bring themselves to, I'd say, be the favorites.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
it's gonna be an interesting one.
both these teams, I believe they're in
Yeah, this is to decide who goes to grand final.
finals, and then we still have some.
Including us.
We have one going right now.
Yeah, back. That's Molloy.
Molloy.
One post.
I
Yeah.
think you're right. Currently on map 1.
Yeah.
Someone's up 1 point. Tower and seems like there's been a lot of leash. Kind of.
Yeah, it's kind of a player favorite.
We've only played. No, we played.
Well, we played in Antarctic,
Yeah,
yeah,
we played
versus Siena. So yeah, just a quick update, I guess, for whoever's tuning in. Teams out so far: Siena, West Point, and
West Point.
I think it's
That was
Ace?
one other. Ace.
yeah. Yeah.
Could be going to the. Know what's hobby, but I believe they're
Yeah.
just waiting on. game to
Set
start.
up. Ready. Never.
Talk a little bit about what we know. Marist, we already played. They have a venture.
Yeah, they do.
They have a venture. But
Yeah.
we'll see how it plays out through here.
Yeah, I mean, Marist, like, they've clearly come in quite dominantly, I'd say.
Yeah.
They're coasting through the upper bracket, and Brooklyn's the only other team up there with them. So far, they haven't had to play them at all, so, that's good for them. But I'm sure they would have, had plenty of time, maybe even us play them. They know a little bit about what to expect. But yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty safe to say that Marist have a unique identity. I was told pretty early on by some other MAA teams that they're pretty heavy hitters. Not a conference that we're familiar with you.
Right.
Strange. Oh well, no, there was a Connecticut team. I don't know.
Well, we're the only one left.
Yeah, well, we're the only one left. Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they definitely know what they're doing. Their players have had pretty long breaks, but this is a while.
Yeah.
In the meantime, they've been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, we walked by. They had one other setup playing our Rivals. Actually, right back. Yep, playing Rivals 6 stacking. Give those Marvel Rival skills over here. Overwatch.
Yeah.
And I believe if they win, whichever team wins this, they will have a pretty heavy break. We're getting right into here.
They're getting right into it.
Women's finals.
So this is a best of 5. So this could be a long one. But early prediction right now before it really kicks off, I'm saying Marist be nothing. But not to say it won't be close. I just think they're gonna close it out every time. That's my push.
Understand now.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, interesting coming through. I think the Marist and Brooklyn overlays are swapped around wrong. So that might be confusing a couple people at home. But yeah, because I thought.
There we go.
Wait, yeah, there we are. Perfect. Yeah, so it doesn't look too different than what we've typically seen out of Marist. Playing the Ram, playing the Venture, so memorable. Yeah. Yeah, I'll admit, I did a little bit of checking on the teams. I was like, what's the competition look like? One thing I found out, Ashley plays a lot of Doom. So I'm actually really interested in how Marist plays. I feel like it'll actually be quite disruptive.
Don't let them take the point.
Back on back. Closing. Not playing. There. Ashby. Doom is very interesting. Not a lot of Doom players.
No, not typically, but Ashby does play other heroes too. We were watching Brooklyn win earlier, and he was out, I think it was, on a push map. looked pretty strong on it.
He was very excited about it.
Oh yeah, yeah, and you know his director who was right next to me was saying that that was him at a sort of like public level.
We're gonna see Marist come in now. Dumal. Andrew's on the back line. He's gonna try. Oh,
Wow, my gosh.
But the Lucio does stay alive.
Yeah, so just yet again, it's just Venture just like being aggressive. You know, Brooklyn is definitely making the right decision playing the free into this. Capacity. I think a lot of teams have skipped over that, or you know, they just comfortable at the time when they were playing it. But this is like a really good test run for countering Venture, which has proven so difficult for so many teams.
We did have a bulletin.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, the Juno ult just so strong. Combo that with a Venture, and both teams like playing on a low ground with feeling above them, nowhere to run. Nowhere to run at all.
The aiming pretty close. Both have 3 ults. See how they touch it. Or it's definitely outside. Don't age, but pull up. Try to go for something. Get it.
Nice down. That's so hard to really see what's going on. Up is low, but he does have his cooldown, so I can still win it through. There it is. Yeah, and that's probably a round close, but you might see a touch or two by Ashby or Major. Yeah, I think like Night Market really isn't ideal for the Duke comp. I think they'll actually have better success on Garden. Yeah, I've heard mixed things about whether or not like completely random or next map is guaranteed. I think Garden would suit best. No, we're in Control Center. So I would definitely say that it's favored to Marist in terms of comps, as long as Brooklyn continues to play the Doom this tier, which I think isn't a bad play into all of this. It's just that, you know, indoor map.
We'll
see if they do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see right now, but they're coming up very soon. That way, that guy could be a big fan of Vega. That's the only like Toronto name.
Team, where is it?
Someone needs to fill their saddle.
Brooklyn's gonna stop.
Yeah, so they're on that Queen comp we're talking about. Oh yeah. Kind of see how that yeah, the slow is just so oppressive there, and you know, part of your comp is really trying to play second first, and part of it really does want to go for really like at odds with the rest of the comp. The Queen wants to get in there, but the cast, at least in this situation where they're playing against the Venture, is maybe hoping that the Venture's going to get active first, and then he can punish. So
it's kind of what we're seeing.
Yeah, they're very smart right now. They know they don't need to.
Look at this. Still doorknob.
Yeah, a big trade on doorknob for Major. I think like it makes it difficult for Brooklyn, but not impossible to kill in this fight. Losing the Maze 2, that's of course not great, but you know. Absolutely. Yeah, you know, he's seemingly nutty on the creep. You know, I was overhearing earlier when Brooklyn won that game that I think one of the DPS for Brooklyn is like originally a CS player, so maybe he's got that cracked aim. Yeah.
If it is him.
Yeah, I think so too.
Think you can take me?
Having some ult seat.
That's the other one. Alright. I think for the ults that Brooklyn had there, they really didn't need to have their Queen play close. They already had the point, Marist had to touch. And so when they do touch, they're in that open space and you have so many ults.
We'll say the Brooklyn 5 ult.
Yeah, I mean, it should be in Brooklyn's favor this fight. Wow, Alex. Right in there, the rally. Done by Major. Oh, but of course that pesky Venture's still alive. Oh, no.
That was really good. I mean, both you of third. That was
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they didn't have to break the bank to win that one. They were able to. Oh, but this is quite crucial. So a little too far ahead. Ashby tries to run in with his ult to preserve some kind of win.
They're all really low and
Just getting away with it, really. You know, I think it's just the backline of Marist. It doesn't play well into really not much. Maybe you can sort of skill check and save your rally for a Brig ult, your Brig ult for a Queen rally, and then try and like stun her. But other than that, like the backline just doesn't really.
Ashby's going in and Up's just back to the.
Yeah, I mean Alex just like so consistent. Clearly, like Cassidy is a solid pick for him, and actually it's making it a pretty good matchup.
First coming. Ashby's really gonna be the only one that.
Nice wall.
Got a small up here.
They're all too aware that he loves that.
Oh, the creep comes. Gonna get up.
Yeah, just phenomenal, really. Wow. I mean, nicely done by Brooklyn. You know, they're really like understanding their win cons here. They know the weaknesses Marist can't have. If Marist was on some kind of Lucio or a Kiriko, then the Queen wouldn't be getting so much value because she's running in that with that ult, and it's still proving useful. You know, typical other comps, not going to see that much value, but you know, with what Marist are trying to achieve, it's really bailing out Brooklyn.
I'll say this is gonna be interesting. You know that Brooklyn. But they just.
From imperfection, we build a new world.
Obviously, kind of.
5, 4, 3,
Both you beat out.
1. Round 3. Capture the
Yep.
objective.
So it looks like Queen again. So basically the same comp coming out from Brooklyn. I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But on the other hand, you know, it's a different arena playing Dub. There's a lot more open angles. And so much of it actually depends on who wins the first fight, because defending it is so much easier than attacking it.
We're actually gonna see Siena pop off. Acid.
Wow.
A lot of damage coming from the first, but let's put.
Yeah, he's able to get that one pick onto Rose, but not enough to get it done. I mean, really though, Marist, you know, they had the point. Brooklyn, they'd taken a peculiar angle for a first fight, and so when it came to it, when Brooklyn needed to defend, Marist had the advantage. They were waiting for them, then test them up. I mean, I think if Brooklyn just pushed main through the bridge, they would have had a much better time.
They're gonna go.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a complete pincer right now, and it's got to be devastating for that Brooklyn rotate.
It does. It's still even.
Yeah, I mean, they still got that dog in them.
That's it. So goal. Gonna back out. Maybe try to reach.
Oh, nice knife. Oh, but the wall just saves them. Well, they've managed to achieve what most teams don't on this point. They've actually retaken it after the first fight. So, Brooklyn definitely has solid chances.
We don't know. So low.
Come on, mate. Try to keep up.
Brooklyn. Molloy's just gonna. I really like what Morris did.
Yeah. Oh, my ultimate is
Don't
not
have
ready
it.
yet.
Yeah, I mean, Brooklyn, like, you know, they're really defying the odds. A lot of these fights, like, I just feel like are really uncomfortable for them, and yet they're still able to do it just by sheer will of, you know, the comp, but also, you know, their own skill.
This ends now.
There's so much.
Yeah, just so much to see. A big piece placed down.
Let's just not die.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you notice as well, Marist have now picked up the Lucio, so they're going to have something defensive. Uno dies late, but I think she's going to get the same spawn as the rest of it. Although, and now it's up to Brooklyn to take the point from Marist. Basically a home court advantage. So, yeah, I mean, it's not been too successful over time. You know, they're looking to rotate again. They seem to really want to avoid bridge here. But, you know, sometimes what other options do you have? Because the instant here is a little too aggressive.
A little bit more poking.
Ram's running into it. Oh, die. Nice pick by Major, but it's just not enough. He picks taken down by Mara.
Only 2 old dudes are more than 10 in that one.
This asteroid belt. Oh, is that not a common mistake?
Well, you know, Ashby's back on that Doomfist and he's ready to touch, but man, is it close.
It's gonna be.
Yeah, with 0 ults,
This
Mars
ends
2,
now.
up to Soj now, ready if needed. Ashby's dead now. Nicely done by Kane. And that's it. You know, I think so far my prediction's looking pretty solid, you know. I think we've seen a close but, you know, definite map. You know? I think there are definitely parts where Brooklyn has, you know, shined. But overall, you know, it's still sided.
I think Morris is doing really good. Roster is like basically say
Yeah.
you know, they switch the gift out. Not really
Yeah.
much I could.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you know, looking at it, you know, adaptations are going to matter so much in every series. You know, it's not do or die for the team right now, but of course both want that, you know, ticket to finals right now rather than having to face a hungry lower bracket team. So I know Brooklyn are going to have plenty more in the tank. They don't come across as mental boom easy. And so I think they're going to be experimenting while they wait, you know, what's best for us right now so that we, you know, really get that map.
They also get map out of the.
Yeah.
Sure, I believe
Yeah,
it-
it's Paraiso, Kings,
Town?
Midtown. Nambani, did we already? Yeah, so Nambani.
So
Um,
a lot of different play styles there.
Yeah, totally. What would you want to do right now if you, based off of how they play and how Marist?
I think you just to the Braum. I think
You
that's
want to
what
go to
they
the
do.
Bro map? Yeah, that Queen definitely performing well, but I think a large part of it was failure to adapt by Marist. And I think by the end of it, you can argue that the Lucio pick was done purely just because, you know, Garden's Lucio better than Brig, but it might also be the case that they've clued into the fact that they do need some kind of defensive ult. That Queen ult can be so aggressive. Oh, we're loading into Midtown,
Midtown.
so
That is an interesting thing for first.
Said there is authentic Vietnamese
Little more of a
food in big cities. What should I try first?
I guess pick for.
But denying free will is
wow,
also
okay.
evil.
We're seeing a radical comp swap
Yeah.
up right now. We're looking much more at like a poke right now coming out of Marist. The overlay is just swapped around again. I think it's because they swapped sides.
Messing with production.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, you know that'll be Marist in blue, setting up defensive,
5,
while Brooklyn attacking on the original comp.
I was gonna say I saw Brooklyn at the adventure.
incoming. Defend
Hold up.
Yeah.
But we're gonna see the. I think that's trying to.
Yeah, you know, with the Ram, like, you know, if you're ever in a tough spot, just use the phase, press with friendship, and arguably the same with the Orisa, you know. But it just doesn't make the target.
Playing really good. It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ashby's definitely trying to force him. Just misses the on stage.
Gotta walk in. Oh, walk in and up. Oh, he wants to get low. This one off. He does fall.
You know, I like this. I like this strategy. Not completely because they, but I get what they're trying to do here with the Bap Zen. They're definitely trying to break cups down more, but whether that's the key to success, I don't really know.
I mean, right there too. It's hard. You have half down. Not a lot.
Yeah.
Are we gonna try to take?
Yeah, I mean, the Discord Golden Cups, like, that was really down to the Cups, like, bending. I think if he plays the corner smart enough, it won't ever really matter. So I appreciate the Fury Craft movement, but it doesn't necessarily the full purpose, as long as Marist has the,
A lot of old time. Let's try to get in.
yeah, you know, I really like seeing Alex back on this cast. It was just classic on the first map, and you know, it's paying its fair share now. Well played, honestly. It's right into the venture, and it definitely feels like it's pick. Whether it's his main, I don't know, but you know, this guy's definitely feeling the Cole Cassidy.
I actually really like what they know their combo. And Drew is gonna try to read him.
Yeah, so nicely done by Brooklyn, who is now taking the point. Pretty solid time bank, just over 3.5 minutes when it capped. No. Marist now setting up the second. The question is, do they hold close? It doesn't look like they will, but I feel like they're not. I guess they were just forced out to really do it, and now they're going to kind of play a football stage. With the Soja, it's bad, but eventually gets a lot less value in it.
Lisa, holding off behind him. Stay alive. Oh no, I'm just right over. Seems like they're going to try to push really low. The soldier just playing off bank. That'll work.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, like, you know, Brooklyn are really making great advancements with Pillow. And, you know, how rare is it to see another team playing Soldier? I think a couple teams may have noticed Santa Maria plays that a little bit, but we don't typically see that with many other roles. So I can appreciate it. Wow. What a great spear by Ashby and then follow up by Alex. I mean, they are dumb. You know, they really do not want to deal with any more of that. So they're trying their hardest to force Dylan off of the venture. But whether we're actually going to see that swap ever happen this LAN, who knows? I think only Dylan. Yeah, I mean, you know, you can say at the very least, like, they need closer to them at the start of the fight, and then maybe they can fight the base, venture, you know, so it's whatever. But at the end of the day, you've got to start close. Fear annoys me so much. You're able to take these out, but
They can result. They get the kills and they will. Just
Wow,
the-
phenomenal by Ashby. Okay, definitely looking for a 5th. Ah, unable to.
And really good job by Death Soldier there. Got pulled.
That was some fine work.
Yeah.
Able to get
Well, fair play by Brooklyn. You know, they're really throwing everything out there to try and maximize their. You know, Marist, they're
Thanks for the help.
they're not exactly giving up, and they're not folding you. I think we're probably about to see another fight win by Marist. Gold advantage, Nano coming up, Frank might be good.
Sevens. They Warren tries to pop every gold at once. Could hurt them. Pitching now.
Oh yeah,
Didn't
finally
even
off of the
notice
venture.
watches over you.
Cassie.
I wasn't aware I could play other characters. Yeah. So playing the cast, sort of, and I think that means
I've got you.
really just at a distance.
How do you say that, Jordan? Probably Alex. Somehow.
How's it going?
Yeah, wow, nicely done by Alex.
I will say one downside about having that. I would have been back by now.
It looked like they had an early advantage. You could have their thing by Alex. But nicely done by Face Mist, but then Nano ups. No, they weren't even intending to really push out. They were just trying to say, no, look, got the pick, don't care, using my ult, not walking right now. Ups definitely getting pushed out though. Support ult being popped instantly by Brooklyn. Yeah, you know, just noticed that from a little POV on Major. Seemingly decided to go with automatic killing that for level 1 choice, but one I used to until I learned better. And now, you know, I think I'm gonna throw this box right now.
A lot of
Actually,
ults
that's
for Morris.
well played.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah, with no time, but you know, overtime's overtime. Against Marist, how the whole day has been going, I think that's an achievement alone. So well done by Brooklyn. I'm very interested in how Marist does that. Midtown was picked by Brooklyn, so maybe this isn't Marist and then comfort pick, but you know, ready for.
Best of 5, so like best of 5 is just the first bit.
This is the first best of 5 because it's upper semi, and then the win.
Ready for battle.
Yeah.
Hey there.
Yeah.
I pack my. I'm sure it's fun.
So
Sure thing.
I don't think that you.
Can't change the world by following all the rules.
We'll figure it out. Yeah. Totally all right though.
Especially with the game this going.
I'm more
Good
of
go,
a
Joe Matt.
basketball person.
Yeah, just for those that are curious.
Don't put words in my
Couldn't tell you the
mouth.
score right now of the post Molloy game, but they're currently playing on Kings Row. That's double close.
4, 3,
We'll see what's going on with it.
1.
Gonna keep
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Morris now.
Mission underway. Work together.
Trying to play a little bit quicker, which is good. They know that they're trying to play.
Yeah, we don't see Marist off of Ram in quite a minute. I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But I'm running into competition, which is making them fix it. So, you know, they're theory crossing right now.
Yeah, but they're not really acting on it. They're trying to kind of. Now they will.
Yeah, kind of setting up a little bit like a Tracer player here. He's just getting in position, ready to strike. Nicely done by Ashby. Up's now dead. Marist are going to have to wait, but Up's still getting a little bit of poke out because he knows. Nicely done by Alex.
Something that Morris is. They can't focus. Marist has so many abilities. Not gonna die. They have a BAP pocketing. You need to go after this back end. Get that jump. Go for.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely an interesting take by Marist. I think they're setting themselves up to play here just by the nature of the fact that they haven't played this stuff. I get playing strength. Maybe it's not pick to play the queen, as it's not really working out yet so far. But you know, you got to try these gambits. I don't know. Wow, nice combo. And that should got it down with Alex. Well played by Brooklyn, honestly. Well played. I really think Marist need to reevaluate their comp after this fight if the ults don't change. Doorknob now playing Echo. They definitely know it's not working as it is. Something needs to change. Will the ultimates things need to change? Or what?
Yeah, I mean, it's still playing the Echo. There's not
Yeah, with just a Fury ult alone, you know, they're able to take down Alex. Someone so reliable. Brooklyn.
Dust off the
Alex now works backwards.
This ends now.
Yes, absolutely. Crank top, Marine top, everything is top. And, you know, Death Soldier is playing on high ground. Gets a pick on basement. This is anyone's game right now. Ooh.
But it's just up to Alex.
First dead and the last alive.
Unfortunately, tank.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it was just... and Death Soldier going for it. But that's unfortunately not possible. Had that in the background. I think that was a win for Dutchess. Those that may be interested. I believe Dutchess just won. And by the volume, I'd say that was a win. But anyway, back to current events. Marist, Brooklyn, you know, Marist still on this Queen con. I think they believe in it at this stage. They just know they need to get their ults ready. And on Brooklyn's side, you know, I think Alex is definitely the best. They're doing, how was the language? The guy I counted. Really that cost them. Alex is live in that fight. Yeah, so you know, looking at it as well, Brooklyn's made a slight adaptation and are now playing the Illari. It's fine. It's, I wouldn't say Illari's groundbreaking. It adds I wouldn't necessarily play the Illari here. You know, I don't know Captain Zero. Maybe he's a really good Illari player. Exactly what
But it could also, they don't have as big Discord.
Advancing upward.
Yeah, definitely could. I mean, with the Echo now, like, I also could, like, it's again, like, Mark Echo with, to help your beat the mouse, guess out a little bit more. Wow, Marist really was looking at it. I was not expecting that another fight. I'm sure Brooke was probably anticipating a touch too, but unfortunately they just had to stop playing third point. You know, not a horrible time back though.
It's gonna be 5 ults and 4 ults. Brooklyn plays this right.
Yeah, they really can. I mean, looking at it honestly, it's 5 ults to 5. Death Soldier. Illari being popped now. Gets K2. Nice pick on base. I wonder what happened with the there. And that's why they popped Illari. Alex kills him up, and that makes a Brooklyn fight win. I mean, real.
There's definitely
Marist won.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely could have saved one of why they did came out.
Yeah.
Well, they do still have to. Worst case,
yeah. So
he did it kind of well. He was playing a little bit. Wow. Go down. Got made.
See, Cups isn't just—he's just not built as the same way as Ashby is on the Queen. I know Ashby would have survived that somehow, but Cups unfortunately does not leave unscathed. Now swapping to the Ram, so back to a little bit of a classic. You know, maybe bring the Venture back. Yeah, 'cause
Coming up on couple.
yeah, just Visor right now, but they should have the Illari in the mid to late fight.
This ends now.
Yeah, that totally works for us. So we're actually going to swap while live and let both teams.
Alright, welcome everybody. We just had a little cast with our two old commentators are going to play their match. We are back. Here is Marist versus Brooklyn. Back.
Marist is facing a lot of pressure. It's only 20 seconds to cap that final point. That's a lot of
There's a dupe and a Rom. We got the Ana Nano on him too. And Brooklyn pops 2 ults. We got Alex picks off one. Marist gets one with that ult. They just use Deadeye, and that's dupe off. And it looks like that might be the game 1 for Brooklyn.
Very unfortunate for Marist.
Very close at the end, but unfortunately for Marist, Brooklyn had more ults, so it pops him. Interesting comp. I'm surprised it worked. I was not commentating on the Marist game before this, and I said that Venture, with their off angles, are doing really well. And here, Brooklyn was actually able to shut them down well. We haven't played the game by Ashby. He's a very big pull in a massive PK. That's important.
That's game, right?
That was 1-1. Yes.
Oh, right, because Brooklyn just took this. All right.
Have 2 more for the final. Guess it's. I will say, I thought Marist was gonna come out strong, swinging on that one. It was a very close game at the end there. You had probably 30 meters left for Marist to win it, or tie it up actually. But Brooklyn did hold strong there with their defense. They had that they had that Echo dupe, they had that Nano on that Rom dupe. You know, you got 2 tanks, especially when you dupe Rom and his ult is so strong, you can just sit in his ult, sit on point, just lock it down, especially when they're OT, you can't really do that. You had Alice in the back line just picking up. It was really good work by Brooklyn.
Yeah, but Mr. Castro was talking about this earlier, but apparently this isn't even Marist's, like, it's not even their main roster.
No, it is not.
So, I mean, kind of like us today, I feel like their coordination might be a little bit off because of that.
Yep.
And that could explain, because Marist is the first seed and then Brooklyn second.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, so far it's still pretty even. I'm pretty excited to see how the rest of this match is gonna come out.
Yep. Up next we have a push up, I believe.
Yeah.
Maybe we've seen a lot of Esperanza today. Could maybe see a Coliseo. We could see a
New Queen Street. Yeah,
but
I'd like to see.
I would like to see a new Queen. Probably going to see an Esperanza because it is Marist's choice, and they were been very strong in Esperanza.
What? Oh, for the. Oh.
All right.
Okay.
So unfortunately, there is a. We will have a small wait in between games.
A little bit of a bathroom break
for
our players.
For the players. Entertain while we wait, though. So this is going to be potentially the last game of the series here. Winner, Marist and Brooklyn. We have our number 1 or our number 2 off.
Have we seen the losers final yet?
We have not. No,
Okay.
that will be coming on after this. Doing their semifinal right now in the not being.
All right.
that is between, I believe, Anna Marie. Else. Now we've seen before we see Venture Marist doing actually two different comps. One with the monkey to go jump in, crawl it. I think seeing how they've been playing, I feel like they're really strong in that queen. Kind of held that last game on Midtown. They held that queen basically the whole time. Didn't swap. I'm thinking against that Arisa, it'd be hard to swap to the monkey with how the Brooklyn backline is playing. You got Kree, you got Anna, you got Kiri. You have two people there that you could jump very. Might swap to that monkey. Try to kind of bait him out. You got the Venture going backline. When the Venture goes in, you got Monkey going backline. You got Kiri in. You got Lucio kind of booping everybody. He's gonna start to play around that. But Brooklyn did very well doing that last game. On Midtown, they just down the Venture as games.
Yeah, I think I mean, at least for me personally, I'm gonna have to take a little bit of time to familiarize myself with the players because I haven't been keeping up with what Marist or Brooklyn have been playing. And then, I mean, as you all saw, I only caught like the last few of that game. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how two of the highest rated teams are gonna fare out against each other for the rest of the match.
Like we up on.
I don't know.
Right here. Now I don't know if you guys have seen the bracket, but we have two matches going on right now. One not being the other one is about to start, which is final. They got a best of 5 match. Winner of that essentially game. The winner of that will be playing the that game. Seeing those matches up on the stream. Now we did see actually our team did play Brooklyn College. Happened to lose.
It was during our
obviously.
semifinals, I think.
Matches. Now Brooklyn College, they were very strong. They had that strong, had that queen. It's kind of they don't really mirror what Marist was as we see in Marist matches. Either try to mirror Marist to try to beat them on the same comp, or try to go 5. Brooklyn kind of stuck to what they held, what they knew, stuck to everything that they knew, and they kind of held strong last map. First map was actually. So we don't really know how that went, but like Marist did win that first map, which was ball map. Up next for third match map, Esperanca. Actually, haven't seen any of the maps. I've seen one new, no Coliseo. That map very much. Unfortunate. I think it's one I do like Coliseo. I feel like Esperanca is kind of overplayed some. Same with control maps. You know, we got Lee Jong, obviously. He had one match on Antarctic. I saw one match on it. I haven't seen any other map choice. Strong first, Pro strong second, Esperanza third.
Which team is that right there behind us? Is that?
No, that is not. That is the.
Oh, is that for the? That's
the
probably for the
loser
loser final
Yes,
then.
indeed. All right.
Yeah.
And here we back at Esperanza yet again. Like that would be the choice by Marist, but it does make sense. That's probably where their team comp is going to play best. Got Brooklyn and Marist on Esperanza. Over here we've got that Monkey Anna.
Like a. Is that a dude? I'm like trying to look at the outlines to figure out what the roster is.
5,
Like another Monkey.
3, 2.
Oh, that looks like a Hazard.
Could be a
Genji.
Hazard.
Objective.
Okay, so
Soldier.
Brooklyn has the Monkey and the Anna. We got Alex on the Tracer and Genji. Brig. Now Marist is pulling out the Hazard to go in the full dive again, but just a Monkey. Hazard could work out. Similar comp to face miss. DPS this time. They actually popped up their rotation. They've got
First
good
pick of the
by
match.
Kane, and
Death Soldier.
Marist is picking people off there. Monkey tries to jump in, Ashley,
Oh,
but
yeah,
unfortunately
that
they
fight.
just get
Oh man, that's
collapsed on.
yeah.
Protecting.
And there's the rest of Brooklyn College going down. Very good fight for Marist. First fight of this map. I mean, we saw some really good coordination, like the way that the players all dived with each other. I mean, very good communication with the players on this.
You have a swap to Doom here instead of big swaps on Brooklyn.
Oh, you tried
Different
it.
Tracer,
Yeah.
Node. Know where Anna is fucking Doom though. They saw that dive, they can't play the Anna. Ashby's trying to find something to do and getting
So far, no
pushed
big
away.
plays. Yeah,
Big
but
punch
Doomfist
the
does go
back.
in.
Goes in on that Soj, almost gets her, gets
Oh,
does
unfortunately
not
for
get her.
him.
Oh, but Alex does pick up, follow up on that. They're even right now, but down in tank is Brooklyn. GG Dax is going in, and he's taking ups. Alex gets one, that's going to be one up for Brooklyn College, and Ashby's going to come back quicker. Death Soldier on the trace is very low right now. They're up 2, Brooklyn up. GG Dax on that.
Man, he's
on
going in so
Major.
far, but he has no.
And he
He
gets
has no
picked
healing.
up.
He doesn't. His supports can't heal him when he goes that far in because they're just not grouped up. That's really unfortunate for GG Dax.
Good stuff by Ashby on the up
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like that swap was probably the right call, I think.
Let's get this on the road.
You got Kane trying to whittle down this Doom. You got that Soldier on the Tracer trying to also just whittle the Soj back.
Steady.
I'm just
We're
poking at
almost
them
there.
from the high ground.
Kind of hard when you've got two very fast teams. The punch off the GG Dax on the top. Hazard going in. That's a rush from Marist. They also have Hazard ult. That's Hazard ult coming out. Got Blade and beat. Cups gets one. Brooklyn's still only down one, but they have 3 ults. Oh, down
their
2.
supports are so low though.
Supports are just low. Ashby coming out.
Yeah.
They pull all the way out. Good play by them to pull out, not using ults. Marist used 2. They've got 3 ults versus 5 ults. Depends on how Brooklyn can play this with just 2 ults. They've got beat obviously to save any of the ults that Brooklyn. Ashby going in, getting walled off, punches out. That's Dumont going in. Picks off 2, gets 4. Big plays right there.
Huge.
Massive. They only use 1 ult. Brooklyn only used 1 ult. Marist didn't use any, but Brooklyn is still up on the ult economy. They only used 1. Very massive by Ashby. Punched off GG Dax from the front.
Possible flank from Death Soldier coming in here.
He
We'll
has
see if
his
he's able
bomb.
to dive onto the back line. Does have his pulse bomb, so we'll see what he's able to do.
Big
with that.
punch by GG.
This
By,
ends
Oh
now.
man,
Their
Death
big
Soldier
bomb.
goes in. Throws the
Big
pulse
fizz.
bomb. Unfortunately, he's not able to hit anyone with it.
Lucio beat in. Kane has ulted. So did Alex. That's Brig ult 2. We have a big ult fight going on. They still have Blade, and they still have Juno ult. Brooklyn could potentially Juno ult this. But Marist is down 2. Basement's low, GG Dax low. Ashby gets 2 there. Looks like this might be a fight 1.
GG Dax is so isolated from the He's got his loose gun. That's really... Brooklyn's really got the momentum to just stop the rest of that fight there.
They're both very fast teams, obviously, here at Comp,
Yeah.
but Ashby going in on the Doom is kind of creating space that Marist needs, that Brooklyn needs. You know, Alex just cleaning up kills.
Yeah, I mean, Alex on Sojourn is so lethal, and that sniping ability is just so easy for him to clean up as you're staying.
And right here, we have it tied up, but now Brooklyn is in the lead. Again, you have Marist has Blade, Marist has... Oh, big pick by Ashby, but that's Blade going in. They're even right now, both down 1 healer. It
Takes out the Brig and the Sojourn. What a good Blade from Basement.
Now Brooklyn gets out, but that soldier does get 1 on the way out. Ashby, wait, they're even now. They're even now. Could potentially change.
However, Marist does have the boss, so the pressure is really on Brooklyn College to try to take that back. GG Dax does have to retreat a little bit to take care of his backline because they do get dived by Ashby. But Marist retakes the bot. But GG Dax is totally alone right now. It's just him and Kane against the rest of Brooklyn. Doesn't look like they'll be able to take this super far, and
Marist
he does
decides
have
to
to
pull
back
out,
up.
get the lead, they pull out, very smart on them. They're up on ults again. That soldier coming up on his ult too, but Hazard ult is the game-winning ult. They're massive Hazard ult, but they all get out except for Alex. Alex gets stuck, and Alex gets picked up. Alex gets major too. Ashby trying to go in. Ashby gets picked off too.
That was so well played, especially by GG Dax there. The way that he used the hazard wall to block Ashby in, and almost forced Ashby to go back into the team and isolate himself even the rest of his support. So, I mean, I think Dax is doing really well right now.
Very, very high level game. Kane does have his ult, but so does Death Soldier. We can get Kane. Kane pops his ult. Kane's looking for Vix in the backline. Death Soldier coming in with Ashby. Kane gets Ashby. Gets Death Soldier too. That's going to be 2 down for Brooklyn. Marist pushing them into their spawn, trying to stop them from coming out. Brooklyn's coming out with 2 ults. Marist is coming up on 1. Ashby out.
I mean, by this point, all the momentum is clearly on Marist's side, so they just got to hold this. Just that space. Maybe I feel like it's gonna be pretty
Ashby
hard to
getting
Brooklyn
picked.
come back.
Ashby very, very low in the back line, but he gets healed up.
This ends now.
Now there's gonna be who ults first. Alex does ult. Pups gets 1. That soldier is just stopping them from at all. But Beat goes in and they collapse on the enemy team. But that is Juno ult.
Oh man, Major
Brig
is
in
so
the
done
bag.
for. There's no way he lives this, right? He's got 3 people on him. How's he survived so much longer than I feel like he should have? I mean, really good on Major. Oh. Oh no. Okay.
Yep. Game.
That
But
was
very well
final.
played.
Yeah.
Major survived for so long on that. Surprising.
I mean, great on Brooklyn College for taking this bot bag and winning that fight. So well played.
Again, they used 3 ults. There's some 1 be a problem coming to the next fight with Siena ults. Ashby using his ult to get out. Alex gets 1, so they're gonna be. Ashby gets another. Ashby punching in. Ashby gets picked off
So
though.
low though. Once again, he's just him versus the rest of Marist, because not with his. Now Kane's trapped all by himself, and
Marist down B. Looks like that soldier versus Basement over here. Could try to get this stagger. Could be a very big stagger. He is 1, but Lucio.
wow.
Rogue on that Lucio does save him a second. Now you've got Curiel, you've got Blade. The 3 different.
We're on the move.
Basement's going around, looking for an opportunity. Blade potentially on the soldier, potentially on the soldier, maybe on the Brig too. Ashby hiding, trying to just call bottom.
Now Ashby does try to go for a little bit of a play around the side, not trying to avoid like the main path of the robot there, but
Marist
he's
has-
not able to make it.
This has 4 ults here. Once they ult first,
This ends
difficult, but
now.
Brooklyn's coming up on 3 actually. Ashby with Ashby with 2, jumping in, Ashby with 3.
Oh!
Ashby came in on that back line and just melted.
What a play! And then
What
that
a
just
play.
totally enabled the rest of his team to clean up after him. Soldier and Sojourn going in with the other picks. That's the fight for Brooklyn.
That was a perfect play by Ashby. He saw Kane pop that soldier on and he said, no, I'm not going to stop you. Stop doing the back line. Brooklyn up has 3 ults, Marist has 4. That's a Fury Rush coming out by Cups, and Basement gets 1. Brooklyn needs to be pulling out of here. Cups gets another. Fight. Egger. That was 2 ults by Marist. They also used Jax's ult as we're trying to pop his ult. Not getting.
Now with 15 seconds on the clock, Marist is a little bit worse off in the ult economy, but they do have more distance on the scoreboard. So
It's going to be final fight. Like,
yeah,
that's Juno ult coming out by Captain. Alice gets picked off by GG Dax. Did not get a pop soldier, but Ashby gets 1. That is a massive feed and a massive play by Basement. Gets that, even though they have no healers. Brooklyn has no healers left, and it looks like there is taking a nap. Ashby just trying to hold on as long as he can, but unfortunately, dies to the 4 people. A very, very close game, I would say.
yeah, especially at the end there. ALX, there's Sojourn from Brooklyn. He still had his ult, so it's kind of unfortunate that he wasn't able to get that off before he died at that very last moment.
GG Dax did very well jumping on.
Oh, yeah,
and,
no.
like, seeing that.
Yeah. Oh, this was the very first fight of the map. Yeah, absolutely on Dax. The way that he got
Amazing
Soldier's
wall,
very well
amazing
played.
wall placement there too.
Yeah.
Just because he placed a wall right where Anna and Brig were gonna walk,
Yeah.
and Anna and Brig are just
To
stuck.
block
he
them
uses,
off.
He uses block,
Yeah.
and they just die.
And he finishes
Amazing
him
collapse.
off with the blocking ability from Hazard. I don't know what the it's called, but I mean just so well used. The way that he forces downs is very well played. Credits to the rest of Marist for synergizing with that very well.
I will say the Hazard was the
well.
first time that we saw Hazard from
Yeah.
Marist, but it was played very well. Played like a Doom. Brooklyn, on Brooklyn's side, they were doing very well too. It's just it came down to ults at the last second, and they couldn't get off that Soldier ult. Soldier ult might have made the difference.
Especially on ALX, yeah. I mean, he's a total monster.
With that
Sojourn's
Sojourn.
overclock. So yeah, I mean the timing there, I think it just didn't work out for Brooklyn, especially with the way that the ult economy lined up with the clock. But still, a very good game.
Could have
from
gone
both
both ways,
sides.
honestly.
Yeah,
Could have gone any way.
yeah. I think
Marist,
sorry, go ahead.
you're good. Marist did go very strong. They got that big lead in
Yeah.
like 3 minutes left in the game. They kind of won 3-4 fights in a row. That really pushed at the very end. It was very hard. The problem with push is when you push that far up, so hard to fight back.
Because it is a very momentum.
Now up next we have our 4th match. Tricker Royale is going to be an escort.
Starting with
Marist
Marist on the defense.
Got that Kane on that Widow. Widow defense will be interesting. Ups on.
Make your preparations.
We have 2 Bens going on here.
The two team comps are almost identical, except Kane's on Widow. Oh wait, no.
They are identical except for
Well, the Genji.
Sojourn and Genji.
Yeah.
An interesting Widow matchup. To see. Very pokey map. Nope, they swapped. Major is going.
I think that Genji picks really is Circuit Royale is known for long sidelines, so it's gonna be interesting to see how Death Soldier's able to use Genji.
Big fight.
Yeah, look,
Captain on team. That Widow big. Genji goes in. Genji gets picked
sneaks
off
up the
though.
side, but he does go down pretty fast from that rock from GX. Ashby still holding strong though, maintaining that space up in the front while the rest of his team part catch up to him. Really good space maintenance from Ashby.
Poke map that we have. Very poke match. Goes obviously. That's obviously. We got these can play each other, but right now, Captain on ups. Kind of got this corner here. It's kind of hard for you to attack past this. You have one straight sight line. Kane's looking for a pick. Let's see the Doge.
Death
Doge
Soldier
gets
goes
picked.
down. Oh man, Ashby is so low here. Very possible that he's gonna go down.
Ashby does get GG Dax though. Look
Wow.
at that. Ashby's still up, but
That
you
was
have
very close.
Face miss on top of the bridge, kind of popping shots out.
Yeah, oh, he's putting on so much pressure from that little off angle.
And he gets it.
Totally pinching Brooklyn. He can face miss against the rest of his team when they're holding that one corner. Very well played.
Oh,
But
very
it
good
does
by
go
Death
down.
Soldier. So right now it's 4v3, 4 for Brooklyn. Up 1, but they're both missing the game. Now, GG Dax just got back. 4v4. Alex trying to look for a pick here. He does have sight, just Captain doesn't have the main. Up is going up on train. First all, that sight's coming out right now. Trying to get a pick on that Widow if he can. Big rock over there by Ashby. Dash trying to hold this. They've got Window in the back line. Both windows going out at this point. Kane does get Alex, so they're going to be down 1. Face miss breaks that. That's a train going in. And GG Dax going for the. Now, Marist is going to win the fight using ult while Brooklyn lost it. 3 actually.
And that's unfortunate for them because they were so close to getting that first point too. They just needed that little bit extra inches, but that's
Solo ult on the stick.
and
And
GG Dax does win that out though.
Ashby does get picked off. Basement. Buddy.
Harris, they're pushing him pretty far, almost towards that forward spawn. Back out a little bit last second.
You got face miss ult, you have GG Dax ult, while Brooklyn has no ult, it's only Death Soul. Eventually, he fights 1 from Marist. Their ult is active. And then Discord on Ashby. And he gets picked up by Kane as headshot. But Alice gets face miss, even right now, but Brooklyn. Oh. He dashes front line, soaking up all that damage.
Right now we've got 2 mirror comps going, 5 for 5 mirror comps, and Brooklyn is playing it very well. Ashby does switch to Ramatra though, which is maybe it's because this one corner is a little bit shorter skylines compared to the rest of the map, so maybe Ramatra would be more appropriate there compared to Sigma. If he can close the distance against Backs there, hot medicine for him. Serious damage against him.
He is trying to go in here, but he does get a lot of fun damage that Discord on a lot of work. Immort. Basically, he pops his Zozo, but gets nobody with it. That's
Yada's
break by
train comes out.
Captain, but this is overtime, so this is the last fight. Brooklyn's gonna have to win
Oh,
this.
this is so close. Oh, face miss coming in with the touch. He slides in just to stop them from capping.
GG Dax
that
does
very
get
last
past
second.
me and gets 2. Looks like that will be a fight
Wow.
1 for Marist. Amazing by Marist.
So well played for them. And Brooklyn was so close. I mean, it was so tight there, and Marist managed to clutch it up at that very last moment. So, I mean, they're giving themselves a lot of room to handle this next round pretty well. And already it's looking like that might be. I don't know. We'll see how Brooklyn is able to defend, because defense is a whole different ball game compared to offense.
Looks like there's gonna be
Pausing the
here.
game, probably some technical error. Oh, yeah, one of their PCs just turned off. That's exactly what happened during our match. Man, the irony.
Well, it seems like this will take a bit for us to load back in. But just looking at that, they had a mirror comp that basically the entire game until you just had that ROM swap at the end to try to just get past that corner, right?
Yeah.
Now, that comp is obviously like basically the strongest comp what you're going to have all day, every day on a circle. You got that Zen, you got that long range with it, then you got a charge up on the Zen,
Yeah.
insta-kill basically anybody. You got Widow
Plus the
going
Discord.
for the picks.
Yeah, the Widow.
Soldier.
Baptiste as the second support, and then Sigma for the tank. And I mean, I feel like maybe I'm just a little bit biased because I'm Zen main, but I feel like that Zenyatta was doing serious work
Yeah.
for Marist there. Every time the tank from Brooklyn tried to go in, especially as Sigma, just shield instantly deleted, half of his health bar instantly deleted. Marist was just doing so much damage, and Brooklyn was not recovering well.
Yeah, so unfortunately one of Maris's beat first. We're going to break here.
Okay.
Talking about that match, as you were saying, right? That's Zen on Ashby trying to go around his Sig. You saw he swapped around at the end, but the reason he swapped, getting that Discord on him, and even if he put out shield, even if he suck, he just couldn't outlive the Zen with that Discord. He just got
Yeah.
frontline damage so much. You saw he got picked up by Kane twice there with headshots. Widow headshot with Discord does over 400 damage. You know, that's basically the health bar.
Yeah.
Got to be careful there. So they did really well trying to swap to that ROM. You know, trying to run in past the Sigma. Couldn't hold it in the end, and that was just.
Yeah, they got pretty close at the end there, but maybe if they had made the call to ram early, had better chances of that first a little bit more. But I mean, just based on the way that match was going, even if they did take the first point, I feel like it's kind of hard to tell whether or not they'd be able to finish out the rest of that game.
Yes. It was very close, obviously.
Yeah.
You had fights won by Brooklyn. You had fights won by Marist, but Marist did really well holding them defense. Now, obviously, I think most people holding defense on that map, especially certain, way easier than offense. See how Brooklyn played it out, but they might do similar comp to what they just did.
Yeah, and you were talking about this earlier, but that one corner that goes right before the first point, like that's such a high friction area because you have the bridge as the high ground, but then you also have those stairs and then the barricades as well, and that allows the whoever's defending, they're able to set up a very easy pinch against anyone who tries to go around that corner.
Exactly. You were commentating on it before. We saw face kiss on that Sojourn at the
Yeah,
top left.
yeah.
And he just pinched Ashby, and Ashby just didn't know which way to look.
Yeah,
Couldn't
exactly.
Couldn't look at the Sojourn getting picked off the back by GG Dax. Couldn't look at Dax because Sojourn was in the back. You know?
Yeah.
You got that like way street, and you're like, I don't know which way to go, and then you just off. You know?
Especially because it's Face Misk specifically who's on that corner because it's either him or the other 4 players from Marist. But Face Misk on Sojourn is just so lethal. It's such a high damage character, played by a very high damage player. And that's the reason why that Sojourn is threatening enough to make it a tough decision for Ashby when he's trying to decide where to go or where to look.
And it was just so difficult for Brooklyn to think about going up because you can't go past up the stairs and you get pushed by GG Dax, and you can't come from the left side because just got face mask running away instant. Right, and we saw that happen twice. They tried to go up the left side of the stairs. They weren't able to actually collapse on face mask.
Yeah. So really well coordinated from Marist. The map geometry to their advantage, and we'll see if Brooklyn can maybe do the same thing on this round as they.
I could definitely see a similar game style, similar game they being done. That was working for Marist. They're gonna notice that. They're gonna say, "Oh, we saw that Sojourn behind us. We saw that Sojourn on the left side behind us, trying to, putting so much pressure on our tank. So we might as well try to do the same thing."
Yeah, and as we were talking about earlier, ALX, is it pronounced Alex? Is that his real name? I don't know, but ALX, he's also a very good Sojourn player, so I think he maybe do play a little bit of a similar role that that Face Misk just did for America. I'm expecting to see some pretty good things from Brooklyn on their defense.
Very, very hard fought. If it is Marist in a very, very hot far win, Brooklyn. Either way, it'll be a very interesting match. Difficult for both teams, obviously. Now, what I am surprised about just that match, the Widows put as much. Right, you've got the long sight lines. You've got Widow. You've got a BAP. You've got a Zen. You got another Widow. But we didn't saw Kane get maybe one there. We saw Brooklyn Widow also getting one. Many picks. I feel like that Sig in the front line was just. You've also got Discord going on those Sigmas, and then that up one full charge headshot on that. Basically, gotta kind of focus that.
Yeah, but for both sides, it didn't seem like that Widow was played a huge role for their success or failure. Especially because with Sigma, one of the great things about his shield is that because you can extend it so far, you can be very flexible about its placement, and that allows Sigma to be very good for cutting off sidelines for whenever. That's another why the Widow didn't play as big of a role as we would have expected.
Right. So we actually saw GG Dax do that 2 times. We saw GG Dax push out his shield past Ashby. Ashby was playing Sigma. You know, that does 2 things. One, it blocks off Sigma, and 2, it'll block off the heal Bab.
Oh yeah,
right?
that's right.
So
Yeah.
you got Bab trying to heal, but you can't throw your heals to the shield. So
Yeah.
that's why Ashby was also getting collapsed on it. Really got healed behind him. He's got Discord on him. He's got headshots by Widow. He's got Zen shooting. He's got
Yeah.
Sigma rocks coming in.
Yeah,
for all of
totally cut off. Just like he's taking all the damage, but he can't get any healing from that Sigma blocking the. I mean, yeah, that's a really good point. I didn't. Even... But I feel like that's such a great reason of why Sigma works so well on this map, because when you have all that open space, you can be very creative with how you want to use your builds, either to cut off silence for their enemy widows or their enemy support, or just like block, like restrict how much that the enemy. So really well played there from Jax. I would have liked to see that from Ashby as well. I don't know if he's able to do that to the same.
Yeah, I think the one issue that Ashby had was that getting broken so quickly. He couldn't really do much. You had Zen shooting it. You had Sojourn shooting it. You had Bap shooting it too at the same time. It's just difficult. I think he broke within every time that he put
like
it out.
every time I saw his shield on screen, it was like cracked, about to shatter. I'm like, I mean, it's just that's really tough for Ashby there. But then again, like defense is a whole different ballgame. Maybe it would be
The angle's better. Now that piece from Kane, who's down up very from the second round. Brooklyn did not capture point on circle 5 meters out from capturing. Last second, he actually had Basement slide in on Sojourn to save that point.
Yeah.
Because GG
Really
Dax was very low. Doge slides in, just barely gets out, but that slide in saved them. GG Dax got healed up. Dax was able to get healed up by that Zen ult, tap win back, and that just up for
yeah,
Marist.
really good touch coming in. That just goes to show you the importance of every single millisecond game, because as we saw there, that millisecond that face miss saved for that won them that entire round, because it was like just the perfect amount of time that they need to get GG Dax healed up and back onto the point. So round.
Now I was actually surprised. We saw that Ashby big ult, the initial tried to solo ult GG Dax.
Yeah.
I was kind of wondering what the thought process on that was. Maybe he was trying to melt GG Dax and then try to run to the backline. The problem with that is, you still got Immort. They didn't try to pull out Immort before they did that. So you had Immort, but even then, they didn't put enough damage into Dax to the ult and live straight through it. Contrary to that, had GG Dax have a massive big ult get into his big ult. And that was basically a game-winning ult right there.
Yeah, so it's also differences in how well each tangle is able to use ult. I feel like if you're going to solo ult a character, generally you'd want to go for
healers.
Yeah, like someone who's a little bit more fragile that you can actually like confirm the kill on. Because once you get that kill confirmed, that's what really snowballs. Okay, they're logging back in. Okay.
Be good and up and about.
Okay.
Apologize for the and it's happening a lot.
Yeah, we've had a few crashes.
Had a few PC crashes,
including mine during our match against. I think it was Brooklyn as well.
It was against.
It's a little bit unfortunate, so do bear with us as we try to get those. I mean, regardless, we've still seen some very good gameplay from Marist game.
Be a hard-fought win for either team.
Yeah.
Now I have also dive work Life Weaver pedal up to the top right, and you have
Mhm.
the Ryan, Genji rush onto the bridge and take that bridge from top line. Could potentially see that if they're bold, but
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll be seeing that. They could just
I don't know with how tight the game's been so far. I don't know if Marist would be.
willing to do that.
Yeah,
Willing
yeah.
to try
'Cause
it.
that's a pretty huge risk.
It's a
But
very big risk. But we did actually saw was it Alex on Genji starting out for Brooklyn trying to go in, you know, we had Captain pick off Kane on Widow right in the beginning of the match.
Yeah.
That was very big.
Yeah.
And then Alex tried to go in on that Genji, but he got picked off by GG Dax, and he popped straight to the Sojourn right
Yeah.
after. Decided, nope, I can't do
yeah, the
Genji into
Genji's
that.
not gonna work out.
So I don't
Yeah.
know if we'll see a dive necessarily. Potentially, though, you know, you've got very easily diveable characters. You have Zen, you have Bap,
Yeah.
you have Widow, you have characters that you can dive on. So a full dive could work, but question of how good that Sig Rock works, question of how good that Im works, question of whether that Soj could throw a nade on that dive, you know. For certain if it doesn't. They might need to switch something up if that Sig poke isn't.
I mean, from a caster's perspective, I'm a little bit biased, but I do want to see that because I think that would just be more interesting.
Oh yeah.
But from a viability, feasibility perspective for Marist, that's definitely a lot more off.
Yeah, they were very strong on that poke. They did well on the poke. They're
that's
probably
true.
gonna might see us dive. Brooklyn just holds them still.
Yeah.
It looks like they've logged in. Could be coming back up about a minute and a half. Not too start off the match. Next roundup. Now, since they best it's match, if Marist does win the end of the LAN, either way, we thank you for good few games. Very interesting. We had the different comps last two maps. Midtown was Marist and Brooklyn didn't match at all. They had different comps. Then you got last map, which was Bronco, which also completely comps, as in their tanks were still all had that speed. Full dive. You had Doom, you had Hazard, you had the Kiri Luke. You were jumping in, trying to pick off that backline quick. Now here we've got the mirrored comps, which are both doing well, but we could see a strong comps.
I think it's probably because Circuit Royale is one of the least popular maps, and I think one of the reasons why is because it's maybe a little bit harder to pull off different types of comps. Like the open sidelines makes it pretty undisputably favoring a pokey style of gameplay, and that's why you might find it stale.
Interesting. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it's like Brooklyn is going to be defending with the Rom, Mei, and Iari.
Yeah.
It's going to be very different from the pokey kind of style that we saw before. Now, Marist obviously going to hold that poke that we saw before. You got the Sig, you got the Zen, you got the Widow. You haven't seen the other two yet, but it looks like it might be the tap. Mei could be interesting. We could see a wall on that Sig. Wall of the Sig, you got Sojourn in the back to break it and send, but it's going to be still difficult to pick the wall. Marist obviously having the exact same. Widow just putting shots on that Rom. Mei popping off her wall.
Now we are getting into the game. Straight off the bat, we're seeing Ashby a lot closer to the enemy team than you normally would be. Typically, you'd hold like big, or you try to hold that corner. But Ashby, he's just going straight in. Yeah, trying to get the spectators to take down the banner. Okay, there we go. Now we can see the full game. Ashby does go down, taken out by GG Dex there. But the rest of Brooklyn is still in.
Might be down here. Mei stuck in the back line. Alex gets GG Dax though, so it is even. Watching Visa.
Trying to get back there in a fast as possible.
We saw that happening.
Yeah.
Looks like Alex is going on that Ash to try to just pick him off. Almost 75 to all, but Cubs is also 70 to all. Kane gets the pick on Alex. And that's fight away.
Very good shot from Kane. I mean, they've already taken past the corner before Brooklyn had time to recontest that space. So that's already like friction point number 1 taken care of. So the rest of this cap should go pretty well for Marist as they come to the point. This might be a very, very fast capture for
Up
them.
is doing a lot of work with that damage. Almost a Trank already. Flips Discord on Ashby. Ashby goes down.
Wow.
Walled up.
Very awkward angle for him at the very end there. But oh man, only 3 meters off for this game going to Marist. I think
May
that-
going in, right? That's a Sigma ult. Gets May. That's a May ult too. Is gonna freeze GG
oh
Dax.
man, GG Dax
But
is
that
so
is a
low.
Trank.
There's no way
They
he lives
kill
through
him
this.
through the
It's
Trank.
just Zen.
And Juno ult comes out too. You've also got Bob. That was a lot of ult out of all the team. But Brooklyn does hold Marist over here.
Wow.
Marist using 3 ults. Trank, Ult, and Sigma ult. But Brooklyn also using 3. Now Brooklyn up on 2. You have the Kane swap to the Ash, mirroring the Ash on Alex.
That was such a good hold from Brooklyn at the very last second that they totally clutched that out. I really didn't think that was possible.
Yeah. Brooklyn. That was fun.
Yeah,
Brooklyn actually getting low here.
But he
Import
does-
out,
Yep.
but we have window. Alex gets GG Dax. So it doesn't matter. We got both windows up, so. Trying to get.
Oh,
my god! A spear
speared off the
map.
map. Oh my gosh.
Massive ball here. Trying to
Great
cut off
aim.
Kane and Cubs. Got stuck here.
Yeah, really great plays from Death Soldier as well when he that wall to cut off the corner.
60 seconds.
Yeah, that
so-
Mayo by Dessel beginning.
Yeah,
the
great
win of that
defense.
last fight was amazing. Now you got Ashley's ult here, and you have no ult to compare, so Ashley could try to pop an early ult to pick something off. You only got 45 seconds left in this match. Ups is coming up on Frank. Ashley that ult has Discord on him though. Has Discord on him going in for that
Oh,
ult.
goes in for the
Holds
ult.
one. That's
Totally
Import
dives
out
in.
though. GG Dax could die. GG Dax gets
Oh man, how?
killed by the
Wow.
ult, and Alex picks one more off. Now, Marist is going to be coming up. This is going to be very difficult for them. They only have touch here. Only have Trank. They couldn't catch with that. They're also coming up on 5 ults. Brooklyn only has 4.
Better be a good excuse for this holdup.
Down to an ult game. Build up their ults the quickest.
Oh
They
man,
can
there's
in touch with Zen ult maybe, but
so many ults coming
it could be
in.
walled off here.
All
This
during
could be a
every-
big wall. This could be a big wall. This is a big wall.
Whoa!
It's a big
Huge!
wall.
It's huge!
Still touches though. Still touches with
Yeah,
Frank.
he is able to make it through the wall to take us into
Juno
overtime,
ults
but
back. But Ashby gets 1. Mayo goes in 2.
now that's all the ults come now. That's
And
all
it
the ults.
Looks like Brooklyn took
Oh
this
my gosh.
map.
What a hold!
What a hold!
What
by
a hold.
Brooklyn.
No way!
Amazingly
Holy,
played by
holy,
Brooklyn.
oh my god. Oh,
That
no
was,
way!
That was very well played by
No,
them. They
what?
knew they had 3
What?
ults. Marist was only coming up on their 5 ults.
I don't know if you guys are able to hear what's going on in the background there, but Brooklyn is hyped out of their mind right now. I mean, that was so clutch from them. How that totally unexpected. I mean, there's so much to unpack from that round. I mean, Brooklyn not going with a traditional poke comp, very unconventional play. I mean, that was amazing. That was
game changing right there at the end. I was so surprised. You know, you had those ults coming from Marist, and the big wall in the beginning, it forced that Trank. You know, it forced that Trank, and they were just stuck. They could try to go in, but that Trank didn't keep them up long enough. GG Dax was coming up on ult, trying to get it out. You had Face Miss trying to come up on ult. You had 3 ults coming up on Marist, but they just didn't get it out in time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You had Brooklyn popping their ults first, and that was the reason they won. You had May ult going in. You had Juno ult that supported that May ult, and it just everything compounded together for Brooklyn to win that.
So it was really just
extremely well played by
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, they took the
Extremely well
initiative,
played.
and that allowed him to control the fight a little bit better. And I mean, that was such a clutch hold. I mean, once Marist got like 3 meters away from capping that point, I totally thought it was gonna go to them. I mean, the Orisa from Brooklyn, Ashby was stuck at such an awkward angle, and they couldn't really. I mean, I I don't even know how they turned that around. That was
It was
really great
amazingly played
gameplay.
by Brooklyn. I will say the swap to the Arisa was
Yeah.
very, very big.
Yeah.
They swapped off the Ram and they said, no more Ram. We're going to go Arisa. And when
mhm.
they swapped to Arisa, I don't know if you guys saw, right at the beginning of that fight, had Arisa pick off GG Dax with that ult. Super strong. He actually waited for the Immort to pop out. He saw the Immort go, pulled GG Dax in, and then got GG Dax. And that was 20 seconds left. GG Dax did not have that much time to come back.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that could have been what actually won the match. Now, since this is a best of 5 in the winning final, we're up to the last match. I believe it could be Flashpoint.
Ooh.
Flashpoint is
Ooh,
going to
okay.
be
That's interesting.
potentially the most hated game mode from anybody on Overwatch.
It's my
but
least favorite. Yeah. I mean,
we will see the reactions either
Junker
Junk-
Town. Oh no,
New
no, no.
Junk
New Junk City. I think.
or
Survaso.
Vasa.
Yeah.
Interesting choice either way. Much Flashpoint out here now.
Yeah.
I will say we could see that full. It's going to be very, very good, at least Marist, because Flashpoint with their venture, with their queen, is very strong for them. If they decide here to choose New Junk City, they could potentially have a very strong match going in.
Yeah, I think Marist typically they're more comfortable with those characters that thrive on mobility. And Flashpoint is a game mode that favors mobility. So, like pre-match predictions, I'm thinking it's probably a little bit in Marist's favor. But I mean, as we just saw, Brooklyn, they definitely have some potential to pull things out of the magic hat to turn things around very unexpectedly. So we could also see that as well.
Like last second, they pulled it out. We saw basically that whole time. Marist was kind of on the offense. They were on the offense, it's like beating down Brooklyn, and Brooklyn was kind of on the deep time, and then you just had that switch up at the last second.
Yeah,
you had
total
the
flip.
ults coming out, and then just I couldn't even see it. It happened so fast, and everyone on Marist just gets down and dive. Very, very good match though. Could have gone either way yet again.
Right behind us, you're seeing the results from the losers final. That game just ended. I'm not sure.
Anna Maria won.
Okay.
So they will be. That will be. Now, for this last map, I will say, either be, I could see it being very, very close. Just had such close maps every single. Haven't had a full by anyone. It was on mid.
Yeah.
It was close.
Before Royale.
Esperanza.
Yeah,
Esperanza was a little more one-sided, obviously, but it was still pretty close. You know, you had Ashby on that Doom one, but right here on Circuit, it was insanely close. You know, last second fight won by Brooklyn. Could have gone either way, obviously. If Marist got 10 more ult charge on that Soldier and 10 more ult charge on that Zen, then they would have won. You know, but that's how it came down to. And it was good on Brooklyn. Now we've got last map. I could be seeing it. We could see it like going to a 3-2, essentially like double, triple overtime here, because both teams are so strong. Both teams are going to compete with each other equally. It's going to be so difficult for your team to hold a solid advantage against.
Yeah, right now the two, I believe they're trying to figure out what map they want to play and setting that last game up. But between Survasa and New Junk City, what do you think the main differences are between the map layouts in terms of how you play on those respective maps?
I will say New Junk City, much more brawly. Obviously, Brawl and Survasa, but I feel like comparatively, you've got much more Rom Brawl, much more Brawl. Survasa, I've seen much more Ryan. I've seen Daria, or Reese. You don't see much of Reese on New Junk. And looking at that, Marist is probably going to, I feel like, stronger on Rom. They aren't as strong. I haven't seen a lot in the recent Ryan. But if they do, we could them something else out, or just trying to run down the regular comp of Venture, Sojourn, Fury. It works very well. It's very hard to defend against. They won Midtown with it. It works very well in Midtown. It's just difficult for Brooklyn to go against that, but now that they've had the practice going against it, be okay.
Oh, Luke.
All right, so like
Marist gets to pick this map, right? Because
Yep.
losers pick.
loser pick final. Aren't any sides. Obviously.
All
All
right.
right, seems like they're about to
They're about to
start up
start.
here. Map we have.
Survasa?
Going to be a Suravasa
Interesting.
pick. Interesting by Marist. But thought process. Also good map that they've practiced where they would offer them.
Yeah.
Maybe they haven't practiced new. Right, looks like it's loading right now. Up on.
All right, cool. They're in the match now, so hold tight for another minute or two. Game's about to start. Let's
Like
go.
Here we are.
Let's freaking go. Marist versus Brooklyn College. Very last map of the game to determine who is going to be the winner of the finals of the winners bracket.
Clear skies.
Very, very high stakes. I mean, everything's on the line for both of these teams right now. Only one shot. The last map that either team needs to win in order to take its entire LAN.
It's hard to turn down rocket legs.
Hazard.
At least for the bracket.
Have a hazard now. Now, obviously, are seeing Brooklyn on the. Wow, look at this. Brooklyn is doing the comp that Marist thought was on. And Marist is now hazard instead.
Dax on hazard as always.
Is no entry. Got double Genji.
I think the jungle.
Ashby trying to run in, going for Kane, trying to get him out, gets booped off by Kane.
Fortunately, misses that
Rogue
slash.
with the massive boost. Alice gets 2 kills. Brooklyn up 1. So they are down the tank. Rogue in the back line gets PG dash follows up with Rogue.
Man.
And massive by
Putting
PG
in
and Rogue.
absolute work onto
Big
Brooklyn
dagger
College.
here by Captain Captain.
Oh, that's
Unfortunate.
tragic.
Rogue and GG Dax work so well together.
Yeah.
For anybody to do anything against him, you got Rogue speeding in, GG Dash coming in, is one person, getting wall on the second person, blocking the third person.
And that first fight is such a great start for Marist. Absolute. We're gonna really have to pull something.
Big
out of
wall
this
blocks off
yeah.
Ashby. Ashby has to push out to get out. Basement's in the front line, getting very low even though he's fighting. Ashby low. Basement also low. Ashby going in. Ashby getting. Cubs getting major first, but Alice getting Kane. That's Cubs getting Ashby. Now, Marist is up E here. Looks like Marist might have here. Rogue in the back line.
Once again, Captain, always the last to go down.
Unfortunate, but like Marist won't.
That Captain's a stagger. Get another stagger. Apologize that.
Bad thing is here with Flashpoint, whoever wins the first point hold maintains that momentum for the rest of the match. So blowing in Marist's favor now that they've won the point. You know, that the ult's coming up. Brooklyn only has 1 coming up on 2.
Actually misses that knife, isn't it? But hook in on the edge. However, the rest of the team
That's
does
both
push in.
Kiri ults
Both
coming
Kiri
out.
ults. Hazard
Got
ult
Hazard
coming
all
in
coming out.
from GG Dax there. He
Death
does
Soldier
push in.
gets killed. And Kane gets
focus is in on Ashby. However, he's not able to confirm that kill. But they are continuing to work through the rest of the team as all of Brooklyn's players goes down. Wow, another team kill yet again.
Marist doing very well on this comp. Obviously focusing down to the down. Marist only one ult. Well, to that fight. One, but they did swap to bring out the June that we saw before. We could be seeing a similar comp to what we saw on here. See the June. That soldier gets walled off, gets stuck, gets one tap, gets
So
killed
low.
by
Goes
Jack.
down.
Ashby on that Doom.
Once again, trapped. Fighting for his life there. He does get some support from the Lucio coming in. But Ashby once again does go dive in, but he's getting shredded by face mist on Genji. That's very unfortunate. And once again, Marist is just sweeping through Brooklyn. Wow, this such good coordination. I think one of the things that they're doing really well right now is priority and being able to focus all of it, just like mask the effects of fire against individual players. Get that numbers advantage before snowballing for the rest of the fight. Really good work from Marist. Ashby does swap the hazards to that kind of mirror comp, kind of match.
Lots of ults by Brooklyn. One
comes out
by Marist. Looks like this could be Brooklyn win. No, but they're even still. Played by Face Mist. Going for that Juno. Still on her. Very close.
Face Mist is so low too, but he does win that fight against the
Now
and is surely
Leo
faded.
versus Hazard.
I mean, he just has to touch. Bro gonna go for the touch? I guess not. But Marist is at 99%. They really just need one fight. Very low stake.
Marist coming up on another ult, right? Only has up on Hazard. Looks like Marist actually capped the point. Brooklyn got off. They have to fight this on point. Ult on Ash. That's a Curie ult from Marist. Plus that out. Going for that Lucio in the back line. Gets major. Kane. GG Dash is capping this Hazard ult.
Down. Oh, actually putting in work though. He does
But
get
he
two
does
kills
get
and does go down.
Very well done by Marist. Again, that target priority that they're doing, just I feel like it's stronger than what Brooklyn is doing. They're not really focusing a target as much as Marist is. You know? You got that Genji jumping in on whatever GG Dash is jumping in, and then you got that dash reset that you get, and then he just locks it up after that. They've already downed a player. You just laughed on the other. Now Brooklyn's got to that. What is that? It's the ball. Dash here. Now, Marist is on point, so they might be capping it before anybody else.
Right off the bat, they are
That is
controlling the
Juno
space a
ult.
lot better. But Brooklyn goes in, and they are
up. Brooklyn up by one, up by two here. That Juno ult is just so strong, you can't kill anybody who's in it. Looks like Brooklyn captured him first.
Wow.
Does not stagger Kane, but
Really great job from Brooklyn, though. I feel like the problem there is probably that GG actually maybe overextended a little bit past the point, on the point. And that kind of opened up Marist, or it opened up Brooklyn to just forcefully rush on a point, and then that just try to still capture them. But they're regrouped now. They're all coming back to point. We'll see if they're able to retake this fight so far. It's been Brooklyn
Basement's on point, going to Death Soldier in the back.
Yeah.
Gets GG Dax, follows up on that. Again, that's a target priority we've talked about.
Yeah.
GG Dax and Basement are just like two in a pod. They just work so well together.
Great coordination between the two of them.
Now Marist already gapped it. Brooklyn up at 49%. Marist only needs.
Ult economy is so good for Marist right now. They've got pretty much all of their ults. Brooklyn's got just beat and soldiers. So it's really capable.
He going in, major rushes in. GG Dax pops Hazard ult, gets Ashby.
Now
in
Ashby is stuck on point,
but is still up half health. Death Soldier and Alex in the back. Face Mist and GG Dax both get one each. Looks like Ashby's gonna get killed too. That could be second to last fight. Therefore, then Ashby gets very heavily staggered. Same with Major. It'd be very difficult for Marist for Brooklyn to touch, let alone contest. Marist still has 2 ults. Brooklyn has 2 coming up on 3. Someone's gonna need a touch here on Brooklyn. Go for them.
Yeah, this is a very this is Brooklyn's last chance.
Jax does it. He actually pops that hazard ult, gets only Jax on it. They can't collapse it. They do collapse on it. Alex gets him.
Fury ult coming out from Fox to try to find it favorable, but
Alex gets
not
2, so it
Brooklyn-
looks like it's the Brooklyn fight.
yeah, really close, but they do successfully take that point back.
Winning back with only 1 ult too. They still have Juno
Yeah.
ult, which is always basically always a fight winning ult. When you pop Juno ult, you don't die that fight.
Yeah.
Alex has his ult too. Obviously, we've seen Alex pop off with his ults lately. Does very well in that soldier. Marist has no ult going into this. They might just be trying to build us. Goes for Alex first. Pops the Juno ult. Pops the soldier ult. But Face Mist gets 1. Alex gets GG Dax. Look at Juno ult on point and Face Mist. Alex gets 2. B. That should be the point 1 for Brooklyn. I think it is. Ashby comes up.
Inevitably go down, and that's the very first point that Brooklyn's tapped this map.
You know, they turned the pressure on well, but
Yeah.
it was still a very close fight. Obviously, the one in the last point tested heavily.
Yeah.
Got GG Dax coming up on ult, same with Kane, and Brooklyn has big ult and has a big wall over there. Both big walls blocking off there. Trying to just fight each other, pick each other off. But Alice gets 1, big pick. Kane gets 1 too. The both down healers, but Alice gets GG Dax first. Alice gets 3 here. Oh my god.
Face Mist does get his own pick, but not enough.
Brooklyn wins this very close fight there. Had people going down left and right. It was hard to see. Brooklyn pulling out the Pharah, actually. They have no hit scan, so it might be difficult. If Kane can just get that Pharah, it might be see how well Kane does on getting the Pharah. That is ult by Ashby. Gets nobody in it. Everyone runs away. You've got Ashby still getting 1 though. Marist has 3 ults. Brooklyn only has 1. Marist used B.
Without safety, Dax, but
Still low. GG Dax gets 1.
oh, Susie coming out for GG Dax.
Ashby gets GG Dax. GG Dax gets Death Soldier. This is even still.
I mean, Ashby is so
1.
low here. Yep,
3.
and he goes down.
Kane gets Ashby. Let's see the fight 1. Marist did very well with that. They actually. Oh, Brooklyn is coming up on a lot more. Have Juno ult, fight winning. Era ult, we're gonna see if that pans out actually. Try to see. Obviously, you've got Alex with that soldier ult. Right, Asher come behind on GG Dax. Potentially get him off, but unfortunately
Somehow
he
he
gets
managed
out.
to escape that. Wow.
Going up on Kane. Kane very low. Gets
Kane
picks up
goes down.
speed. Ashby on that QB. QB is low. Basement gets 1 though, and GG Dax also gets 1. This could be a fight 1 for Marist. Marist just collapses on the whole back line while Ashby gets picked off. This could be again very difficult for Brooklyn to touch here. They've only got 10 seconds here.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Ashby. I mean, I can tell that he had the right idea going in.
Can anybody even touch here?
back
It
line.
doesn't look doesn't look like anybody touches him. That's the game.
That's the point
for
in game.
Marist. That's match and game.
Marist is officially our winner for the winner's bracket that they'll go on to compete for
Grand final.
first place in the grand final.
Now,
Dax
GG
gets,
Dax,
the game to go.
Ashby, the tanks here were
Yeah.
amazing. This was right at the beginning on first play. Very well done by Rogue and GG Dax here. You know, they collapsed on the correct characters at the correct time. Same with Basement. They just play so well together. You can't have 4 characters who all have extreme high burst potential just jumping on your backline. It's hard to play against that. Very well done by Marist. Also very well done by Brooklyn. That could have gone either way.
Yep, you can see players up behind us hitting the fist bumps with Brooklyn College. Really great game from sides. And Loki, I mean, I feel like I can play his GG Dax forever. I'm just well played from all of the players on Marist, especially really well done. That was some great.
Pause.
Hello, everyone. We are back with the Contenders Hudson Valley Overwatch Invitational LAN. I am Coach Denny. These Christney, once again, is our esteemed Overwatch captain, Kelvin Multikill. And up next, it's going to be the losers final. Anna Maria College and Brooklyn College, who you just saw in the last match on stream. So, Multikill, I know we actually played our first match today against Brooklyn. I don't think we got a chance to play against Anna Maria. What did you think of Brooklyn when we played them?
Very strong. From what I remember, they played a very strong Doom Fist on Antarctic Peninsula, and I think we might see that even here just now. It's very oppressive, very difficult to manage, and honestly, I feel like we were going to see a lot of oppressive pressure from Brooklyn College, especially.
Yeah, Brooklyn coming off of a very close 5 set that was Marist.
Yeah.
The last game, yeah. So they were against Marist in winners finals, and that match went all the way to Game 5. They were not able to pick up on Flashpoint, so that sent it down to losing bracket to take on Anna Maria in this match right here. So we get started off. It's going to be Ashby, Alex, Captain, Death Soldier, and Major for Anna Maria. Death Cousin, Domley, Hilioshi, Iko, and Hero for Brooklyn College. And already a good start here for Brooklyn as Domley and Feds get.
Right off the bat, I could say Anna Maria played pretty split there, Brooklyn College played pretty split there, which allowed Anna Maria to take control right away. And now they're going to come up with first point here. It's gonna be very difficult for Brooklyn College to go in there. They want to coordinate their dives, especially on the speed to get a good early first pick.
Appreciate it.
I would say it looks like they're pushing in onto the right side of Antarctic. He is going to be right away. Ashby going right into it.
Ashby getting very low, is forced to kind of disengage there. Does eventually get the kill on Eero. That's 3 kills now for Brooklyn. 1 traded back from Anna Maria, but it looks like Brooklyn will flip this point now. But 27% now to Anna Maria.
Yeah, there it is. We saw a very coordinated dive right onto the right side to throw Anna Maria off, and that ultimately is what made them fall apart. We're going to see Ted Cutson switch over, saying hi, going over to Arissa over here. I love the little emotes so much. No ultimates on the board just yet, but actually, if he is lucky enough, he might be able to get it. Well, we're going to see some very good oppression from Ted's cousin here.
Got great damage from Ted's cousin, swapping now onto the coming onto the point, and also they've got Hugo on foreground in support. Ted's getting very low though, 1 shot. Ashby jumping in, trying to get those final pieces of damage down into the Emeria squad. Dead Soldier finally gets the last hit on Ted's cousin. Hugo trades 1 back though, and it's a very even fight right now. 2v3. Hugo gets a double kill on the turret, 1 from the turret, 1 from his own gun. Death Soldier and 1. They get another kill for Hugo on the point, popping off on the Torbjorn. Gets this point for Anna Maria.
It's that turret. That turret's so hard to get. You can't not pay attention to it. Otherwise, it's going to do so much damage to you, and that's what happened in Brooklyn College here. Speaking of Brooklyn College, they're looking at 3, nearly 4 ultimates for them with the Doomfist, Sojourn, and the Kiriko. We're definitely going to see that pop out, but Anna Maria is going to want to retaliate back with nearly 4 ultimates online for them.
Yeah, there's the visor already from Domley, countered by from Ashby, who's now swapped onto the Doomfist. Ooh, and there's 4 kills right off the rip there from Brooklyn. Ashby does go down to Ted's cousin, but Ted's now one of the last members of Anna Maria left alive from that engagement, trying to stall as long as possible on the point in the 1v4. But no tank for Brooklyn, so Ted's cousin doing a really good job staying on here, getting these kills from his supports. And there's the beat drop from Anna Maria now, and they're going to counterattack. Ted's popping ultimate as well, able to stay alive, still at 1 health, finally goes down. Major Captain and Ashby clean up the rest, and that's going to be another flip. This one going over to Brooklyn.
What a great way for Anna Maria to bring that percentage from 40 to 77%. That gives them a really good advantage here if they're able to take the point again. All they have to do is just hold it once more. But we are going to see nearly maybe 3 ultimates from Brooklyn College. Anna Maria is kind of out of gas, though, in terms of ultimates. They want to bait out these ults, see what they can do to counter them. Or, if anything, try to look for that good single elimination.
Yeah, big advantage right now, too. They've got the ultimates with Alex's ready. Death Soldier just came online. While Anna Maria, like you said, Kel, does not have any of line. Peter goes down to 7 HP. Somehow survives with the thing. Death Soldier does take down Eero, though, and that's a support for support trade so far. Ashby gets another one onto Hugo, and it's a 4v3. Oh, but then Alex gets more kills. Turret goes down as well, but Ted's cousin on the point with a double kill already. going to maybe flip this point just by himself. No, contested at the last second by Dessel. Does get taken down by Domley, and the point flips once again over to Anna Maria.
Oh, and here we are entering final fight territory. It can be anyone's game at this point. Whoever wins this next team fight will decide it all. Brooklyn College just have the advantage here with the Sojin ultimate, but we do have the Coalescence and maybe our ultimate coming on very shortly here. We're just going to have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, if Domley's able to charge up this barrage in time for this last fight, that's going to be massive. But already we're about to see overtime. There it is. Anna Maria with control. Brooklyn has all the pressure on them right now to capture this point and flip it. But overtime ticking down. They have to touch. Finally, someone does touch. Continue this overtime. But it's looking dire right now. Domley gets one with the barrage. Hugo gets another. Ashby trades one back, but it's not going to be enough as overtime ticks down. And Anna Maria takes the first point.
Oh, I can feel it already. We're going to go to map 5. I know it already. This is such a tight match. And we're going to go into a pause here. Honestly, just seeing off of this single round of map 1 alone, it is back and forth from Anna Maria and from College. Both teams want to win it all. That's for sure. They want to get a chance to get into grand finals and possibly take home the dub.
Yeah, for sure. Anna Maria's got to deal with... Anna Maria was the one. Brooklyn was.
Yes.
Yeah. So Anna Maria's got to figure out a way to deal. The turret placement was actually, I thought, really good. It's escaping. Apologize, but that player, I think, Brooklyn, really carrying most of the weight there from the DPS front. Did a lot of good work on the point, especially fight getting the triple.
It can't ignore the turret. As much as you want to focus on the heroes, it's like it just does so much damage after a long period of time that it's just really hard to ignore. Honestly, it's going to be a very big juggle for both teams here, whether or not to manage the turrets, whether or not to manage on the point. But I would honestly say this is a fair fight for.
Yeah, these teams saw 4 or 5 pops there.
Yeah,
like
it's
it
nearly,
just felt like every fight it was back and forth. That was just so incredibly close. Really, at that point, fights are so very, very tight fights, easily say like even the tiniest wrong or right for one or the other could spell the difference between loss and right there. I think Anna Maria did a little bit better job. I think but. Yeah, I think this is a really fun series to watch. I hope we get out of the pause.
And there it is.
Oh, here we go. Perfect. That I made it happen.
Maybe we need to say that more often.
Yeah, I just spoke it into existence.
Just another day in the office.
We are going to underground over here on Antarctica round 2. They're going to have to do a lot of heavy work to a 1-1 over here to hopefully get a chance to this, but it's for sure going to be tight. It's anyone's game. Even though we have Anna Maria was able to make it happen, Brooklyn still has a chance to possibly bring it back.
Same goals as well. So very similar to your game 1. Ashby getting very low on the Doofus, forced to retreat. Ted's cousin on the hunt and finally takes him down. And that's a huge pick for Anna Maria. Ted's with another one, this time onto Alex, and now in the 5v Brooklyn.
I hate to say it, but Ashby was getting caught out there without his team on the other side of the map there. It was going to be difficult. It was going to be a difficult match for him to get out. But we're going to see Ashby switch over to Zari instead, probably looking for counter or at least have an easier time with Orisa here. Definitely seeing a lot of damage, and he wants that charge in order to get through that Orisa.
Yeah, and here we see it right now. Oh, big javelin lands onto Ashby, getting one shot once again, bubbles himself, and is able to retreat. But finally, 2 kills taken down by Anna Maria. Tez and Pyro with 1 each, and Anna Maria in full control so far. This early game.
Counterwatch doesn't exist. Honestly, no. Picking that perk, the barrier, definitely makes Ted Cousins' job of dealing with that Orisa much, much easier than anticipated, which are already at 40%. We're going to see probably Barrage come up from Domley. Ted's cousin may end up getting his ultimate as well. Brooklyn, a little lacking on the ults here. They're going to want to bait out an ultimate or at least try to build one up for this game.
Now, you could red that could that start this fight, but so far the trigger really on the
I can feel Domly itching up on Barrage right now. There it is.
Yep, there's the Barrage, but the counter ult from Teds gets 2. Hero with another, and Anna Maria cannot be stopped right now. Domly again, and that's a lane 5-for-0 team fight. Anna Maria still on top, and 75% now. Brooklyn's got to start thinking about final fight.
I was really thinking that Domly would coordinate with Marissa there, but I'm really glad they didn't. They still have it online, ready to go. And yeah, you're right. We're entering final fight territory. There it comes, the Barrage.
For one so far. Anna Maria pushing in. Hugo gets another kill. Dessol's down. Alex is down from Brooklyn. And they're down. They did not even get a chance to pop the ultimates. And now 5% left. Anna Maria chasing into their spawn right now. But no, they have to go back to the point, actually. There was one that escaped. But can he touch again? Does touch again and continues the overtime. Brooklyn, trying to skip their lead right now, doing everything they can to stand on point. After 42 health, will fall. Nessel gets 1 kill onto, actually that's just the curve. Finally gets a kill onto Torbjorn there with the visor, but will it be too little, too late? Alex trying to come in, but is unable to make any impact. And map 1 will go to Anna Maria.
Oh, what an absolutely oppressive approach by Anna Maria. Much different team than we saw just now from round 1. Was able to take it home and going over to map 2 in favor of Anna Maria.
Yeah, that first map was so incredibly close that by just back so many times, and then game 2, that was
oh my god, actually, watching this play of the game, Cap Captain, absolutely fantastic on the Kiriko. Supports are not just healers, they also do damage too, and I think that's very important coming into the game. Yeah, also, shout out to Ted's cousin as well, holding an absolutely oppressive approach at that Orisa. Brooklyn College had a really hard time getting through that single little pathway, and honestly, I feel like if Anna Maria keeps that up, they have a chance to take it all the way to grand finals.
Yeah, Ted's cousin, the especially on that map 2, had a good for map 1 as well, but the second, like you said, oppressive was the perfect word, I think, to describe that Orisa play. It was just, I don't know if they even killed him once. Oh, he just always seems there. It just javelins, collecting the damage, so much damage, right? And it just made it really, really difficult.
And we saw the switch over to Zarya to try to deal with that Orisa, but that new perk with the barrier now, it makes Orisa a much more like defensive person that honestly counterpunch doesn't even exist for Orisa anymore. She just has every single barrier, every single shield, just and.
Yeah, so we're gonna get started with map here. Back.
Initiating match.
All right, we're back at it. Game 2, Anna Maria up 1-0 in best of 5 in the loot final of this best of 5. We'll go on to meet Marist in the grand finals of this event with lovely on the line here.
And here we are going into Midtown. Personally, born in New York. I love Midtown, but oh my god, it is such a difficult map to play, especially that first point on the defensive side. This is going to be, I believe, I cannot see attacking first, but honestly, it's gonna be very, very fun to watch. Oh, look like Brooklyn College is on the defensive here. Ashby on the Orisa here, and Ted's cousin with the mirror match Orisas. This is going to be interesting. We got Hugo on the Bastion, Hilyoshi on the Lifeweaver. This is a very different competition from Anna Maria that we see.
Yeah, Ashby at Ted's cousin. Maybe I should try that, right? Orisa very strong right now in the and Tess. That's exactly why in that last match. So I think whoever Orisa plays better in this map, I think end up getting out the W. Let's see what happens here as Anna Maria starting to get back here.
Looks like Captain also pushing onto the the Zenyatta here. Probably just get that Discord off on the Orisa to probably do more damage here. And here we are getting right into the fight over here. Ted's Cousin going right into it.
Good positioning here, but Alex gets turned on. Domley gets the kill. Good awareness there by Anna Maria, and they're pushing up strongly onto this point. Captain also goes down, and Ted gets the kill onto Ashby, and Anna Maria is just wiping the floor with Brooklyn right now. There's really no other way to say it. That was brutal.
What an absolutely great push by Anna Maria. Just that oppression. I can't stop saying it. It's absolutely fantastic on Anna Maria's side. And Brooklyn College, they got to think quick. Alex is going out to the Ash over here. We're going to see a lot, definitely going to see a lot more fights over on this high ground over here. This single push, a fight for the high ground.
Yeah, and so far Brooklyn has done a good job of maintaining that positioning on the high ground, like you were saying, Kel. But will Anna Maria decide to try to go up there, test them, and force them off? Or will they simply try to advance the payload and just stay on the payload?
With the amount of defense that Ted's Cousin probably has, I would imagine they might just push 3 straight through, but we'll just have to see. We have nearly 3 ultimates online for Anna Maria, but Brooklyn only has the Soldier and the Window coming up. This is going to be very tight. It's going to be whoever pops ult first.
A lot of damage going into Ted's, but the healers on Anna Maria is doing a great job of keeping him alive in that armor range and keeping that. But here goes the onto the high ground with the and there's the Ted's Cousin ultimate. Gets the triple kill from the Orisa. Huge work from Anna Maria, and that is exactly why we see the Life Weaver pick coming out. A huge lift there from Heliyoshi.
All right, I can't lie. I'm playing. That is absolutely fantastic. Oh my God, what a way!
Was phenomenal.
What a way to get right into point. Skip that entire road right there and just go right into business. Anna Maria is going at a 4-minute lead right now, and honestly, if they can keep it up, they might be able to take it even more time.
Yeah, blistering pace set right now by Anna Maria. Brooklyn's trying to stop the bleeding right now. Ashby going in. He's looking for that ultimate. There it is. Pull in. Thor gets 1 kill though. Hugo trades 1 back, gets another. Major gets 1 back as well. This is a very close fight. This could be what Brooklyn needs to start stemming the tide and turning this one around. Major with another, and Anna Maria going to be their turn.
What a great bob by Alex. Was able to just get that bob right into play. Able to take down nearly 2 at this point, and able to get Brooklyn back on the defensive side.
A 5-second pause, and we've got a couple hero swaps coming out for Anna Maria. Domley swapping to Widowmaker, and Eero swapping to the so really interesting swaps coming out here from Anna Maria. They only lost the 1 team fight, so very interesting. They're very quick to swap here, and Domley taking the high ground here, using the Life Weaver to get even more high ground and try to find those picks on the Widowmaker. Does it now on the high ground.
Yeah, Domley's going to want to try some find some good picks here, but it looks like Brooklyn College playing very appropriately here, playing towards the left side of point. It's going to be a very big fight whether or not we see Transcendence come out, Visor come out, and Ashby's going to take down Hugo, actually, now that I'm saying it.
Yep, early kill from Brooklyn there. Ashby gets the 1. Can Anna Maria recover? Will Brooklyn continue to thrive here? Ted's Cousin up on the high ground, still maintaining the high ground. I want to see Domley. Will he be able to get these critical shots? Taken down by Alex, though, in the Ashby Widowmaker duel, and that is Brooklyn. They're going to be able to push up now. Ashby onto the high ground, pushing Ted's Cousin off of the high ground. Say, who's the better Orisa now?
And we've still got 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. It does not look like a lot of time, but it feels like forever in the game of Overwatch here. And we're probably going to see another similar pedal here.
Here they go. There it is. There's the lift. Everyone jumping up onto the high ground, but Hugo's already pretty low, and Alex will get the finishing touches off on Hugo, but the truth comes down as well, countered by the Transcendence from Captain there. And now Dead Soldier coming in with the Visor. Will they decide to pop it here? Decides not to and bails out of that engagement. Grouping back up with his team. Alex doing a lot of damage to the AoE from that explosion. Will it be enough? Ashby with another one, this time onto Hilioshi. And Anna Maria in full retreat mode. Donnelly getting down to 40 health. He's forced to retreat. Hugo does get one in return. Capcom getting very low. Just if LOS the other team out of around the corner there as Bob gets taken down by Hugo. So
what a great way to shut down Bob from Hugo's side, popping the Bastion ultimate for ultimate. Sometimes you just have to do that.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to trade the keys. Death Soldier still holding on to this visor. When is he going to pop it? He's got a good angle here. Maybe he wants to try to come in from behind. Donnelly does get the kill on the Death Soldier, though he still hasn't popped it. Major also has a window. Maybe he's waiting to sync up with that window, but no, Major's just going to throw it out right now. Oh, but Ashby's ult gets denied from the lift by Hilioshi. That was an incredible play from Hilioshi, and Anna Maria now in the driver's seat. They're looking for this Donnelly, popping the visor. Can Death Soldier come out and return the favor? Yes, he can. Gets one back. And this fight's so close right now. Ted's cousin gets another. We are 1.55 away from the next checkpoint. Less than a minute left. Anna Maria's got to make this push right now, Del.
This is absolutely insane fight on both sides. I think I might just go to Anna Maria here. Otherwise,
big ultimate coming out from Ted's cousin, but it gets countered by the Transcendence once again from Captain. And Brooklyn just doing all that they can to try to stop them at this point right here. But 2 kills more from Anna Maria coming out. Hilioshi has the tree. There it is. And they're going to use this to help secure the point. Hilioshi with another one on Ashby. And this is going to be all Anna Maria as they capture this penultimate point, and in 1:47 on the clock.
So many ultimates were used there. So much happened there. Honestly, I can't even keep up at this point. But you know what? To mention this, Brooklyn was able to hold them for nearly 4, I'd say like, yeah, 4 minutes long. That was absolutely great by Brooklyn College's side. Hopefully not to get this game in overtime.
Yeah, they are moving the payload now, though. They know they don't have that much time left on the clock, and every meter matters. Brooklyn, they are waiting to go on their turn on offense. Alex waiting to pop the Bob. Only ultimate available in the entire lobby right now, so it's going to be really important if they're able to get good value out of that Bob pop.
Hugo is approaching his ultimate as well. The Bob comes out.
One on Eero to start things off. That's big for Brooklyn. Bob is still active.
Absolutely impressive pressure by the Bob over here. Alex has been hitting it really well with these Bobs so far, just to get Anna Maria out of their push. And it looks like it's going to be working.
Yeah, good job by Brooklyn. They stall the push. Now less than a minute once again on the clock. How far? And this.
That cousin is coming very close on. Here we are going to see some ultimates pop out. That's
so good shot. Taking down Alks. That's a great start for Anna Maria. 5v4. The college holding on though and returning fire. And Nine Teds almost goes down. Finally gets some heals and stays alive. But a big ult coming down from Ted's cousin. He gets a double kill. Hugo with another one. And that's a clean wipe for Anna Maria. All 5 down from Brooklyn. And the payload is getting pushed. They're trying to hold them into spawn now. 3, 2, 1. There it is. The full push with 1.1 seconds left on the clock.
What a great tree by Hilioshi into spawn, and only 1 second, 1.1 seconds onto the board, but that is all that you need. Honestly, even though Anna Maria did bring it all the way to 3, Brooklyn did a fantastic job getting the time down lower and lower, and now it's just up to Brooklyn all the way back to where Anna Maria brought it to.
Yeah, they did such a phenomenal job on that second point, utilizing that high ground. Anna Maria kept trying to use the Life Weaver lift to come over onto the top, right? They did a really good job kind of countering that. Shout out to Captain as well, and the Zenyatta had some great transcendences. Really save his entire team from what would have otherwise been likely a wipe. So shout out to him there. Really good stuff.
Oh, we're going to see the Sigma come out over on
Ooh, yeah, we haven't seen too much Sigma yet today, so Ashby is going to put out favorite barefooted tank.
And Death Soldier also going on to the Genji, Alex going on to the Cassidy. Very different composition on their offense here.
Yeah. Ted stick with the Orisa.
That's right, big man.
Had a lot of success with so far today, so does if it's broken, he'll fix it.
I'd like to meet
Brooklyn trying something new here.
And Brooklyn, honestly, that's pushed all the way through. Sounds easy enough, but much easier said than done. And it looks like we're going to go right into the fight, right in good old underneath the subway here.
So trying to advance the low ground here on the subway. Be taking out the turret. That's going to be a good start. But Hugo takes down Major. And now Anna Maria in full attack mode. No, it's a 5v4. Ted's cousin not playing too aggressively yet. Want to help to get down into the red. Oh, a nice stun there by Ashby onto Domley on the high ground, but not able to convert that into the kill. And Brooklyn still kind of testing the waters here, how far they can push in, what they can get away with, trying to find a pick. Space taking here by Ashby, slowly pushing in. Oh, and Ted's cousin gets taken down by the burst damage from Alex and Captain combined. And that is going to be everything that Brooklyn College needs to come in and try to take this first point.
Don't want to look for a stagger here. Hopefully just prevent Anna Maria from regrouping, because they might even have a chance to contest this just before the final take comes up here, which actually is what we might see here.
A lot of damage, but no kills. The lift available as well for Alex. Lots of ultimates available and going out. Deadeye comes out. Ted's cousin gets one. Domley gets another. There's the tree to keep them all alive. Ashby trades one back, but will it be too little, too late? 4 now dead for Brooklyn. Ashby the last left alive, and there's not going to be any heroics this time. Domley takes him down with the Helix rockets.
Unfortunately, Brooklyn was not able to find that little stagger to get them an advantage on the Anna Maria. And Anna Maria was able to group up quickly just before that final tick. And we're going to see a few ultimates this next fight, that's for sure. We have Ted's cousin coming up with the Orisa ultimate, the Visor coming online, and possibly Hugo and Iroh are looking very close to the ultimate.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Brooklyn College. I think they should try to get in now, get a quick fight down if they're able to. Great. If not, they at least force some ultimate usage. Oh, but Domley going over the top and behind. Gets Selecta. What a great start there from Captain. Does get taken down, but there's 3 kills. Make it 4 for Anna Maria, and that's going to be another clean team wipe for Anna Maria. What a creative play there. Didn't end up totally getting a lot of damage done, and a great sleep dart from Captain to kind of negate that visor from Domley, but in the end, it didn't matter when they were all forced to turn around. Anna Maria collapsed.
Oh, what? Heliyoshi is absolutely fantastic with these pedals here, but honestly, the coordination from Anna Maria in general is just absolutely, you can see it's vibrant right here, right now. And we are approaching a minute.
But here's the window. Brooklyn wants to start this right now. Alex gets one, but Hugo trades back with a kill on the Major. An eye online for Alex. He's going to pop it. Here comes the Deadeye. Maria hiding. Hero gets the kill onto Alex. Death Soldier trades one back. This is a very close fight. Less than a minute now. Brooklyn trying to get an extra team fight out here. We're in final fight.
We are definitely broken final fight territory at this point. Ted's cousin's holding on to this line. This line is what we want.
Oh, got the Nano Blade online here for Brooklyn. Let's see if they're able to pop it in time. 35 seconds on the clock.
Oh, we have 3 ultimates coming online here. Brooklyn is going to want to let something rip right away.
See Death Soldier, how much value is he going to be able to get from this blade? This is going to be the big key to this next fight. Tree comes out early from Anna Maria. They know something big is coming here from Brooklyn. This is their last-ditch effort to take the point. Ted's going down very low, does get the kills. Domley with a kill onto Major to start things off here. Captain trades one back. It's a 4v4. Ashby getting down very low. Anna was popped, but so far no blade from Death Soldier. Still holding onto it. Finally does pop it. Alex gets one. Ed's trades one back. Overtime ticking down. This is Brooklyn's last chance. They are able to touch with the last bit of overtime about to tick away. Domley with another kill, though. Major trying to do what he can on the Lucio to stall as much time as possible. Pushes again, but that's going to be it. Major and Captain go down, and Anna Maria take map 2.
Oh my god, what an absolute fantastic defense on Anna Maria, and fantastic offense in general that was able to secure them map 2 going into 2-0.
I know Ted's cousin has played really well so far this entire tournament, entire series. But I've got to give the play of the game MVP here to Heliyoshi. He had some incredible creative plays with the Life Weaver and just the confidence to be able to throw those plays down and use those pedals, getting the soldier over the top to use the visor from behind, getting everyone up onto the high ground from an unexpected angle. This creative stuff from Life Weaver just really making the difference right now for Anna Marie. Game 2.
For sure. This utility that you see from Lifeweaver, it's overlooked at. Like it enabled DPS like Hugo to just right into there. And honestly, the entire team, like as we just saw, yeah, the MVP definitely goes to Ilioshi for me as well.
So Brooklyn, they put up a really tough fight these first 2 maps, but they're down 0-2. They're going to have to reverse sweep 3 maps in a row, Kel, keep their tournament hopes alive and advance to the grand finals for the match against Marist. What do you think they'll need to do?
It's really hard to say, but I will mention that the Orisa is very, very slow. That's just her character in general. I would honestly say maybe a dive would probably work out to prioritize like a target in the back line, someone vulnerable, someone slower. I've seen them like, obviously
so
get
Counterwatch does exist.
Maybe. I mean, you kind of get into the whole schematics of
right?
dive, brawl, whatever.
It's the dive, poke, brawl, rock, paper, scissors, right?
Yeah, it's
all it is, right?
It's like the Pokemon types, but that does not say that it will be a guaranteed like foolproof plan either. It's all team coordination. I think. That
Brooklyn
will
used dive. It was super effective.
Yeah, exactly. Anna Maria used brawl. It was not very effective.
Right.
No, but sometimes it's like that. And even if with like these small little like changes the composition, it is not a guaranteed fight, and that's just what we see in the watch.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's not like, oh, you just pick the comp that beat. Still have to find the kill. Still have to keep alive, right? So, and here we are. We're gonna get right back into it. Not even a break needed. I love it. This is gonna be push. It's gonna be map 3. Anna Maria looking to the 3-0 sweep and advance to the grand finals. Brooklyn looking to bring us map 4. Will Anna Maria close it out right here, or will Brooklyn keep the series alive?
Diving right into coffee. I think it's probably on map 4, in my opinion. And we're going to see Brooklyn College going on to the Orisa as well. Most likely they just want to brawl it out, make sure they get the Orisa, make sure they get a few here. That's probably what the goal of Brooklyn College if they want to reverse it. We're going to see the Life Weaver, the Juno come out as well. Or I may have spoken. But Anna Maria getting a similar composition as well with Ted Cousin on the Orisa, Ilioshi on the Life Weaver, absolutely killing it so far. Hugo on the Bastion. Brooklyn College, they want to take some very early map control here with the with Major on the Juno, and possibly take this health pack.
I think Alex has got to have a really good game for Brooklyn here. He's going to start turning the series around. He's going to be quiet so far in the series, but on the Sojourn, we know this hero can get a lot of value if they're able to be played well, and we see both teams not really fully committing to anything yet. They're just feeling each other out. Ooh, Alex with a great shot, just as I say it. There it is, the first pick onto Domley for Brooklyn College, and that's going to allow them to advance and push in here. Tetsuka and David down to about half, getting some heals, but Ashby is right in his face, and he has to force back here, and Brooklyn is going to take control of the bot first.
That's exactly what we saw. We saw Brooklyn College take control of the Mega Health Pack on the side. And even though it's not on point, it's still a very impressive area to play in because you have to cover. And we're going to see more fighting on point here.
Yeah, Ted's cousin goes purple, but he's just in there on the 1v4 around the corner. A lot of damage getting thrown down. Just 1 kill so far onto Hugo. Euro getting very low, does get healed back up though. Domley is able to not escape. Alex takes him down. That's another kill for Alex. Heads trades one back onto Death Soldier. But 36 meters so far pushed by Brooklyn. They're still in most of control of this area. There's the Juno ult getting popped from Eero though, and that's going to push Brooklyn back a little bit. Ashby falls at 99% to his ultimate. Hugo gets another one, and Anna Maria fighting back strong here.
That was a great push by Anna Maria here, but I will say they had to consume it's the Orbital Ray, the Pulse Bomb, and the Orisa ultimate. Meanwhile, Brooklyn College is nearly coming with 5 ultimates online on the board. Honestly, this is going to be a very difficult fight for Anna Maria coming up with Brooklyn College, which has been very impressive.
Yeah, Anna Maria is going to need the fight of their lives here with one ultimate. Oh, and Death Soldier is immediately picking off Domley on the Cassidy. That's huge for Brooklyn, and now they're able to push in. Will they use too many ultimates here, though? That is the question, Kel. They've already popped 2, and they've taken control of the bot. And it looks like that's all they're going to use. The tree does go down though from Heliyoshi, and Maria want to fight this one. Ashby getting very low, does get the heals up, and still holding on to that ultimate. Soldier popping the Deadeye there. Domley gets one kill onto Major. That's a good start for Anna Maria, but will be able to keep pushing. Deadeye has wasted nothing gained from Deadeye there. Domley gets another kill onto Ashby, and now Anna Maria in full attack mode. They know they have the advantage. It's Cousin and Hugo with a one more kill each. Anna Maria in full control.
So unfortunate. Brooklyn College nearly using 4 ultimates there and not finding the push in here. What a great defense by Anna Maria here. And we're going to see a few composition changes here. Ashby going on to and Alex going on to the Sojourn. Pretty sure she'll be that. Either way, Anna Maria is looking at nearly maybe 2 ultimates online for this next fight for the Pulse Bomb and for Seth Cousin.
Alive in the lobby here is going to pop it right now. Brooklyn want to take control back, and a great kill by Major onto Heliyoshi. That is the life we were down for Anna Maria. Brooklyn need to push in here and convert objectives off of that early pick. But great job by Ted's Cousin. That is like Domley. 1 health finally goes down. Trades a kill onto Death Soldier though with his last breath, and it's a 4v4 on top of the point. Ted's is purple, does get healed up. There's the Juno ultimate this time from Eero. Alex gets a kill onto Hugo. Eero trades one back. That's 2 for 1 in favor of Anna Maria, and they're going to push Brooklyn back.
Wow. What an absolute ray. Shout out to that orbital ray by Iro, I think. I don't know. Back over some Iro here. Made Anna Maria be able to engage and take out Brooklyn College for this next push here. It was looking really good for Brooklyn at the very beginning, but now Anna Maria seems like they might have this in the bag, but there is still nearly 6 minutes on the clock. It could be anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, this timer, they're very long. Oh, here we go. This goes going in, popping ult, but he's instantly taken down by Ashby. Now swap the jump, like you said. Alex, though, popping the ultimate gets 2. And Brooklyn now in full control. Domley trying to retreat, is not able to do so. Major takes him down. That's a full team wipe in favor of Brooklyn College.
What a great way to shut down Ted's Cousins and Domley's ultimates here. With Brooklyn College taking control, like you said, and Death Soldier still having the Deadeye. We may see Heliyoshi come up online with the... And Domley makes a switch over to the Widowmaker instead. Probably kind of few picks I have.
Let's see if it pays off for Anna Maria. That's a bold swap. You want to make sure that switch to the Widow, you're able to hit those shots and get that value. Otherwise, other picks can have a lot more value. So that just shows how confident Domley is in his ability to land these shots. Here we go. Ted's Cousin advancing in. Making space for his team. Orbital Ray pops immediately from Major. Hugo gets 1 with the ultimate to start things off. Ashby trades 1 back. 4v4 now. That's getting super low. Finally gets taken out by Heliyoshi, but a great nade coming out here. Makes everyone purple, and now it's a 4v3. Ashby and Major get 1 each. Ted trades 1 back. This is still anyone's fight, Kel.
Oh, for sure. That tree coming out from Heliyoshi.
Tank v tank. The last 2 alive. The tank v tank fight. Who's going to win it? Ashby v Ted's Cousin.
Oh, the cavalry is here.
Cavalry is here. Oh, a last second ult gets wasted. Captain takes him down. And Brooklyn now back in control.
What a crazy 1v1 we just saw there with Ashby falling in the cavalry here and being able to take that, take this next point here. Hopefully at the checkpoint here, Domley is going to want to look for some really good picks here. However, Iro does have the orbital ray online. We're probably going to see that this next fight to possibly drop them.
Domley looking for Ashby gets 1. That's a good start for Brooklyn. Oh, it's just coming into this team, taking so much space. Domley gets the headshot on the Death Soldier. That is massive for Andrea. Can they convert this into a team fight win, though? Both ultimates popped by Alex and Captain. Brooklyn do not want to give this one up. Captain getting chased into the house. 2 kills by Alex and Ashby, though. Brooklyn looking pretty good, but not if Ted's Cousin has anything to say about it. He takes down 2, and then now dueling Alex on the point and chases him off.
Oh, 1v1 once again. We're going to see nearly Domly pop out the visor over here to see is anyone on the map, and they see that they're able to take point control as Brooklyn College is going to want to regroup next fight.
Yeah, Anna Maria barely winning that engagement there, but it's just enough to regain control of the bot. And even if it's a neutral fight that just wastes time off the clock, they're up a good 65 meters right now, right, Kel? So they don't really need to push the bot anymore. They just need to waste time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, 2 kills right off the rip here from Brooklyn, though. They do not want to go down without a fight. Ashby with another great knives coming out from this Junker Queen, and Donley in support here in the back line, but is not really able to find anyone. And Anna Maria gonna full retreat now.
That is so unfortunate for Domley in the back line, but not able to find anything. And going down by Ashby here. Ashby absolutely dominated with their knives here. And Major gonna nearly have the orbital ray online, but I can say the same thing about Ted's cousin. He does have the ultimate. Domley's gonna make a switch from Widowmaker to Soldier 76. Honestly, this next fight is gonna determine who takes the lead.
Yeah, this next fight is going to be huge. Ted's cousin with the only ultimate available in the lobby, although Major's orbital ray is almost available. We'll see if Ted decides to pop the ultimate here. He's going to look for at least 2 or 3. Ted gets very low, though, is one shot trying to get heals, but it's not going to happen. Alex and Ashby get 1 kill each. Make it 3. Another one from Alex, and just like I was saying, Alex having a phenomenal game on Brooklyn, just getting all these kills, has not swapped once from the Sojourn, and it's paying off as he finds another one in the tail end of that fight, and Brooklyn now has equaled out the meters and now taken the lead over Anna Maria.
We're going to see the fight right away. People popping up Fashionable.
Knife lands, but not too much value as Brooklyn retreating a little bit from Anna Maria's spawn. It's still available. It's still holding on to this one. Ashby's is almost available as well. Almost 4 ultimates online for Brooklyn.
Well, the Nano's going to pop out, but so is the orbital ray from Anna Maria here. They can make a good game.
Ted's ult does not find too much value. Goes purple and falls Death Soldier with the kill. That's 3 dead now for Anna Maria. Hero just spawned, so he's basically dead. There's another kill by Captain, and Brooklyn regaining control of this bot. But only 15 seconds on the clock, Kel. It's basically last fight, wing flip situation here.
Absolutely. I'm not sure if Anna Maria can touch just in time here, but this is Final Fight territory here. Anna Maria has to make a massive push in order to take this all the way. With Yoshi still having...
Brooklyn want to bring us to a map 4. Will it happen? Anna Maria holding strong so far, but they have to stay on the bot. Overtime is active. Ed's cousin staying with the bot here. So hard though when the bot's trying to reset back to going so fast. Trying to stay up with it. Hugo gets a kill on the Death Soldier. That's massive. Goes purple but gets healed back up. And Brooklyn on the back foot here. They want to close this one out. But Anna Maria still with the tree there from Heliyoshi. They're going to be able to stay alive and stay on this point for at least one more fight.
Oh my god, what a massive change right now. Ashby being nearly the last man standing here.
Oh, pops the ultimate, but will it be enough? Overtime ticking down. They don't want to see 9. Ooh, it's going so fast. They've got to catch up. Heliyoshi very low, getting healed up. They've got to stay with the bot now. Now it's definitely final fight. Either way, the bot is now back halfway. If Anna Maria wins this next fight, there's no way they don't push another 19 meters.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Brooklyn, they don't even need to win the fight. They just need to get them off the bot.
We do see Domley having the Dragon Blade and Ted's cousin having the ultimate. I think we may see a combo here personally. But Captain may be coming close to the Nano here. It's honestly depending on who gets
careful with their positioning, though. They're stuck on the bot. Here comes the double ultimate, but they both go purple. Domley gets taken down by Alex. A huge play by Alex. That could be a game-winning play. And the Nano goes out as well. Ted's doing all he can to stay on the point, but he's so low, getting so much healing, though, from his supports. Goes purple. And Brooklyn finish this one off. Ted's cousin, the hero, still staying on the point. Ashby gets 1, though. Make it another. Ashby popping off on the Junker Queen. And that is a full team wipe, except for Domley, but it's not going to matter. He's not on the point.
And we're going to game 4.
We're going to map 4. Brookfield coming out huge in that last fight.
We're seeing Iro, whoever it is, I think it's an Avatar reference, coming out with the Juno play the game here. That's very rare to see a Juno play the game. Absolutely. Supports matter in this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, the support play from both teams has been phenomenal in this match. Hero, Ilioshi, Captain, they've all just had an incredible series, an incredible turn so far. But yeah, we'll be heading into map 4 in just a minute. Brooklyn keeping their tournament alive.
I will say at that very last fight, I kind of got to give my MVP to Captain here, who's able to hit nearly 2 game-changing grenades there, which able to make both the Genji and the Orisa purple, securing them the final fight.
That's a good point. But my MVP would go to Alex, I think.
Yeah?
Sojourn.
Okay.
He had a phenomenal game, was constantly hitting these important, not just anyone, right? Not just doing kind of meaningless damage and converting damage into their support's ultimate charge. He was actually finding the kills and finding the picks and starting off these fights. They were able to allow Brooklyn to keep up and maintain and keep up this momentum that they needed in order to take that win. So, yeah, we'll be getting into map 4 in just a minute. I need to get some more water, so we're going to kick it over to a quick break, please, production, and then we'll be right back with map 4. Don't go anywhere.
Traveling to Siena. Initiating match.
All right, we are back with the finals here at the Hudson Valley Contention LAN Overwatch Invitational. It is map 4. Anna Marie up 2-1, but Brooklyn took the last map.
And here we are going into Siravasa. Me personally, I also love this map as well. Hot take, I think Flashpoint's code. And we are going to see Brooklyn coming up. They are going to want this is the start of their possible reverse sweep here going into map 4, like Denny just said. And we're going to see
cool.
Ted's cousin going right into the Orisa.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't.
You got me there.
Had a really good game on the, honestly, a very good entire series on this hero. So even in the maps that they lost, he played a really crucial part in the amount of points and push that they were able to get. But especially on the last map, he was constantly making space for them on this Orisa. So let's see if it works out again for him.
Brooklyn on the Brooklyn College side, we're going to see Ashby on the Junker Queen here. I think Brooklyn College might have found their calling and might have found their way to fight against this very oppressive defense on Anna Maria's side.
Yeah, I like this turret placement though from Hugo. It's off to the side, so if Brooklyn wants to deal with this, they're going to have to perspective of where they're looking. So far, no kills. Galvus getting low, but does get healed up. Domley with a kill onto Major to start things off. That's a great start for Anna Maria.
Yeah, absolutely great defense on Anna Maria's side, taking the point right away. Ted's cousin, the Orisa, the Fortify, and everything, it's hard to get right through. And Brooklyn College, they're going to want to find, they're going to have to be very creative here in order to close out this.
Yeah, Brooklyn didn't want to commit to the full fight after losing Major at the start of that one, and Anna Maria going to get 30% right off of that one kill. But Heliyoshi again, and another one. Anna Maria just going so strong in these team fights. Ted's cousin takes out 2 at the back end, and Captain knows that he's not long for this world and just jumps straight into that one for the reset. But Anna Maria already passed 50% on this point. Ooh, the javelin right to the face, and Death Soldier eats dirt there.
What an unfortunate dagger on Death Soldier. And honestly, this is going to make Brooklyn College's final push here, which at 75%, we are looking at final fight for this first point here. It's going to be very difficult, and we already see Ted's cousin have the Orisa ultimate online, and Heliyoshi coming straight after.
And Ashby swapping to the Sigma is not going to have his ult available for this last fight. They've got a touch now, 96% on Flashpoint. These tick up very quickly. Ashby, a massive ult from Ted's cousin. Not a lot of damage, though, as it was blocked or healed up by the supports. Hugo going down, Ashby doing all he can on the Sigma. Ted's cousin trades 2 back, but Major gets another one. It's a 3v3. No tank for Brooklyn, so advantage Anna Maria. Ted's cousin gets another, and that could be the first point going over to Anna Maria. Captain and Major trying to do what they can on the point. E-Drop goes down to stall for even more time. They're just waiting for their teammates to get back, but Heliyoshi finally takes down Major, and Anna Maria gets the first point.
Unfortunately, on the Brooklyn side, Death Soldier is going to miss the pulse bomb, and Major had to use there, which I fear might be for this next fight here against Anna Maria on this next point, which already have the visor, already have the orbital, and I have to question whether or not that should have been used for those ultimates.
Yeah, probably will go in bot review as a mistake by Major, but we'll see if it comes back to bite them. As Anna Maria still rolling strong here. Domley popping the visor, getting one. Alex trades one back with his ultimate, though, and it's a 4v4 right now.
Yeah, Anna Maria is going to get this point straight away here. Brooklyn College moving in 2 different areas here.
Coming on the point, but getting taken down so low. They're doing so much damage. Ashby finally goes down. Domley hitting all of the shots on this Soldier 76, and Anna Maria caps the point and immediately goes on the hunt for Death Soldier. Heads goes purple, but he'll be fine. Ultimates now on the side of Anna Maria. Hugo almost to the multi-core as well, and 0 for Brooklyn. Things already looking dire for Brooklyn College, Kel.
I would agree. Anna Maria already has Ted's cousin ultimate, Heliyoshi, in a rush, which is absolutely clear. And honestly, you need some sort of offense from Brooklyn College to take the court, whether it's this high ground that they're developing.
Yeah, I like this Brooklyn College occupying the high ground, but they've got to commit to a fight soon. Already past 60% on this second point for Anna Marie, and that would put them on match point.
Got the nano here. Oh!
1-for-1 trade so far. Both tanks with a kill. It's a 4v4. Go down though without being able to pop his ultimate. No tank for Brooklyn though. Actually, I was mistaken. Ashby was the one that went down, and that's going to force Brooklyn to still have to touch the point here. Overtime has started. They're at 99%. They've got to commit to this fight. They cannot wait for Ashby to come back. Out of spawn, Domley gets one. Alex trying to do what he can with the ultimate, gets one. Eero trades one back though. Alex popping off, gets another one for Brooklyn. Trying to be the hero here for Brooklyn College. And they're just pelting Ted's cousin with damage from this high ground. And usually Ashby still on the point, keeping overtime ticking. Ted's cousin throws down the barrier, still surviving, but a great hit shot from Alex from around the barrier. And Brooklyn may recap, they do. And Brooklyn College getting the first percentage here on Flash.
What a great hero play by Alex, taking out, I think, a 2 or 3 there. And we're going to see another fight straight away. Domley going down right away.
Ashby was like a shark, smelled blood in the water, went straight after Domley, knew he was vulnerable. He just cut around the corner and cut him down. And that's a big stagger for Brooklyn College. Ooh, the javelin from downtown. Ted's cousin said bye-bye. That is a huge kill on the Dead Soldier, right as he was coming out of spawn as well, getting killed the last time. And, wow, huge javelin there, Kel.
Absolutely, and we're going to overtime here. Oh!
Yep, they got a touch. Woo, they touch in the last possible second. But here's Ted's cousin with a big ultimate. 2 kills for Anna Marie, 1 traded back with the Helix Rockets from Death Soldier. Ashby goes down, though. That's huge. And Anna Maria looking so strong right now. It's a 3v1 on the point. Death Soldier just running around in circles, trying to survive as long as possible. Alex able to get one, but it's too little, too late. Overtime ticks down, and Anna Maria now on match point.
Absolutely unfortunate for Ashby there, who wanted to pop with the Joker Queen ultimate, but it didn't come out. Heliyoshi had the Suzu, and Ted's cousin was able to push them back there. And here we are approaching match point for Anna Marie here. Who could take this home to grand final?
Oh, Death Soldier destroys Domley from max range. Domley a little too slow on that healing field and gets taken down. That is huge for Brooklyn.
It's going to be a battle between Death Soldier and Domley for whoever the better soldier is at this point. Seeing who can get the first pick.
Let's hear from Tez, but still on the point, still doing tons of damage. That one will connect it. Boom! Ashby goes down. Ted's cousin, we get another with a javelin in the back. And Anna Maria capture this. Could be the final point of this match.
Absolutely fantastic team from Heliyoshi here. Oh, could they find a stagger here? He is going to get away just in time. But Captain does have the Nano online. And Anna Maria probably has both Arist Ultimate coming online soon and Hugo's Torbjorn Molten Core. That hurts a lot when
Ashby already taken down to half, trying to get through on this high ground. Comes down. Stairs now, waiting for his supports to get in position. Side. Yep, Ashby coming in. Ooh, an early kill onto Heliyoshi. That's massive for Brooklyn. And they convert this into a team point by win. Molten Core goes down onto the point. Domley with a double kill. Visor is online and active. Boom, there's another one. And Alex just going to fall off the map there to try to reset. A huge 2-5 win for Anna Maria. Brooklyn, maybe their last fight of the tournament here, Kel.
Absolutely right. Domley's going to go down here. Ashby going onto the Doomfist to touch at the very last second, which they are able to get.
Ooh, finally gets the touch, but gets taken down immediately by Hugo. That kill streak for Ted's cousin is unkillable. Here comes Field to keep him off the point. There's 2 more kills. Brooklyn College staggering in now. It's going to be too little, too late, and Anna Maria will advance to the grand finals.
Oh my gosh, what an iron defense from Anna Maria. They take point control. No one is stopping them. Not even Brooklyn College here.
Phenomenal stuff coming out here from Anna Maria. Both teams really did a phenomenal job in this series and in this tournament. Congratulations to Brooklyn College taking a solid 3rd place finish here out of 9 teams that showed up for the event. So really nice stuff from them. Domley here with the MVP, and play of the game performance on the Soldier 76. Yeah, I think that map specifically really came down to those hit scan DPS, which soldiers were able to hit the shots, which Sojourn were able to hit the shots. That's really honestly what it came down to in the end, Kel.
Absolutely. Anna Maria, along with Anna Maria's iron defense here, nearly the only word I can say for it is oppressive. Just you can't get through it. You're right in there suffocating. Like it's just so difficult, especially with the Orisa.
Especially when you're playing these hit scan characters that require a little bit more space, right? Like if you're better at kind of suffocating, pressing, and taking space and moving other teams want them to go, then it's going to be so much easier. Yes, get those important kills.
Yeah, and Ted's cousin absolutely did a fantastic job holding on to any moment.
All right,
great showing by both.
Yeah, great showing by both teams. Congratulations to Brooklyn College on the third place finish. It's going to be Anna Maria versus Marist in the grand finals coming up after a short break here. But that's going to do it for myself. I am Coach Danny from Post University, is our Overwatch captain. Kel, also from Post University. Kel, it's been a pleasure casting with you as always. Once again, I want to shout out Hudson Valley LAN here in New York for this phenomenal event, and Army West Point for putting it on. And just a great venue here, and this has been a lot of fun, both for us to compete and to commentate on the matches today. So I want to shout out everyone involved for a phenomenal event. We are going to head out here, so we're done for the night. We'll have some other casters coming in to take you through the grand finals in just a few minutes. So thank you for watching and supporting, everyone. We appreciate all of your support in the chat and everyone. We love you all, guys. So thanks so much. Take care.
Bye, guys. Oh, God, I messed up.
And we are back. Welcome back. So currently I'm here with Stanley, the coach for the Marist University esports program. So Stanley, first, welcome to the LAN. It's been great having you and competing against Marist and having all these teams here. I mean, part of the intent of the LAN is for us to get more face-to-face interaction with other colleges so that esports isn't just like a thing that we do behind screen. So it's been great having your team here and having everyone else as well. So first to start off, I do want to ask you a little bit about the basics of Marist University Esports and how it all started, who runs it, and what that's been like for you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys for inviting us down here. A great morning, afternoon. Right now it's 6 o'clock, so we're locked in for about
Yeah.
8 hours. So,
Yeah.
but the thing is, you still feel the energy here at the place. The biggest thing, vendors is that have downtime in practice. But
Yeah.
to answer your question, I'll say, question again. How was?
Yeah, just like how it started and what it's
Yeah,
been like
so
running that.
really, I think the big, you find your niche, find your club, and find that meant into Marist. And a lot of students, they started not too long ago. A lot of students said, "Hey, we play video games. Let's make a club." So, essentially, in Marist University, we're a club sport. So it's under athletics, but we're working towards bigger things. But right now, we're a club sport, and we operate in the MAC as well. So we have MAC tournaments. Oh, what I always like to say, it's really funny. I tell people, hey, when the basketball team is playing the MAC and all that, we're also there, like across the way, and we're playing as well against the same schools that have esports. So,
And when you say MAC, what does that mean?
so the metro area, schools around the area,
around
so
like New York City.
well, I'll say around New York. So
Okay.
we play with Buffalo, we play with Siena, things like that. So it's a
Okay,
lot of
so you
schools.
guys are also like very involved with other schools around your area as well.
Yeah,
then.
so I'll say mostly with contenders. We mostly with this event, we did more local colleges too as well. Because we have a college from Brooklyn. From Brooklyn, we have Dutchess County as well here. So we kept it local. But let's say with the MAC, we local in terms of like New York. So there's a lot of different to play in land as well. I think that speaks on the whole land is important because a lot of people is kind of
Yeah.
but realistically, when you make it into the moment where you go into land, you feel the energy, you feel all the connection. We're literally all here for one reason: play the game of love and to show the competitiveness. I mean, I think the biggest thing with esports in general and the land is that you get to see firsthand that it's not just kids playing video games, students playing video games. But if you listen to them talk and the operation they have, it's a full blown team. Talking about you have a lead person, a back person, a healer, a support. Bunch of stuff that happened.
Yeah, one of the things that we can't show on streams very well, but still happens, is that communication that happens between team members as the games are going on. And as we saw from Marist today, I mean, you guys put out a really great performance. I mean, we're expecting some very good results between Marist and Anna Maria in the winners finals coming up. So for your team as a coach, how have you facilitated that teamwork and that cohesiveness?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is that you give the students the leadership that they. So a
Mhm.
lot of students are able to just take it on themselves. I always like to say, Marist University, it's student run. The students do a lot on the forefront, and I think that empowerment also helps them on their team. So take ownership of that. They excel, and now not only helps them mentally, but also during the game. That's their team happen. So I really like to say I'm the supportive staff. I like to make sure that they, the nicks and crannies that get happen, I'm able to take care of. But great job.
Yeah, and I mean for our team at West Point as well, we've kind of done the same thing. In terms of like giving our players ownership and letting them feel as if they help run the team to foster that leadership experience. Like we do the exact same thing as well. And I'm wondering for you as a coach, to what extent are you also involved with like the play-by-play analyses and helping the team members get better and honing their craft? How does your role work in
Yeah,
that
so
sense?
I'll say with the opportunity coaching these that I don't necessarily go firsthand tell them, hey, I'll work this because essentially we play a lot of games. We have around 10 titles that we play. In the MAC alone we have 5, but I like to say that I'm a person that likes to dabble in all the games. So I know a little bit about all the games, and if anything, I try to play all the games. So I at least know the basics, and then help them best I can. I mean, but definitely I'll say it's definitely student run. So most of the, I'll say I'll play Overwatch the most, but way more than I do.
So given that you have more than just Overwatch, it sounds like the program is pretty big in terms of having multiple teams for multiple titles.
Yeah, we're always looking to add more titles. I
Yeah.
think just game that's been blasting off is called Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, yeah.
We already did a kind of an interesting game, and let's say we had a big show out. So I think that's the biggest thing. We're always adding. We're always everybody's including games we play. To the point where we have a Fortnite duos. We're trying to make Call of Duty 06.
Yeah.
Valorant, all the good titles. And the about this all is that half of the, if not almost all of them, they're free. I mean, you can download the Overwatch right now, Marvel Rivals right now,
yeah,
Valorant right now, all that good stuff, and get it started. I think that's one of the biggest things that in Marist they asked me, how can I join? How can I get started? I want the game to try, and if you find yourself good at the game or have natural talent, or even out and try to get your level up.
So as your program has expanded over the past few years, for you as a coach, what would you say has been the most rewarding thing to see as the program expands?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that I'm noticing then in the high school before this role I was in the high school level trying to create an East high school. The interest is gaining more traction over time. So you're always finding, what did they say? The haystack, the needle in the haystack. You're always finding those students that may not even know you have an East program in your school. So the biggest thing happening is that every year we try to push ourselves out more to tabling, events, this, doing that, so that more students get kind of like, oh, snap, there's a let's join it, and it's ever increasing, so it's getting a little more difficult because as the interest increases, you're also having a lot of difficulties trying to make an 8. So many good. So we always like to at Marist, we always like to make sure if you want to play, we'll give you a chance to play. So we have tryouts and things.
So you're always like trying to strike a balance between recruiting, but also making sure that you've got the best talent that you're promoting once they're already on the team.
Yeah, because that's I mean, I like to say that's a good problem to have because sometimes you have too many trying to join. That's a good problem to have because then you can say, hey, there's a large interest in college at this. Let's ramp it up, and that's kind of what I'm doing here at Marist is that big, large crowd of students that want more, that want to participate, that want a better space. So what I do is I try to put that all into one package and kind of show that to the higher ups and come to my institution. So like, hey, we got a crowd for this to happen. So we're working towards, expanding always. So every year I like to say we try to expand or we try to make it.
So when you're trying to pitch this to the higher ups of the university, and as well as for our viewers at home who are watching this, what are typically some of the arguments that you make in terms of the benefits of esports and how that contributes to Marist University's educational?
Yeah, so I'll say for when I was in college, I think the biggest thing that everybody tries to find their place, their club, and they're able to find easy. Have to be, but kind of the way I explain it, that once going easy, their retention goes up, their grades go up. The reason, and I can have backup and stats to that, is because above a 2.5 to be part of the, or below 2.5, you're not going to be part of it. Retention part of it, you're part of a team, part of something greater. You're good. Graduate. I have a student that he's taking his graduate degree, so he's been part of the team. That's the thing is that necessarily I don't want to say it was because of esports, but he has that piece where he can fall back on and say, hey, I have a family, I have a team that I can fall back on if things get rough. A distraction, may say. But yeah, no, I always tell this. And then one of the biggest things too I say is that a lot of people that may not understand esports, they may have daughters, friends, cousins that play it, and they don't understand, why do you spend so much time doing this? If you just sit down and understand the aspect of it all, your teamwork, the leadership, the ability to learn, change, and develop new abilities and skills, it's in every game. I mean, the funniest thing I always like to say to people that don't know about esports, I'm like, there's a game that's a Rocket League. It's literally a car playing soccer.
Yeah.
If you listen to those guys talk about those strategies in that game, you'll be like, what is this?
Yeah.
So that's a cool thing is that, maybe if you never heard your daughter or cousin or anybody talk advanced languages and stuff like that. Listen to them talk in their comms.
Yeah.
You'll hear some. They can describe to you where an enemy or a positioning is from the head from the color of the room. So that's what I like to say.
As a player myself, I mean, I feel like I get that exact same feeling about how high speed that communication and the intensity of the game happens. And I think that's like something that maybe older generations or most lay people tend to not really perceive about esports, is that they think that video games are just like a recreational thing that it distracts you from your schoolwork. Like there's no way that an esports program could possibly go hand in hand with supporting a university's mission in terms of building scholars and athletes and leaders and things like that. So I think one of the great things about esports programs such as yours and as well as ours here at West Point is it really does help you to build people who know how to lead and communicate in these kinds of high stakes but high intensity but still physically low stakes situations. And I think that one of the great things is that you as a coach, you get to be at the front of all of that, helping to push all these students to become better in all these different aspects.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing is that they're having fun while they're doing it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
That's kind of the cheat code to succeeding is that you're having fun doing what you love. And at the same time, again, it's a retention. When they do tours, they see the room, they want to come, and there's so much aspects to it. And I've been putting in a package to try to get it over to my institution so they can kind of help us out with more of we want a bigger room, we want this, we want more PCs, things like that. Because like I said, we're ever growing and we're always expanding. And kind of our room became really small comparably to our program that's pretty big. But no, yeah, to put it all in a package, esports is more than what it seems, and a lot of people don't know it yet, but it's happening slowly but surely. And LAN tournaments like this is what makes it possible, is what makes kind of the dream come true, because you see it firsthand. And, you know, the pictures that come out of this, the videos, the interviews, they help out a lot moving forward with our dream, let's just call it.
Yeah, especially with all the publicity and, like, face-to-face social interaction. You know, one of the stereotypes of gamers is that they're all like very antisocial, very introverted. So then when you have gamers all coming out to events like these and talking to each other face to face and communicating beyond just the screen, one of the benefits is that it helps them to get beyond that and sort of fight back against that stereotype.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing social experience, and I already met a couple coaches that I'm already going to touch base with after this. So this is amazing.
Yeah. So before we end off the interview, I do want to ask you if you have any social media platforms that you'd want to promote for Marist.
Yeah, so we have an IG Marist Esports. Just look us up. We'll be there. We also stream our MAC tournament. I mean, our MAC games, and if we do tournaments like this in Marist Esports as well, we put it as that. And yeah, just look us up. During the fall season, we play regular season, and then yeah, we're always available. Just reach us out.
All right, sounds good. And for our viewers at home, Stanley's team here is going to be competing in just a moment against Anna Maria College for the grand finals of this LAN tournament. So stay tuned. We've got some exciting gameplay coming up. Stanley, always great to talk to you.
Hey, it was a pleasure, man. Thank you.
Great interview. Yeah. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back. So, I'm here with Andrew, the director of the esports program for Anna Maria College. If you're looking at the scoreboard up here, That's the team that's going to be competing against Marist for this upcoming match for the grand finals. And we're here with Andrew to talk a little bit about the esports program at Anna Maria College. So, Andrew, to start off, first thing I do want to ask you is just tell us about your esports program, how long ago it started, who runs it, what that experience has been like for you.
Yeah, so it started about 2 years ago, and it was kind of like a club that got moved into a program, and then they started obviously gaining traction, and then I stepped in last summer, and then that's where we kind of just progressed to where we are now. The program's a lot larger than it was 2 years ago. We've had more titles, and we've also found a lot of success too. Being able to like really dig into like the things that we care most about, which is for us is integrity, effort, and just commitment, right? That's the big thing, those big three things for us. Like if you're, as long as we're playing with integrity, you're always putting effort in and you're committing to the team, then hey, you get no problems with me, and no problems within the program either. But yeah, we're a small school, so we got a small program, but we got a lot of heart.
Yeah. And I mean, it's really surprising to me that the program's only been around for 2 years, because clearly at this LAN, you guys have put out a very good performance, given that you're about to compete in the grand finals, which tells me that the team must be pretty cohesive and operating very well, which for a program that's been lasting for only 2 years, especially for a small school where the potential talent pool is more restrictive. How do you, as a director, facilitate such a strong team that's able to put out a performance like this against schools like Marist?
Yeah, so I put a lot of it on them. I try to make sure that the team is acting as a team, right? Like it's not a single person's problem, it's the whole team's problem, right?
Yeah.
And if it's the whole team's problem, then it's probably a program problem as well. And really just taking that and like adding in that ownership of the team, right? You're part of a team, you own the problem, and we fix the problem. And the our 5 players here, like they've been together since last fall, so like the last semester. We took a conference in NECC. It was a really nice, like it's working. Go into the spring semester, and now we're here. Fought our way through the lower bracket, and now we're kind of here at the with the goal that we wanted, right? Was hey, get to the grand finals. Let's see what happens from there. But yeah, it's a lot. It's all on them. I try to give them as much ownership of the program as I have, and I don't want any of them to think that you don't have a voice. You're not you're not part of this team or whatever, right? Everybody has a certain job within the program, within the team, and as long as everyone's doing their job and everyone's holding each other accountable, hey, then that's what leads to this.
Yeah, that ownership does seem to be a pretty common theme. I mean, Stanley, he was just talking about it for Marist's team as well. And then here at West Point, we do the same thing of trying to emphasize ownership among the team members, and making sure that every team member feels like they have a voice in controlling the direction of the team and owning those problems. So for you as the director, when you're trying to develop your team members to become better leaders, better communicators, what are some of the most fulfilling things that you've seen within those past 2 years?
Yeah, so within this like last academic year, right, from where I started and where we are now, the team definitely had like it wasn't necessarily problems within the game of like communicating. It was outside of the game, right? Being at college, you live with these guys, guys, girls, whoever, and you have to be able to deal with other problems outside of the game as well.
Yeah.
And that was kind of where we were really pushing, like the development thing was like, hey, you guys, when you guys are in game, you guys can communicate, you can talk, you can do everything. Like I could give you any task and you'll be able to do it because you're in game, you have a headset on. But when it comes to outside of the game, that's where we're really struggling, right? So that's where I was like pushing the more of like, hey, you don't have to have conversations only in game. Like you guys can communicate outside the game, have team meetings. And our big thing for us and kind of what we drive with the program is goals. So individual goals, team goals, program goals. We kind of lay those out and like, okay, this is what we want. This is what we want to do. We want to take another conference. We want to go to LAN. We want like whatever it is. And it could be like academic goals. It could be internship goals. It doesn't matter. It's just goals for them and then allowing them, everybody to know who's got what goal. So then we can all kind of support each other in those goals. And I can also support them as well as the director.
Yeah, and You mentioned that you've been helping with this esports program since summer of last year, but before that, were you also still with Anna Maria?
No, so before that, I was at University of New Haven. I was a student. I had just gotten out of the military, went to University of New Haven, got my degree, saw this job, applied, got it. Very excited. This is what I wanted to do. It's like the dream job for me. And it's also an amazing place to work at too. Anna Maria College is amazing. I like the small schools. I like being able to have those connections with the students where it's not like I have like over 100 esports players. I don't necessarily want that. I mean, it'd be great, but I like being able to have these, be able to communicate with them and being able to, like, if one of them really needs help, I can help them out, and I can kind of keep track of them too to make sure, hey, you come to Anna Maria College as a freshman, you leave as a senior, and you go into the workforce or grad school, whatever it is, right? So that's where I was before, and then now I'm here.
So it does sound like having a small esports program does have some of its benefits, like more personal connections with your players and whatnot. So given that, where would you predict the future of your program, or where would you like to see your program in the future?
Yeah. So I've thought about that a lot, like looking at the future with my vision and stuff, and I definitely want the program to grow. I want to add more titles. I want to be competitive, but the big thing for me, as long as the program always is working off integrity, effort, and commitment, then I'm going to be happy. If I have one team and they're following all three of those things, then that's a success for me. But I would love to have a bigger program. Not too big. We're a small school. I don't think we can handle all that, but be able to grow, be able to bring students in, and be able to build this community up. And the other thing too is a lot of them probably don't even think about this while they're in college, is that they're making friends for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
These are their teammates. They've gone through it together. I mean, we've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. They woke up. They had to leave by 6, so I was up there by 6. So I was waking up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, driving up there in the snow.
Yeah.
And it's like, these are like the memories that they're going to have for the rest of their lives. Be like, hey guys, they're going to mess each other on the Discord or whatever it is in life, right? And be like, hey, you remember that time it snowed terribly and we went to that LAN?
Yeah.
Like, that was terrible.
Yeah.
But it's a cool experience for them, and 3 of our players have never been to a LAN before, so we were just able to provide that experience for them for the rest of their time, because as we all know, as you get older, esports kind of goes to the wayside. Can't get as competitive anymore. I can't keep up with you guys, but and that's gonna happen. Maybe they'll figure it out. Maybe they figure out the secret career, they keep it going, but if they don't, this is an experience that they're going to remember for the rest of their lives and be able to tell their kids if they have kids. Or it's just it's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, like the lifelong connections and then the memories that you make at events like these, all of that coming through esports, and then plus the most interesting thing that I've learned from you about this program is the values that you associate with that integrity, effort, commitment. I think all of that just goes to show the potential for esports as a real way to personally develop as a leader, athlete, communicator, etc. And I just think it's really interesting how you emphasize these like 3 core values as part of your program.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what makes us work.
Yeah, I'm wondering how you would communicate that to your players and how you really drill that into them as you develop them.
Yeah, so I mean, you set the standard, right? So you set the bar, you tell them what the bar is, and then you set the goals, right? So we set the standard, we set the goals, and then it's kind of like just breadcrumbing them to certain things, like with the integrity. So one of the requirements for my program is that every single player needs to know the rule book. Like if we ever have a question about a rule book, it shouldn't be like, okay, let me go dig through. That's fine if you need to go look back, right? Just to make sure you're right. But you should, take that effort to go read the rule book, right? Make sure that we're following the rules, because we don't want to get rule book, because no one likes that.
Yeah.
So like there's like those types of things like there, and then also just being like honest about things. Like every college student probably skips class, right? And that's just that's just how it is.
Yeah.
But if you're honest with me, and when I ask you like why you missed so class, you're like, well, I just didn't feel like going. Okay, I'll take that. Like am I happy about it? No, but you're honest with me. At least you have that integrity to come to me and say like, yeah, I just didn't go to class. So it's just like the whole collegiate esports concept is what we really try to push in both the playing and then also with them in their academics. It's like it's the full package. We don't want you just to come because you want to play on the esports team. Like I would love for you to come, but hey, you're coming to college. Hey, you come here for your freshman year, you leave your senior year. That's the goal. There's no more extra time after that. You don't need to take another semester. None of that. We just want you to complete what you're doing, and if you want to go to grad school, that's fine. If you want to go in the workforce, that's fine. But we have to have that goal, and so as having them talk about their goals too. That's the big thing for us, and that's where it kind of comes to like that commitment piece. It's like, hey, this is your goal. Like, you're committed to this. Like, if you don't achieve this goal, then we gotta go look back and see where we failed, right? Where I failed, right? I take ownership of that. If you don't accomplish your goal, I'm gonna take that ownership, but you're also gonna take the ownership as well. And that's where we kind of bleed the core values, like you're saying, right, into these students, so that when they leave here, they're leaving with integrity. They're leading to commitment, and it's the full package for us.
Yeah, it's really rare nowadays, I feel like, for teams and players to still value things like integrity and honesty, because when you get into super competitive arenas, including esports, basketball, football, whatever, once you get to a certain level of competitiveness, which I feel like esports definitely has reached, in many cases, integrity and honesty and things like that, like those kinds of values kind of go out the window, because winning becomes #1 priority above all else. So it's very rare to see teams still emphasize things like that and still preserving that moral character.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see it a lot, right? You see it within the industry. They're trying to like skirt the line, and then they get caught, and then and it's easy to assume too that other teams are doing the same thing. They just haven't been caught yet. And like for me, like I never want Anna Maria College's name to be in that into that type of I guess text. Right, I don't want to see anything negative with Anna Maria College, only positive things, and that's why integrity is so important.
All right. Well, before we end off this interview, I do want to ask you if there are any social media platforms that you'd like to promote for our viewers.
Yeah, so we have Twitter, it's Anna Maria Esports, and then our Twitch is twitch.tv/Anna Maria Esports as well. Those are like our two big ones. We're working on the other stuff.
All right, sounds good. For our viewers, stay tuned. We got our game coming up right about now. Marist University versus Anna Maria. Andrew, it was great to have you on.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
All right, welcome everybody. Here we are at potentially the last game here at the Overwatch 2 LAN. We have the grand finals, Marist University against Anna Maria University. Marist has no losses coming into this. Anna Maria has one. So if Marist does happen to lose this, we'll be doing a rematch of the exact same two teams. Now, Anna Maria is coming from the losers bracket. They just beat, as you saw last game, they beat Brooklyn College. That was a very good match, very close match, but they beat them 3-1. Now, over here, up first is just getting into the lobby. We're going to have Marist, who's the #1 seed, have first choice. It's going to be control map. Now, we've seen a lot of Lijiang. We haven't really seen much of anything else. We had one Antarctic. I did see one Ilios too, but outside of that, I know Marist is first choice. Marist has always chosen Lijiang first. They're very strong with Lijiang. They got that always, as always, you know, they switch up the comp a few times here and there, but you're going to have that Queen. You're going to have that Hazard. Kiri Lucio, like usual, you know, Soj somewhere, Venture potentially. Potentially, you've got a, they were pulling out that Genji too. It seems to be working for them because they haven't lost a match yet. But, you know, that last match against Brooklyn was very close. 3-2, one of the last second. See how they do up against Anna Maria College here. Like Brooklyn actually fizzled out. Lost to Anna Maria 3-1. But this could be a close match.
Yep. Accurate. Second to last. Given that they're here at the finals, the pressure to win higher seed. A lot to prove here. Match. I honestly think we would go to all 5 games, given both teams' performance. Marist going the distance, all 5 matches in Brooklyn. I think Anna Marie that momentum to kind of capitalize and hopefully take map 1 and from there kind of spiral. But at the end of the day, it's anyone's game.
So as we said before, obviously, Marist chooses Lijiang. This is one of their favorite maps. We have Night Market up first. Would be an interesting one. I remember last time they happened to run the Queen brawl on this, but we might see them pulling out the Hazard for this one. We don't know. Now this is an Orisa that we see, Orisa Torb. This is gonna be Anna Maria's team. So we got Hideyoshi on the Kiri. Marist, obviously, they're pulling out the... Is that a Life Weaver I see? It looks like Marist is pulling out the Hazard and the Life Weaver. This will be an interesting pick. We'll see if they keep that Life Weaver, but that pull is going to be very strong. Sim TP out, obviously, for both teams.
Pretty standard stuff.
Marist swapping to a Pharah. Anna Maria swapping to a... Oh my, instant pick from Kane on that Soj. Very strong. Soldier's cut off. Ted is cut off with Moira on point. They're gonna turn. Kane looking for that Moira. Cut off right now. Very big coming in. Face miss gets 1.
Yep. Henry had select control there early, but Marist got a pick. Ultimately leading to their win in the fight. Happy point.
So we've seen GG Dax on this Hazard before. He's very strong, very aggressive. He collapses extremely well with Thunder Kit.
Here.
Swapping the D.Va for that Hazard is going to be strong. Also, now don't necessarily have hit scan for face miss yet, but it looks like D.Va might be going for that Pharah. Split push right now. GG Dax frontlining. Got Kane in the back still. Lucio going in the back line. Pharah up top. GG Dax goes in and gets Hugo on Tor, but gets killed by Torb's turret. The face mask gets 1. Looks like Marist is up here, up by 2, gets D.Va out of mech, just D.Va and Kiri. D.Va gets killed before getting into mech, unfortunately. So now...
Trying to go for that corner, but got punished for it.
Marist coming up on 2 ults, potentially 3. Anna Maria only coming up on 1. It's going to be a difficult ult game for Anna Maria because it's so far behind right now.
Yeah, control's a hard point to play. You know, once you win that first fight, start getting ults rolling, it's kind of hard to take it back.
Big pick by GG Dax on the Hazard and face miss again. He just not really getting any contest.
Yeah,
just that D.Va.
GG Dax has consistently gotten opening picks on this Hazard. Such a strong all-around tank. Lots of mobility. You can climb walls, dash, melee, block for mitigation. Essentially a wall. And a lot of utility out of him. Very easy to get picks of it.
Swap to a... Oh, Hideyoshi gets a pick. We swapped to a Bastion and a Pharmacy. Looks like they broke mech though. Still down 1 right now. Now they're even. That's a rush from Marist. They have 4 ults up. That's a rush from Anna Maria. Seems like a rush late. Rushing very far back line. Hazard ult. That was first point. Marist winning that with 3 ults still left. It looks like that ult economy that they're doing is working really well. Anna Maria had to do a lot of swaps. Only got 1 ult off that entire game. Unfortunate for them.
Yep. Again, it's just one of the nature of control. That first fire, first point, you kind of just have ult advantage. That advantage. Start cycling ults. Hard for the other to come back without really burning all of their ults. This one at a disadvantage even if they're fight.
Here we see it again. Faceman's back to that venture. You know, a lot of times. He puts in a lot of work in that back line, just bullying the healers in the back. But the problem is he might have some more difficulty with this one. Anna Maria has 2 very mobile healers, Moira and Juno.
Faceman play the venture very. That's a flank. Let's get a pick from the back. That burrow to get out of the raid. She's actually going in here with it. Henry so far has won the new fight, has point control.
Yoshi gets face mid, who tries to go in the back line. Then they rush in. Speed and Rom Nemesis form. That's a big wall.
Be careful here. If they overextend, they could get picked. Give the point, but play smart. They come back.
Very well played by Anna Maria.
Yep.
Cups is putting in a lot of work right here. He already has 60% ult charge.
Yep, Anna Maria overall, on average, has higher ult charge, but once this Imperial comes out by Cups, it'll be the turn
GG Dash going in. Goes for that soldier. Gets the soldier. Collapses on that back line. Not much Anna Maria can do there. Oh, Teds gets 1, but unfortunately it isn't enough. A boop off the map.
Spell on point, get percent. Maximize on the side. Yoshi staggering himself.
Yoshi with a big stagger. Oh, no, very big stagger, unfortunately.
Overall, you know, a good fight by Anna Maria. There's ultimately speed to get in. Dove well with Dax as well as Faceman. Throw in the Sojourn nade and
Anna Maria with 2 spots on their DPS. Faceman's going in. That's rushed in, but Moira ult also. Kane has Sojo ult. GG Dex gets picked by that Reaper.
Anna Maria is in a good position here. However, the Faceman stays behind, about to get a pick on. Oh, nope. Not going to get a kill on Lucio. Anna Maria is stabilizing.
Anna Maria is still up 1 right now.
Faceman stalling on point. It's really smart by Faceman. They recognize they're going to lose the fight, but still stays on point for percentage.
Very strong positioning there. Marist is up 4 ults. Anna Maria only has 2. It's going to be very difficult for them to win. We know that Sojourn ult into the Hazard ult is going to just insta-kill everybody. It's going to be very strong.
That is correct. Anna Maria here has to play very tight and ult first. They want to win this
We saw a beat going in. They used beat Nemesis going in. We saw a beat from Marist. And GG Dax pops his ult, but Kane gets 2 from that Hazard ult. And 2 for 2 ults, but it seems like Marist wins that fight. They just collapse.
Hazard was just strong. Didn't even anything else to follow up on it. However, they did use the ult. Anna Maria opportunity. So going into this new, but we have 2 death ults on Marist, coming up on roughly 3 ults on Anna Maria's side, but depending on how fast they build this may be last fight.
Could be last fight, yeah. We have Curiel coming in too. That's a big wall going for the Moira. Moira gets out. Lucio is 1. They pick off that Lucio, pick off that Torb, and get that Reaper. They do potentially have 1 more fight here. That's a big wall, big stagger here too. It's going to be hard to touch from here, but Marist does have 2 ults going into this.
So much. Stay in the corner, getting a lot of damage off the dash melee, blocking the spawn, damage mitigation, lobbing the damage. So much comes out.
You know how strong Kane is with that ult. That's Kiri ult going in. We haven't seen Kane pull his ult yet, but they get Reaper. They get 3 here. Looks like that may be a win. They don't even need.
However, second point, match 1.
Looks like they did barely even needed Kane's ult there. You know, they just collapsed. They used Kiwi, rushed in, picked off 1, picked off 2, collapsed on the rest of the team. Marist University wins the first map. Goes straight to Lijiang 2-0 on Anna Maria College.
Next map, Anna Maria's Choice Hybrid. Most people will opt for a King Pro.
This is right at the end. As we saw, he got 2, gets 3rd. Very
You see
strong.
what Emery was trying to do here, knowing that they had to touch. He tried to pass, kind of walk out of the push very hard. Yep, Emery throw. What side Mary? A lot of teams opt for defense, especially if they believe they have the advantage and confidence to hold out the defense and then roll into offense, but that's exactly what we'll see here.
Now we
Marist
did
opted for
see
defense.
Kane obviously using that Sojourn, but we saw the same comp like that Marist normally runs. I feel like Anna Maria was really switching out their comps a lot. You know, they had Rom, they had they were swapping up the DPS a lot. We saw Torb coming out, we saw Soldier coming out, we saw Soj coming out, we saw Genji coming out, we saw Reaper coming out. You know, they were switching up their comps a lot, and that just caused them to barely have any ults. Like that first point, they got 1 ult off the entire game. You know.
Yep, that's a problem with playing. You know, kind of counter watch where kind of try to counter pick and rob yourself of valuable ult cards, especially on control where the match is not actually that long compared to something like hybrid. However, Anna Maria on offense here has a little bit more freedom. Those swaps, Marist on defense is not able to really swap, as they'd have to run all the way back to spawn and back, which is no one will do. Maybe Anna Maria can get some more use out of that. See that he can collapse on, sort of comp around it.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna see. You know, on defense they ran Rom, they ran Anna in that top left. She just hides. We have actually the Brig to defend that Anna. You're gonna have the Soj, obviously. That has been their game plan all day, every day. Right after that, you've got the I'll be curious as to what Anna Maria is gonna pull out for offense here. You know, we could try to see a dive, maybe. You know, dive onto their backline, but Marist's Curie is very strong. You know, they have the perfect amount of offense and defense at the same time.
Yeah, it's a lot on Marist for Anna Maria to account for. Basically, them what it is they want to swap to counter. Obviously, you have a very strong hazard. Hazard on any player is just a problem. Base mist on what we saw mostly was Venture. Venture, very, very strong. But besides just being strong, Face Mist was getting a lot of value being a nuisance. Playing, you know, kind of an off angle Venture, going in when the opportunities, getting out with that burrow so much cheaper. Like you said, cups on Kiri. Kiri, when left uncontested, pump out a massive amount of damage, similar to DS, while having, you know, heal suit, all this utility at their disposal.
Alright, just like I predicted, from Marist, we're seeing that Brig that's going to sit on the end of the entire time, and you've got that Tracer, Kane on that Soj like usual, and Dax is actually going to go Rom here for defense. On the opposite side, we have a Rom, Anna and Curie, and then Widow for the insta-pick, trying to get a quick pick, maybe potentially on that Anna, and then we got a Bastion for that frontline damage. We could be oh, we swapped in our Risa actually. No more Rom or
Yep.
Anna
GP Dax
Maria.
are going to have a little bit of a problem here against Risa. General can do a lot more ability. However, probably won't be as easy as you will think, given that Marist has been playing really strong around their tank, able to pressure the opposing tank.
Left Soj in the hotel. They could potentially get
good
amazing shield by
Dax.
Dax.
Saving the point ultimately. That pick went through. Henry would have likely won it. So we don't see it right now, but Tracer sort of floating in the background, off angling. No, okay, big.
Dax is low.
Big pick on Face Mist.
Face Mist gets that Curie, but gets picked off by the Bastion.
We're at even 4v4 right now. DPS is down. Now it's uneven.
Down one healer.
Anna Maria up on heroes, however, no speed, but it looks like they will confidently take this point, going into a 5v3. Again, advantage of being on offense, you have that close to spawn. It's really important as a player on defense to not try to get picked.
They're going to go for a retake. They're trying to run in, but
again,
Arisa just pushes them off.
Too much of a bully.
Oh my
god. Really great pick.
Big pick.
Brig.
Anna's going to try to get that. Both DPS on the Anna. Get one, but there's 3 of Marist dead, and unfortunately that will be the point to Anna Maria.
Yep. Great fight by Anna Maria. Great way to play tight. Obviously, you don't often want to see full team, especially support stacked on point, but given how Marist is playing, it definitely works to be stacked together. Don't give anyone on Marist an opportunity to get a pick.
Exactly. Facemans on that Trix is going to be going for Iroh on the Anna all day, every day. You got 2 ults on Marist.
Yeah.
4 ults on Anna Maria.
Yeah, despite losing point, Marist built their ults faster. However, Anna Maria is coming up on 4, while Marist has about 3 points. Fight. Expect to see a lot of ults coming out. Basement's gonna try to go for a kind of pulse. Marist playing a little bit split. You saw one of their players top left. That'll be Basement. There's the
Kiri Rush coming out. Pulsed on the Widow. Up 1 right now. That's Nam Remesis. Ram ults. Gets the Facemix pushes on that Kiri. Just running through the front line while Facemix is in the back line picking them off slowly. Very well done by Marist. Used only 2 ults.
Yeah, Anna Maria, man, 3 ults. Lose the fight. That's very unfortunate. Very good pick on the Widow from Facemix. BG Dax able to ult in Kiri ult just to reduce that damage output coming from the
Marist still has Nano here. Good Nano to save something, good Nano to go in. We obviously have that Sojo from Kane, which is doing a lot of work. Marisa ult over there, big anti. Kane pops the ult and Nanos, gets 2.
Could go, oh, there, yep, Nano Soj.
Nano Soj once again. Gets 4. Eventually gets the last. Again, Marist still does have Brig ult, which is going to be pretty strong here. Anna Maria coming up only on Nano. See how this pans out, but looks like Marist could hold them down here. You have Facemix just running to the back. You can see all the way on that left. That Tracer is looking for the Anna.
Oh.
Brig is 1. Don't get her in the end, unfortunately. Thunderkid able to kite enough. And pops her Brig ult. Uses Nano on Arisa to save her. Just gonna be a frontline damage. You have Tracer in the back just trying to pick somebody off.
Almost down.
And
one.
Kree gets that Kree and in the back, just picking off that
Cass
Kree.
getting shot by both the Tracer and the Ana. Doesn't know what to look at. The Ana is just so far shooting, healing, pumping out DPS for free. Yep, there it is. No one is able to contest cups up top. So what we saw from that fight, 2 big ult, Brig and Nano coming out. However, ultimately resulted in not much space we made. Nice fight by Anna Maria to get the ROM.
Anna Maria there popping Kiri all just rushing through past that big stagger on the Anna actually.
Won't be too bad. The Marist will come back together. Come back with Lucio, try to take another fight.
Yep.
Middle point.
Under swapping from Brig to Yo. DG Dax does have ROM ult. Facemix could potentially get a pick with that pulse bomb.
Anna Maria only spent their Kiri ult on that fight. They used Anna prior. I think that's on Anna again. Going into this next fight, 3 ults on Marist.
Oh, big pick!
Huge pick by Anna Maria.
They have that ult, that Nano ROM.
Great ult by the Arisa to try to stop that speeding out. Really smart by Ted's Cousins. Ult.
And gets the ROM there.
Big sleep on face mist.
We're outnumbered.
Wonderful plays by Anna Maria there.
Great play.
They did only use 2 ults, those that they had. Coming up on Nano. Marist used ults as well.
Yep, Marist used ult and ult on the ROM. Tried to speed boost him through. Great play by Ted's Cousins. Ult it. Stop that. Going to third section. Things grow. Marist with the ROM ult. Nano. Iroh has built many nanos this game. Definitely pumping out numbers and skills.
This ends now.
Kane pops that Sojo and they're just kiting it.
Yeah, just the neutral fight just goes in the favor of Marist. Yeah, it did use 1 ult. Henry did skill it back, kite it back, did it well.
They're rushing in now.
They will.
Good potentially rush here. Nano's the Arisa.
Yeah, so Arisa gets a huge pick on the Lucio by Hugo. Ted's cousin sitting in the face.
Rushes there. It'll be hard for GG Dax.
This Orisa shield is just perk is just so useful. Bring back to old Orisa. Has it up as pretty often. Places Orisa's spin. Mason is trying to get a pick on go, doesn't happen, does not go through. Here comes Venture's stall. Fight shape going towards and does.
That was really well done by Anna Maria. They swapped to that Tor right at the end, you know. They went basically what we've seen before, you know. Orisa, Tor, Bastion, Anna, you know, that far poke turret type comp. Kind of interesting to see. We haven't seen that in forever. Now, Marist, it seems like they were having some issues there. They were getting jumped pretty far in the back line. The GG Dax was getting melted front line. The front line damage for Anna Marie is just so strong. You got Bastion, you got to reset with her spears. That once you spear Braum into the wall and you got Bastion turret mode up, Braum's basically dead, right? You've got the antis. You don't have Suzu for that. It's just difficult for Marist to do much out here.
Yeah, Marist played that first point pretty unexpectedly, actually. They did get pushed over on first point pretty quickly. They held that first choke in the second section pretty well until the ults came out, and then they really didn't have another strong recontest second section, allowing enemy to walk through second section into third, and again with ult advantage, ult economy, good tracking of ults, enemy was able to take that. So
Marist being face miss on that Pharah again. Really difficult in the Bastion and Tor.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see this comp. Okay, there we go. There's a Kiri. Bap and Lucio would have had a hard time healing Pharah. Kiri much easier as it locks on. And we're playing that roughly that same comp. Actually, the exact same comp with exception of 4v1.
Going full turret.
High ground. We would
trying to jump
Enria to rotate here, and they do try.
Anna won. They get sleep by the Anna, and they just collapse on GG Dax.
And that looks like a lost fight on Anna Maria. Over that sleep by Iroh.
Oh, they're even right now. Could be up one. They are up one. They're even again. Now they're down one. They're even again. Pain is doing amazing just on that off angle, slowly picking people off, but Marist does come back earlier because they have better spawns.
Yeah, Anna Maria should have a tough time holding here. Marist has closer spawns. However, they should come back, maybe be able to reach the test. We'll see. They do. Oh, wow.
Booped off. Amazing boop over there by Thunder.
Yeah. Ted's cousin was just barely in golden. Picked it a little bit early. That boop wouldn't have gone through. Maybe it would. Going to this first choke of second section, we have Kyriol on Anna Maria. Almost Kyriol on there. Here Ghost comes out.
Anna Maria pops Kyriol, goes in, tries to rush in.
Ted's cousin really deep here, out of the Kyriol, out of heals. Was able to push the entire team of Marist out, except for GG Dax lying his team. Focus. Dax. Great fire by Anna Maria. Only spent one ult on it. Roughly even ult economy. Marist coming up on 3 ults, Anna Maria on 2 with Bastion. The thing about Bastion is it's not a very quick fight when he ult.
We could see a combo between Orisa. No, Orisa gets 4. Massive anti. Massive combo with Orisa and Anna over there.
Again,
you saw.
Ted's cousin just does this very well. Seeing the speed, seeing the rush. Clicks ult. Releases it very quickly, just giving that on an Anna boost. However, Facemist got 2 incredibly important picks towards the end there, forcing Anna Maria to back off as their spawns are going to
massive wall there.
Yeah, Ted's cousin might get picked here. Nope.
Oh, pops the hazard ult. Gets 0 because of that Suzu. Amazing Suzu by Hilioshi. Ted's cousin gets 1 over here.
Phenomenal peel by Anna Maria, recognizing that they were down. Their spawns were going to come back a lot more longer distance until we tied it out.
Got Domini in the very back, trying to get that. Oh, big Suzu could potentially save.
Ted's cousin almost going down there off the hazard wall. However, his team right there behind him back him up. Hazard a little bit of a misplay, ulted. I recognize the super there. Everyone got out.
Big swap here by GG Dazzle and Zarya, fully countering that Orisa is going to be an issue for Ted's cousin. We're going to see.
And Rhea.
Their frontline damage is just going to fully charge Zarya all day, every day. You're going to see her almost max charge the entire time.
But GG Dazzle have a really easy time here again.
Oh, rushing in, even right now, but they still have rush. They did pop beat. Marist popped beat. Basement still gets picked off.
Wow.
Kane dies in his ult.
Cousin's playing super strong here.
Very well played by Anna Maria. They only use one ult there. Marist uses 4, and they still don't win the fight.
I wrote down Anna Maria. Back. Basement down there. 4v3. Yeah. There's a player to come back faster, especially with that speed boost. Iroh on Enria's side is very far away. If I was Enria here, I would be playing relatively safe. We don't want to get picked here, as that will guarantee second section loss. Yeah, we either kiting back.
Big pull in by
that
Face Mist.
That perk by Face Mist.
Nano Orisa, we've seen this before, could potentially ult again.
Yep. Marist playing very smart, walking out. You see both DPS on Marist's side playing that high ground. Up there with Lucio.
We have Grab coming out soon. Basement's trying to go in the back line.
Really deep.
Very deep in the back line. Almost picked off. Kane also very low. Does get picked off.
This should be Enria's fight. They just capitalize on these stragglers. Potentially stagger 1 or 2. Yep.
Staggers that Czar. Might stagger this.
Can't die. Nice.
Lucio does get out. Both healers get out. So they do have grab coming up here. Potentially a grab barrage.
Both sides playing really well, sort of countering, hiding the other team's ultimate. Eventually someone gets picked and that's the option. Sometimes a bad stagger, both teams doing good jobs on these sides.
Juno ult instantly going in. That's the counter Q. Oh wow, that's very big Torball. Wow. Very, very big Torball. Just blocking off that Juno ult. Very smart by Dom Lee there.
Yep. I mean, Anna Maria is just doing everything correctly. They have the ults necessary to counter what Marist is trying to do. We see very often with having double speed, Lucio and Marist is just trying to speed through and run over.
Solo grab.
Grab coming out.
Solo grabs a Torb.
Now
Kiri gets out. Oh, just speeds in with almost max charge there. Big nade in the back. Gets a 2 from that nade, and just Orisa alone.
You can just see how strong these perks are. The nade sticking to the Bastion. The Orisa shield.
Marist up 2 ults here. Up,
Farah's instead of a boot, or like a mini grab. That's because will recontest.
They are recontesting here.
Now,
Hugo does pop ult. Farah pops ult 2, gets 1. Kane gets another. This should be Marist's direction. And then Nano though. Nano comes out on Orisa. Big anti. Massive anti. Ted's cousin gets 1. Potentially gets GG Dax 2.
Stay alive. Oh my god.
Oh
my gosh.
Oh my gosh. This is OD.
Ted's cousin's put in the work.
Ted's cousin did amazing there. Face Mist kills himself, and it looks like
second map will be going to Anna Maria.
Second map for Anna Maria. Ted's cousin played that perfectly, didn't he?
Ted's cousin just on the Orisa with such high sustain with just all of the abilities in general, the gold, the shield. That Nano coming out of Iroh, keeping him alive just enough to build ult and finish those 3 on point. Great fight from both sides. Again, what we saw is a team being able to respond well to what they saw on the first map. They're trying to use speed, try to run over their Anna Maria. But Anna Maria made those swaps. We saw Orisa, we saw Torb, big antis coming out. A lot of stuff to slow down Marist's speed and aggression, especially through Kiri ult or Juno ult or Lucio speed. Honestly, I think from Mara, I would have liked to see a swap off of the Pharah. I didn't think they were getting much value on Pharah. Really difficult to play, given the Torb. The heals weren't very as high output as you expect, just because they're both playing speed heals. They're focusing on walking forward instead of looking up to heal that Pharah.
Exactly. You know, Anna Maria did everything perfectly in terms of countering what Marist does best. You know what Marist does best is that speed. What Marist does best is that Pharah on the off angles. What Marist does best is that Soldier in the back line just killing everybody while you've got that Ram in the front line or the Czar in the front line. But just pop that Orisa. Orisa used gold. You've got Bastion and you've got Torb in the right behind her, just melting down that tank, melting down the squishies that when they see them, and then Marist just can't do much. You know, hard.
Yeah.
Perfect counter over there. I know we saw it. We had Juno on Marist pop her ult, and then you just had the Torb on Anna Maria instantly pop his ult to counter that Juno ult.
Yep.
Torb is one of the few ults if you pop that will fully counter a Juno ult because you can't walk into it anymore. With the dive.
Yeah, that second point really should have gone Marist's direction. 2 picks off of the Soldier nade, sticky nade, getting I believe both DPS. However, Anna Maria, when it mattered most, pressure, able to come up on top, keep the Reese alive on point. Big nano, big anti. So
Now
going
up
into
third.
Yep, map 3 push.
Marist chooses Esperanza.
Marist opting for Esperanza.
I'll change that.
We have seen what they're gonna do here. We saw it in the last match.
Okay. Thanks for the compliment.
Very, very strong. Exact same comp that they just had. That Hazard, that Curie, that Lucio. He's gonna have Genji and Sojourn, obviously. Same comp that they've always used. They're very confident in it. Looks like Anna Maria is going to do the same comp they had last time. Very just straight counters, trying to counter every single ult that Marist has. Genji's going to have an issue trying to jump the backline here in Anna Maria.
Yeah, Marist beating Anna Maria to the point with so speed. A lot happening on point right now.
GG Dash gets Torb on top. Very well done by him.
GG Dash just does this so well every map, every fight. You know, to get a pick with his dash knife flash shot combo.
GG Dash going in.
He's
tries to
actually
pick one.
Punished here, does not get punished.
Genji going in.
Yeah,
Genji
dead,
dead. Trying to
really
jump
hard.
onto Anna. Very hard.
Dax almost dead too.
Big wall, big Suzu. They have to pull out because they're down one.
Marist
Could
is on
potentially
their
get
heels.
GG
Marist
Dax.
is- Yep. The problem with Marist's team comp is they do not have a high heal output. At any given point, yes, they have that Suzu. Not a lot of heals as maybe an Anna nade to come out. They really focus on speed and aggression.
Kane and Cubs coming up on ult, and Iroh coming up on
Dax
ult.
still not topped off. Waiting at the top to get topped off. Going in now with Curio.
Rush going in from Marist.
Anti,
Suzu, Anti.
Big.
Even right
Big
now.
Even picks.
But that is the
fight
tank
is going
gone.
towards Anna Maria.
Anna Maria doing very well here.
Yep. Anna Maria is pushing point. Marist yet to really die. However, these staggers might be costly to them. Yeah, fitness. Yeah, if Fury gets picked here, this is Fury or Lucio. Probably won't happen. Not gonna happen both. Yeah, something I would like to point out there is we saw the Hazard dive in and I presume target the Torbjorn. Nano came out on Torb, keeping him alive. It's really smart play from Iroh.
I'm surprised they're keeping the Genji here. Genji on a very, very hardly countered by Anna Maria.
You can see Anna Maria how they play. They're very tight right now. The only problem I would offer about Anna Maria's comp is they don't have much mobility, not much challenge, kind of high ground.
That's because going in, pulls
Wow.
3, big
Wow.
Suzu to
Big
get
Suzu,
out.
big Curie.
Downly in the back, getting collapsed on. Kane gets 2, but Tetsukazen does get Cubs. They have a rush in their back line, going for the Hazard and the Genji combo. Does it very well. Big
Ted's
spear.
cousin is
Wow, Ted's cousin is
Even
playing
though-
out of his mind right now.
With everything happening, Azrael coming out, Tetsukazen still managed to find that spear on the Genji. Ultimately, doesn't mean anything for a fight. The fight is still lost, but something like that just shows how good of a player Tetsukazen.
Marist does have 2 ults. Downly, Anna Maria only has 1, that Torb ult coming in. Iroh's coming up on Nano. Iroh's been building this Nano very quickly.
Curie ult.
Trying to go for that Torb. Torb low, slept out. That Soja ult coming out.
Not getting much value. Anna Maria is filling it out well. Really smart by Anna Maria. Playing it safe. However, the team is split. Anna Maria is split between.
Also Torb ult up top. Very hard for any positioning from Marist.
And we're really stuck here. Sort of separate groups, kind of mixed together.
Big Lucio ult. They're gonna run in here, try to pick one off. Gets the Orisa. Looks at that Torb too. Torb just running on a point. Like they forgot about him.
Yeah, so what we saw there was Orisa, Kiri, and Torb stuck in that sort of clear part of the point. Bastion and Ana on Enrias stuck behind the throat after spot will go.
Looks like Marist might grab lead here. We'll see. No, they are touching the stop. That's Nano on Ted's cousin. Very big anti-jet Dax, but they have Kiri ult.
Kiri ult.
Big wall there.
Big wall, however.
They actually cannot
Ted's
melt
cousin
down
still has
Ted.
a lot of sustain, a lot of
GG Dax almost dead. GG Dax killed. Kane gets one though. Genji
even,
won.
however, without a tank, it's really hard to fight. There we go. Enria.
Ted's cousin is just doing so well against GG Dax here, just shutting him down. Can't do much against him.
Yeah, Kane got a really important pick there early. However, Ted's cousin was able to trade for the hazard, and if I wanted someone alive, I would want my tank alive still, allowing Enria to win that fight. Enria pushing the bot, not pushing all the way, giving up. They didn't want to give up good positioning. Very smart. They're actually letting the bot push back to them. They want to fold this point. Wow.
Kiri rushed and then just Bastion turret into that Kiri rush. Tries to melt that. Bastion was one. They are up one. Marist is up one. No, now they're even. But they're down their tank. Looks like Genji just gets stuck into the wall. Sojourn ult comes out. Looks like he gets two.
Yep.
Could get three here. Does get three.
That fight was won earlier. Sojourn came out to really actually punish that Orisa. Unfortunately, it did. But guarantee first point.
Very well done by Marist here. I thought Anna Maria had that in the bag. Anna Maria does only have one ult coming into this. Marist has two. Very good combo. Potentially 4 ults coming up. Both healers at 76%.
Yeah, what we see often on the hazard is he goes to the wall, climbs it, and flies over. Really expected target ult out here. That's doing a great job just being wow.
Gets one, gets that Bastion. They're just focusing that Bastion. GG Dax getting speared out. Ted's cousin just on that point.
Ted's cousin is doing a lot for Enemy right now.
But Thundercat in the backline getting two almost getting three. Kiri's one.
Okay, wow.
Thundercat did very well. Just ran into the backline, picked off that soldier, picked off that Ana. They couldn't do much without their heals anymore, and Ted's cousin just falls down after.
Yeah, GG Dax actually ulting just through a wall. Unexpected from Anna Maria. Leads to pick on Hugo. Traded back on GG Dax after a good spear by Ted's cousin, but Marist's game players were flip it.
We have 3 ults here for Marist. 3 ults for Anna Maria coming up.
Kane is just, Marist just comes back. Oh, they actually
decide to go in even though they're down one. Nano's the...
Nano Bastion is a lot of forward pressure. Not stand in front of it.
Runs out, loses that fight. Domini gets that dagger on GG Dax. It's going to be unfortunate.
Yep.
They still got 2 ults. Marist has 2 ults going into this. Anna Maria has 3 ults. 2 ults, go potentially 3.
Marist does forward spawn, able to take that high ground. I'm really surprised by that call by Marist to 3 ult into 5, given that they're down 1 player. Oh, Anna Maria split here.
Goes for the Ana, picks off the Ana, big wall, beats in. Massive by really Marist. They're collapsing. Their target priority is amazing. We've seen it before, right? You've always got GG Dax focusing character. Face Miss is right behind him focusing on the character. And you also got Thundercat trying to help with them. And it's just perfect target priority by Marist. You can't really do much against that when you're in a slow Ana.
Only 1 ult burned in that fight. Although I doubt the Lucio ult was actually even needed. Here's the fight. Going into this next fight, Anna Maria with 3 ults. Marist with... how he plays this. Perhaps play it slow to try to build more ults.
Yep, pop Soj ult in the beginning. That's Kiri Rush and Visor. Basements gets the Ana in the back. Tries to do something, but doesn't do much.
A lot of deflex on the Basements. We'll get picked out here. Yep. Less of a pick, more so forcing his death so he doesn't stagger. Smart by Basements. It's just really hard for Marist to get value out of some of their ults like Sojourn or in Genji. no nano to support it. Marist can sit in front of Kane, eat a lot of that damage with gold, with shield, with spin.
We're definitely going to see what Faceman is trying to do. He's been holding this ult for the past 5 minutes now. Faceman has only ulted once this game. See, maybe a combo with Hazard, I could definitely see it, but it'll be difficult to set up.
Hazard Genji ult on Marist.
Just going to be holding this corner. Big does not hit the anti. Big, that's a Suzu.
Big Suzu.
Massive Suzu. Gets one with the blade. Potentially gets two. No, that's TP out. But the front line gets collapsed on.
Yeah,
Ted Cousin can't do much without that as Anna heals and Kiri gets killed. Very good fight by Marist. Even better Suzu by Heliyoshi.
These ults out of Hazard are just really unexpected. He's just getting them behind cover, behind walls. It's hard to see it coming. You can't anticipate it like, you know, something like a shatter or a grab where you can see the pathing, you see the movement by the tank. Followed up by a strong ult by Faceman, a great Suzu to counter the Hazard ult, but Faceman skip those picks relatively easily.
GG Dash is waiting for Arisa to get out, and then he's gonna wall.
Yeah.
Doesn't do much, goes for the back line, rushes in, massive rush in, but they've got so much frontline damage that's hard to do anything there. They're just stuck in this perpetual looking at each other kind of.
You can see the intent behind that by GGDax. However, Arisa is not going to die instantly, especially with the team breaking that field and bot was not being pushed. So ultimately, it's just a neutral fight.
Kane and Thundercat have ult here. We can see them pulling it out, but Heliyoshi and Iroh also have ult. He's going to try to do it again, but that's because it's ready this time.
Big nano on
Hugo. Kane
interesting
ult.
nano actually.
Kane is trying to get Ted's Cousin. Ted's Cousin one gets him. Kiri ult though.
Wow.
Gets two. Kiri was one, but unfortunately they couldn't pick her off, and Anna Maria does collapse, wins
Honestly,
that fight.
Interesting coming out on the Bastion nano. Bastion, I would have expected a turret, but I guess the turret was down at that point. Maybe they.
This will be hard for Anna Maria. They only have Bastion and Tor, but Marist does have that combo with Genji and
use both core ults. That doesn't have to switch to the ball to get to the point. Hard because Anna Maria had to stay on the bot, forcing to push.
Hazard is one right now. GGDax, that's big. Big gets the Anna. Gets the Genji too. Has Get Blade coming up. They just collapse and they win that.
This fight will go.
That was really unfortunate for Ted's Cousin, and it looks like Marist wins this map. Real unfortunate. You know, Ted's Cousin got picked off late. Then they had to swap the ball to try to touch point, but they just couldn't get there in time. And 4v5, you're going to lose that when they have ults up on you.
Yep. Unfortunate pick. Lost the fight.
Play of the game.
Ted's Cousin did have ult, or at least come up on ult, but they had to swap. Ted's Cousin doing a lot for Anna Maria, especially when big ults come out. Lots just put himself in between and Marist and the rest of his own team, spending a lot of that immediate burst, immediate deaths. Saw that with, especially with that Hazard ult coming out into the Genji. Only the Genji on all four of Anna Maria's backline, with Ted's Cousin just solo in Marist's face, ultimately dying. But if that had given Anna Maria more time to maybe stabilize, they had not gotten that single pick against the Genji. I've been able to fight, but Genji get one.
You know, Iroh's doing a lot of work, just straight pocketing Ted's Cousin that entire time, sitting in the back as Anna, and that's really difficult for Marist to do anything about. You know, we had Thunder going in as Lucio in the backline a few times to pick off that Anna, but like honestly, it's really hard when you got that Bastion, you got that Tor to even try to touch the backline. And Anna Maria is doing well at trying to full counter Marist. You know, their comp is going well. They're trying to cycle ults well, but Marist just had that one up on them. You know, they got pretty strongly ahead, and they just held that corner.
Yep, great performance by both teams. Saw Anna Maria sort of respond to Marist map 2. Marist sticking to their guns, map 3, that rush down comp. Fortunately, Anna Maria wasn't able to counter as well as they did on Bro. I think that's the nature of push in the map. Hard to get a lot of value out of some of those, especially Torb. You know, they can really easy for Marist to just walk out.
Here we
They
have
don't
a
need a set point.
Flashpoint map. Thought Flashpoint was last. Flashpoint is 4th. Anyway, we have Suravasa pick from Anna Maria over New Junk City.
Stay in sight, and I'll keep you
I have
safe.
not seen a Flashpoint from Anna Maria yet, I
Like
believe.
Anna Maria is going that same comp.
Anna Maria is doing the exact same comp, except Heliyoshi is going Moira instead of Kiri here. We'll see how that works out. TP out from Kane.
Yeah, that's gonna be very interesting. No, I personally like Moira as a support player myself. A lot of damage to the heal. The survivability cape. But what they lose is that really beautiful suit that saves them a lot of times from the actual delay. Maybe
We'll see how that's going to work out with GG Dax's ult played and everything.
some sort of pocket and Marist.
Marist does cap
I don't
first
think
point. It's going to be
Henry
difficult for
will-
Ted
yep.
Cousin and them to
Henry
put
cannot.
in.
Ball with all that whole country.
Oh, does come in. Block. Big block. GG Dax is low though and cut off. Low and cut off. It's TP Suzu by that Kiri. Does very well, saves him, and then just collapses on that Orisa. They're gonna speed in. They've got both healers in the back, just cut off. They could stagger very well. They do. That Moira is all the way in the back.
You can see what Henry's idea was there is to kind of force themselves onto GG Dax. However, they lack the speed. GG Dax was able to walk out of point, stabilize, do all that back down, all while the rest of that Henry did not walk through this.
It's gonna be last fight for this point. You got Iroh on Nano with the Nano. Does Nano Hugo? Looking to melt people, but everyone just runs away perfectly. Kane pops his ult, but
the pistol's coming out. Henry messing up the point.
Face Mist does get Hugo, and they pop that Kiri ult. It could be a
low.
good.
No, this Philo says going the correct. Oh, wow!
It looks like it's even. Drop point.
Henry dropped point. They stepped off.
They stepped off. They C9'd off
Very
point.
unfortunate.
Really
that fight
unfortunate.
was going in their direction.
They could have won that. They were up 1. They had more all going off.
Yeah, they used ults to potentially win the fight.
Marist coming up on 3 now.
Both sides coming out 3.
They have Hazard Ult here. No Suzu to block it. Big Hazard Ult. Gets 4. Gets 3. Collapses on them. Massive Hazard Ult right there. Can't do much against that without a Suzu. That's Cousin just trying to hold on as long as he can. Got Moira in the back, healing.
Instead of Moira, they had Suzu. All 3 of those people were stuck in what would have gone out.
Looks like they're still not switching back to that Kiri. They want to hold
really
that Moira. Interesting
Like,
choice.
I don't know the idea what they saw that maybe didn't. Why they would. Next fight, Henry
You've got beat, which is fully counters Orisa ult. You're not gonna be able to do much. That's Cousin trying to go in. Gets pulls in 4. Big blade in the back, but beats saves. Beat saves everybody in the back. Massive beat by Thundercat uses 2 ults. Anna Maria only uses 1 ult though.
really hard by.
No, uses 2. Not bad.
Really hard by Henry to get value out of it. Like Bastion, Bastion often mostly on himself, expecting them to sort of dive on him and then walk out, or in that case, a lot of that damage.
Big swap here onto Mauga.
Go switch, or Henry will not get a weak that's on this point. Henry has maybe
2 ults.
maybe not. Maybe they don't have this man. Oh yeah, Henry will be there first. Henry needs to ult and win this fight and have momentum.
Only issue is there's more ult coming out, but you have GG Dax coming up on his ult here. He could pop it. That's Nano on Mauga.
Is definitely gonna ult here soon. From cover, they're not gonna expect it.
GG Dax popping ult.
Wow.
Gets the Ana, gets the Reaper, lapses on that Ana. Pop that Kiri ult, and that is a fight 1 for Marist. Very well done. Once again, GG Dax just straight through the wall. He does it every single time. You can't do much against it because you don't have a Suzu to get out. Once you pop it and you're stuck, you're stuck. You can't. You get collapsed on really easily.
Anna just doing a lot of swaps. Saw this on control and it on their favor.
Unfortunate. They can be way down on ult percentage here.
A lot of swaps there. I mean, they
swapped everybody but Moira.
Manga for that, built some ults. Now they're going out to. Not sure.
Yeah, the monkey works out. But tries to collapse on that those, but doesn't. Iroh in the back line getting cups, but GG Dex in the front line getting Hugo. Kane pops ult, gets one. Even right now.
Henry is actually a little bit ahead in terms of players, but Marist has their tank. Wow, there it is.
GG Dax just putting in work. Obviously, the tank's going to do so much work. They do get him off, though. They're going to cap that point to 66%.
Wow.
Hero won.
I mean, Henry needed to win that fight, and they did. However, they got traded back, and it's really hard for Henry to hold.
It's 4v3, but with a tank. We'll see how it works.
They got
They cap point. Pops beat. Could potentially just run in, try to do the back line, but no.
Yeah, the map is going to go to Marist here.
Could be the end.
Henry is 5. No ults, only Moira. Not a lot of value coming out of it.
Marist coming up on 3. They need to win this fight right now. Basements gets 1. Hugo gets 1 though. That Moira ult is just trying to heal everybody, but you've got Blade and this could still be 1. Kiri ult in the back. You got Monkey trying to go in the back line. GG Dax front line just gets the Lucio, trying to go for that. Moira in the back gets, oh, she is 1. Almost gets her. This is very hard fought right now.
Man, this Moira just can't do anything. Every time he shows, Dax is on him.
And look at that. Death Cousin does extremely well.
Henry rallying, however, they have a lot of work to do at this point. And 2 more if they want. Fortunately for Henry, they have ults, Marist, Hero. Winston ult, not much of a fight winner, more of a save. Live, go a lot, very much. Marist is tracking this, so focus down. He's actually doing really well. Good pick by Anna-Maria.
It could be fight 1. That looks like it's fight 1. Maybe even point 1.
Even if they get point, I mean, Anna-Maria will win the fight.
They're just wasting time now.
Yeah, they're trying to get ults out.
Trying to get ults out, but no one's popping any ults, so now they're just wasting time.
Yeah, Marist is playing smart. Trying to get points, trying to waste ults off of Anna-Maria. Anna-Maria also wants not. Anna-Maria going to this fight with 4. Have to win the fight. Marist win. Potentially to GG Dax and build it.
No ult. That's a Moira ult and a Sojourn ult and a beat. That's 3 ults by Anna-Maria, but only 1 by Marist. Domly gets 1, Hugo gets 1, Ted's cousin gets 1. That's going to be a fight 1 by Anna-Maria and OT.
Really interesting.
But that was 3 ults.
I guess maybe they ulted to secure the fight, thinking they needed it.
I'm surprised they popped so many. I don't really think they needed the beat there. But we'll see. You know, Marist coming up on 2.
I saw what Tessa their stall, try to get the back line. I don't know.
Basements has been switching up character a lot today.
Yeah.
Has that para.
Really hard by Henry. If they get a huge pick on the character roll, they can't even fight the ball into point. Yep.
Hugo gets 1. That's big. Kane also gets a tank though. GG Dax in the back line. That's a problem. You got that tank still alive. And you're just gonna win the fight.
Maybe.
It is 3-2 right now. Moira gets picked off. Yeah, only the Tracer alive. You know.
Yeah, that fight was sort of lost for Henry. Last fight.
We only had GG Dax pop his ult there.
That Kane almost dead.
Domly did pop all. Oh, face miss goes in on Ted's cousin. See, this is gonna be an issue for Ted's cousin. On Monkey, you got that Reaper just gonna melt you. It's gonna be really difficult for Ted's cousin. You might be seeing a swap, but no.
Marist just used Pups used Kiri at the end.
Pups just used Kiri ult. Huh. Well, you have face miss coming up on Reaper ult, and you've got beat, but you've got Pulse Bomb. That's basically it. You might be able to Moira ult.
This pulse needs to be huge. Needs to get it on the Lucio.
Yeah, you need to pulse bomb the Lucio before he gets beat off, or else
we're getting to final
fight
territory.
Big wall, beats early, goes in, gets to Sojourn. This could be last fight.
Right now. Anna-Maria needs to reset, get a pick, do something right now, but it has to be smart. Oh no.
Misses pulse bomb. They have Reaper ult going in. Solo ults. Oh, massive. Make them runaway, and this will be a
takes map 4.
win for Marist, and that is a win in the grand finals for Marist University.
A great fight all around by Merritt. Great fight by Anna Maria.
You know, Marist does that so well. They do it all the time. They pop that beat early and they rush in with that beat. That's something that a lot of teams don't decide to do. They decide to beat once the other team ults. Instead, if you beat early, you can just win that fight every single time.
They use it very aggressively. They use it to guarantee the fight instead of trying to fight back on their heels into ult. Marist played everything right that round. And Flashpoint is just one of those maps in control where you win that first fight, if you win first capture of the point, you kind of just snowball with your ults. And if you're smart with ult economy, ult tracking, guarantee the fight with the enemy getting 0%.
All right, and that's going to be the end of the Army West Point Overwatch 2 LAN we have out here at Contender Esports. You have Marist University going undefeated, beating Anna Maria in the grand finals 3-1.
Yeah.
Thank you for tuning in today. We hope you had a wonderful time watching, and congratulations to Marist University.